super easy, and it has a feature called Dual Mix, which virtually allows me to have two different audios, one going to my headsets and the other one going to the stream. And they are completely different, and they have different audio.
Good morning, everyone. Today
Good morning.
is I would say it's happy and bright in sunny California, because we've had no clouds or rain for about a year. But surprisingly, California is getting a lot of rain. It's not bright, and in fact, I love this weather. People say seasonal depression. I say seasonal. I like clouds. So we have some great stuff for you all planned today. Starting with a back-to-back double panel with our partner Zenigami and the organization Stream Coach TV on the worst advice they've gotten as creators, as well as ways you can apply your creative skills in a professional way. This is going to be really, really useful for people who, I don't know, maybe they've been at it for a while. They're not finding that, oh, I'm not making a ton of money from Twitch being like a YouTube or whatever. How can I use these skills in other places? This will be super crucial for those people. Then we'll have a quick break, followed by a panel with our partners Crucian Gaming and DJ Blue PDX on becoming a trendsetter in your esports or creative space. Followed by a panel with our amazing partner Control Alt Quinn on building an inclusive community. Then we have a quick video on what it takes to be a top level esports player and content creator, and how to work with esports organizations from our partners Misfits Gaming. So we have a ton of awesome panels today, and our biggest thing for you to be aware of today is that we will be announcing the winner for our giveaway live on stream at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time today. If you are not in the chat and we call your name, if you don't respond within 3 minutes, we're moving on. Sorry.
So they have to be on the stream, right?
You must be in the stream to accept the prize. Otherwise, you're the draw is forfeit. If you're not available, sorry. We might have other giveaways throughout the stream, but shh. That's
which has happened if it happens.
Those are kind of low key, keeping it on a hush hush, you know.
Yeah, you'll have to watch
Don't let
the entire
anybody know
event
to increase your chances, stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. So before we move on to our panels, let's do a quick just how do you navigate the AVerMedia eStore? Right now, if you use code CC2021 in the AVerMedia eStore, shop-us.avermedia.com, you can get 10% off select products, as well as view many products that are on a really, really great sale. Some of the products, the lowest we've ever priced them. So how does someone find products that they might be interested in on the AVerMedia eStore?
Let's take a look at that. Let me just hold that up real quick here. And here we go.
All right. So as you can see right there, that is what it looks like when you go on to shop-us.avermedia.com. You get a little slideshow or product recommendations at top. So first, let's just consider, how does someone, let's say, how would someone find a capture card that they're interested in? How would someone go about searching for that? Especially if they don't know like the product name or product title. So if you
Ooh,
scroll down to
2021
just
first
shop the latest
July.
capture cards, click view products, you'll find the capture cards that we have for sale at this moment, which include the Live Gamer 4K, the Live Gamer Ultra, the Live Gamer HD2, which is on a very nice sale, the Live Gamer Mini, also on sale, as well as the Live Gamer Portable 2 Plus, the Extreme Cap UVC, Live Gamer Bolt, and Live Gamer Duo. Literally everything is on sale right now. So
Don't miss the chance.
Don't miss your chance to get some of your best prices on AVerMedia products that you might have been interested in for a long time. But if you want to look at specifically what we're giving away, because let's say you really want all the products in the giveaway and you either don't win or you can't make it or whatever. Let's go back to the homepage. There is a whole little special spot for Create and Connect, right? What's the
Yes.
URL for that?
If you
It's right here.
scroll, well, if you actually scroll to the shop tab on the top part, there's a drop down,
Here you go.
and then it'll say Create and Connect 21 or 2021, and then you'll find a whole drop down list of items here that go from bestsellers, and then it reminds you of the 10% off code CC 2021, along with all of the other products that are on sale right now. You can browse through this part. Any of this is valid for the 10% off. And if you guys don't choose to or can't get around to it anytime between this weekend or I think it lasts until Monday, then you guys are also definitely free to sign up for our emails where we do occasionally send out, special coupons or, keep you guys posted on whatever discounts and special sales that we're having. So any of those options are great. Just, stop by if you're curious.
I'm normally not a fan of signing up for emails and getting promotions there, but I personally think, in a completely unbiased way, as unbiased as an employee of the company be, that our emails are pretty top notch. They're pretty, they're well designed. Denise has a very fun voice when writing them, so even if you're not at all interested in the products, just read in, and it's very cozy the way they're written. So you should sign up for our emails. I'll give you 10,000 head pats potentially if you do so, but don't hold me to it because I can't actually head pat everyone 10,000 times. That's the big asterisk after the word. But anyways, anything else we want to go over before we move on to our panels?
I think that about covers it as far as the e-store goes. I don't know if there's anything else that we might want to talk about real quick before we jump into anything on schedule. We are on schedule, I think.
I'll just put the giveaway link in the chat one more time in case anyone's missed it. Where is it? Yeah, get your entries in on a huge stream setup giveaway. Winner will be announced live at 5:30 p.m. PDT. You must be in chat to accept. Okay. I'm gonna ping our panelists and let them know to hop in the call.
Yep, already did that. We're just waiting for them to join. I'll add them in, and then we can be on our way.
Awesome. Oh, ignore that little OBS browser source you saw right there.
It happens. It happens.
So how did everyone rest up after the event yesterday? Because I don't think any of us got enough sleep. Just too much hype. Too much hype keeping us up at night, you know?
Yeah. As you can tell, I'm still trying to get my caffeine all in my system.
Mhm.
So that's kind of been a struggle. For me personally, I'm relatively big on like League of Legends and stuff like that. So for those of you that don't know, the World's Championship is going on right now, and I've been trying to follow it as closely as I can. So sacrificing a little bit of sleep is also necessary for things like that. Yeah, I'm a little sleep deprived. But apart from that, and doing yesterday's panel for day one and everything, getting to hear everybody's insight, it's actually been really fun. I actually want to say it gets even more fun, even though this is like our second year doing it, so I only have 1 year to compare it to. But it's just been great hanging out with everyone, getting to know our partners, getting to hang out on the weekends. So yeah.
And who knows, maybe if we're able to safely go to TwitchCon next year, Create and Connect will be a live panel.
Wink.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. In any case, We got most of our panelists coming in. We're very excited for this next panel because Stream Coach TV, if you don't know, is an organization dedicated to giving people the best advice to grow their stream in a healthy and professional way. There's several coaches. They've been featured in Ninja's book, and they have a whole bunch of free resources on their website, streamcoach.tv, including various workbooks, a podcast, YouTube channel with tutorials, and more. So be sure to check them out after their panel during our break, and potentially you might even consider hiring them as a coach. After what you hear on this panel, you might be convinced.
What's
All right,
up, guys?
Looks like everybody's here.
Hello.
We are just
We
missing
good?
one person.
No, we got everybody.
We have everybody now.
Oh, we do?
Perfect.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Almost done.
Cool.
Yep, just last minute OBS shenanigans as it happens.
It's always fun.
Yep.
Oh, Freeze Player 8 had a question. How long does it take before your store order gets processed and sent out on our e-store? I'm just gonna address that really quickly. Usually on the weekdays, it's same day, basically.
Yeah.
Within the day, if anything, and then you'll get it. You'll get a notification as soon as possible in your email
Yeah.
as well.
And if you're ordering within the United States, because our e-store is United States only, typically the shipping is incredibly fast. Like if you're in the West Coast, it'll probably be 1 or 2 day shipping. If you're in the East Coast, probably 2 to 4 day shipping. Can't guarantee that, but we do get really fast shipping on our stuff for the e-store. So if you're worried about like, oh, I need to buy on Amazon to get the fastest shipping, 2-day shipping is just about everywhere now. You can't guarantee it everywhere, but we can guarantee quite fast shipping.
All right. I think we are ready here. Let's start with the introductions and get this first panel on the road. So, who wants to go first? You guys start speaking, and I'll just cue you guys in.
All right.
Coaches
Hello.
go first. There we go.
Yeah. Hi. I can't tell when things are being swapped. Oh, there. Now I can see. Hi, my name is Zinigami. I am a full-time Twitch streamer, and I'm going to be one of your coaches for Stream Coach Academy. We've got 4 of us on the team here, and we're going to be talking to you a lot of things. First, we're going to go over just the worst advice that we've ever given as coaches. Basically, we're going to talk about things that we used to say and no longer say for whatever reason. Maybe we were misguided, maybe we were wrong, or maybe the industry has changed. One of these things has happened, and for whatever reason, we no longer give that advice. But I play a lot of anime games, and now I'm here trying to bring some knowledge about content creation and streaming to you. And I'm going to toss it over to Ashley Christ. Ashley Christ, who are you?
Nobody. I'm your worst nightmare, Zini. Yeah, so my name is Ashni. Man, I have like a whole long story that I can get into, but I'm gonna give y'all kind of the Cliff Notes version of it today, I think. So I started on Twitch in 2013, was really bad at it, and discouraged because I couldn't figure out how to grow my viewership. I felt like other people are starting after me and going so much further. Felt like there was something wrong with me. If only I was funnier or more attractive or more interesting, then finally I would be able to grow my community like I wanted to so desperately. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do that and brought those concerns up to someone who said that a lot of people would make it on Twitch, but it was never going to be me. And that was the birth of me becoming a person who succeeded out of spite and pettiness. And so I was like, you know what? Ha ha ha, I'll show you. I started learning about marketing and audience development and branding and all of these aspects that now are so important in the streaming and content creation space that nobody was talking about back whenever I was a new or small streamer. Went on to build an educational brand, one of the first in the streaming space. Built a YouTube channel, came back to Twitch in May of 2018, hit 100 subscribers in 4 days, 1,000 subscribers in 4 months and ended up getting partnered on Twitch in just 2 months, which was super awesome. Then people started requesting my time. I started doing one-on-one coaching, wrote an ebook, which was later on featured in Ninja's book called Get Good, which is his like guide to gaming and streaming. And of course have gone on to work with this awesome group of people inside of my company, Stream Coach. So we've got an incredible group of staff, including coaches and prefects, and an entire like family feeling from our student community. And I'm just so honored and privileged to be part of the experience. They teach me how to be a better creator and founder, and I don't like, this word is kind of weird to me, but like boss every single day. And it's been, I think, my biggest honor in my entire career to build this program and this community with everyone that is in the call today, and then also our staff who are not with us today. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Ashley. Why don't we throw it over to Adam Bomb next, because her name begins with an A and British begins with a B.
Yay, decisions. Hey everybody, my name's Adam Bombati. I'm actually a prefect for Stream Coach Academy. Well, British and I are. And prefects, we're basically former graduates. We basically act as like teachers' assistants for the coaches and all that stuff, moderators in the Twitch channels, the Discord and all that. But as far as my story, I entered Stream Coach, I think in their second run, like one of the beta runs. And I primarily focus on VR and helping people learn how to be able to record and live stream VR, because there's a lot of technical things that can go wrong in that sense. And when I started, I had to Frankenstein a bunch of videos together to figure out what the heck I was doing. But yeah, my experience with before Stream Coach, I was like, well, I like a little bit of this. I want to do fitness. I want to do cosplay, but I also like gaming. I was kind of twisting in the wind. I just wanted to do too much of everything and nothing was working because of it. So it really helped me be able to narrow down my focus. And since then, since completing the program and becoming a prefect, I've actually become community manager for Live, which is a VR capture software. And I've had other really great opportunities because of it.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. And our last but not least is the lovely, lovely British Brat. Hi, British.
Hi, Zine. Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is British Brat. I am also one of the prefects for Stream Coach Academy. I've been a content creator for about 3 years. Again, with Adam, I went through Stream Coach Academy back through their second run, and have since gone on to become a prefect, which means that we just help out and help educate others. I'm an indie variety streamer myself. I love to focus on games that people have never heard on before. It's all about discoverability, helping people find things and see things that they've never heard of, and that's what my passion is in. And since joining Stream Coach Academy and going through the program, I've had a lot of opportunities working with small game developer companies and being involved in things like DreamHack, also becoming a community manager and social media manager for Stream Coach Academy, being partnered with companies. So I've had a lot of great opportunities since then, and it's just helping other creators find and their passion and learn how to better present themselves as a business has become something of a passion of mine as well. So yeah, just super excited to be here.
Well, thank you so.
I was saying we're super excited to have all of you on. So many people in the streaming space, they talk about how much they want to make it a business, make it their primary source of income, with whether that's streaming, YouTube, TikTok, any type of content creation. But so many people, they just wait to be discovered, which that might have worked in 2010, but that is absolutely not the case now. So I am so excited to have you guys on. To help the next wave of professional creators maximize their capabilities and be the best creators that they can be. So thank you guys all for coming on.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks
thank you
for
for having
having
us.
Thanks for having us. Yeah.
We're super excited to hang out with your community and just get to know everybody and, hopefully help as many people as we can with the things that we talk about today.
Well, super excited. So you guys mentioned that your first panel was going to be on the worst advice you've ever given. So I don't know the whole structure for this. So first, I just want to know, what is the worst advice that you've ever given someone?
Yeah. So let me lay out what you're about to be witness to here for a bit. Each one of us, we have prepared a few things that we used to say in the past, and we're gonna go take turns and just basically tell you about things we used to do and why we no longer do them. And I guess I can just start out right now.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So one of the things that I used to say is that TikTok is not for me. I used to be adamantly against TikTok. I was talking about this even just a year ago, whenever we first started doing Stream Coach Academy. That means I know that I gave this piece of advice to Adam and British when they went through the courses themselves. That I don't understand TikTok. It didn't feel like it was right for my brand, and as a platform, I didn't understand how it fit into my content creation space. And so I wrote off TikTok as something that just isn't going to help me and what my brand is. But especially within the last year, I feel like during 2020, especially, a lot of people have really grown to accept TikTok as not just another form of Chinese spyware, but as a good way for people to build their brands and try to discover new brands. And I have now found I've recently had a few TikToks that have been doing really, really well for me. So I'm really it sparked this new type of energy in me again to be on this platform to try out something new again. And the coolest thing about TikTok and why I give people the advice to try TikTok out so much is because the content that you make on TikTok is so fast. I mean, it's fast to consume and it's fast to make, which also means that as a creator, you have a lot of opportunities to pivot very quickly. So you can try out your hand a lot of different things. If you have a hard time trying to figure out what your niche is, if you have a hard time trying to figure out what value you're trying to deliver to your audience, maybe making a lot of content on TikTok will eventually help you discover what it is that you want to do and what people are looking for out of you. Another thing I used to say, it's once again platform related, that Instagram is a great place for you to put your photos, but is also just not that important to most content creators. And this is something that I no longer say because Instagram themselves don't want to be a platform for photos anymore.
Mhm.
Instagram CEO came out and said, we want to be a video platform. They want to be TikTok too. They want to be Facebook's TikTok Instagram thing. And Instagram Reels is where it's really at. The main Instagram posting photos to your page, I still don't think is the right brand for most content creators. And I see people using Instagram wrong all the time, where they just have selfies on their page and there's nothing that is helping reinforce or build the brand that they're developing as
Mhm.
content creators. But Instagram Reels, where you can just take your TikToks that you're making, the ones I used to tell you not to make, but take those TikToks and post them to Instagram again and give them that second lease at life. Give them another chance to be successful. And that is so, so powerful. Basically, reusing your content on another platform and hoping that it manages to catch the algorithms over there. Maybe it'll take off.
Yeah, it is so important to be on multiple platforms. And while no one necessarily needs to be on every platform, like if you don't want to do anything on Instagram, then I won't. It's like, if it's just not for you, then maybe it's not. But however, like when you like actually take the time to learn how to use these platforms, learn that like, oh, TikTok, it's basically I can test out ideas, see what works, and then turn that into like a longer thing on my stream or my YouTube or whatever. Things like that. It's so valuable. And also the fact that, like, let's say you stream for an hour, you turn it into like a 5 to 10 minute YouTube video, and then you also make like 2 to 4 TikToks from like highlight moments, then like that one piece of content turns into like 7 pieces of content. So it's a great way to like make more out of less without actually sacrificing quality. Of course, you can't make a TikTok that requires context from the stream or context from a video has to stand alone. But it's so important to understand the strengths of different platforms and how you can utilize them to your advantage. So that's a really great point on both Instagram and TikTok.
Yeah, absolutely. Reusing your content is also a big goal because we only have so much time in our lives to be making content. And a lot of us are working jobs themselves outside of content creation. So we want to make the little bits of content that you can make as effective as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I love that so much. Zine, before you go through your
Mhm.
other two, I'm kind of curious what like either Adam or British, maybe they can share one of theirs as well.
Oh God, it's always so embarrassing.
Put you on the
That sounds like
spot.
you
Let's
have
do
many
this.
of them. Like,
Things.
which one do you want to hear?
I guess I can go first because this is something that still kind of haunts me to today, and that's the whole small streamer hashtags, Twitter groups, Facebook groups. I think when you first start out, you're like, any attention, please, but I think so I did the whole thing where you follow the small streamer Twitters so that they'll retweet your going live tweets or whatever in hopes that somebody will notice me, hopefully. Um, but then eventually you realize like it doesn't really do anything because people don't really know what I'm about. And I'm also kind of shooting myself in the foot because yes, numbers wise, I might technically be a small streamer, but now, brands are realizing this, other people. If I'm marketing myself as a small streamer, what's going to make companies want to reach out to me? Because I'm just basically saying, because if you can kind of fake it until you make it, have that confidence that you are bigger than just a small streamer. Like again, technically, yes, with the numbers, you might be small streamers, but other people don't have to know that. Just have that confidence, have that persona, pretend like you've been doing it for a while, even if you haven't, because honestly, as long as you just keep working at it, you're going to keep making mistakes, which is perfect because you're going to learn from them and get better. But I would say that is I still have to go through eventually my Twitter and see if there's any like Klingon accounts left still that I followed in hopes that like he used to get
Oh,
so
I still have a
excited that you
bunch. I go
retweeted
through
me.
and I'm like, I'm still following that. Oh my god.
Hope no one noticed that unfollow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
As someone who works for the companies that select streamers and creators to work with, it is like a red flag when someone labels themselves as a small streamer, because if you label yourself as a small streamer and define yourself as being small, the companies want to see people who they can grow with, who they like by working with them. It's a mutual benefit to everyone. Like there might be someone with like 100,000 subs who might be a bad fit for a company, or like they're not like growing anymore, or like they're kind of a dying channel, versus someone with like 1,000 followers who is like so passionate about what they do, has an engaged community, and has amazing future prospects. But if that person if the 1,000 subscriber person defines himself as a small streamer, I'm not going to be interested in them. But if they just highlight what is great about their content, their community, and everything that they're building, then yeah, I would much rather work with the smaller creator who has a much more dedicated community, much more passion in what they do, and frankly probably makes better content than someone who just has bigger numbers. So it is such an important thing to not limit yourself by defining yourself as a small streamer. Like, yes, you can recognize your numbers aren't as big as other people's, but at the end of the day, your numbers are your numbers, and your content is your content. Is your content is your content. Numbers are a reflection of your content, but they are not your content. They are not your quality as a creator. And I'm far more interested in somebody's quality as a creator, and seeing the growth potential in that.
That's such a good point, Andy. One of the things that like breaks my heart is seeing outreach emails from streamers or other content creators where they completely undersell themselves, and they almost come across as if like they have zero confidence or zero belief in their content and in the space that they provide for people. And seeing that oh, I'm so small, but hopefully, maybe ooh, like kind of kind of messaging is I feel like people need to yeah, right. People we need to appreciate, I think regardless of the size of content creator, we're all putting in an incredible amount of effort. And some people's effort might be put into, better places that ends up being more productive for them versus a smaller creator who can tend to err on the side of doing busy work that doesn't actually move the needle at all. But that doesn't mean that they aren't creating a space where people's lives are genuinely being changed, regardless if that's happening at a small level of just a couple of people or at a huge scale. There's so much value in not only the space that you provide, the Discord server, right? The community experience during the stream, but also in the content that you provide. And as someone who has like helped out companies as well and done a lot of like partnerships and recruitment kind of work, there are absolutely so many people out there that I would prefer to work with because their production is great, or their ability to like communicate a message in a video is really strong, or they just create good content. We forget that there are actual jobs out there in organizations where their main role is to be creating content, whether it's CM work or just being a creator for a brand on the marketing team. And whenever you partner with a brand, you're essentially taking that responsibility of that work upon yourself. And that itself, without any of the numbers included, without having the community, with still being a smaller creator, you're still providing an incredible and valuable service for the companies that you work with. So stop underselling yourself, y'all. You are worth so much more than you realize. And people like to hear it. I was actually working with a company recently, and we were talking about like numbers and kind of negotiating pay structure and stuff. And I'm not going to use real numbers here, but I told them, I want between 2,000 to 3,000 a month for them, but I don't want you to think that I'm not worth 4,000, because I am.
Atta girl.
You always like, you know what? Show that belief, show that like confidence in what it is that you create. That is attractive.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. That is a
Hey.
really great point. Like so many people are just like, man, like my content's I guess kind of okay. I'd love to work with you and maybe I don't know, get a free
I'm
capture
all right,
card or
I
something.
guess.
Please, ooh. I would love a capture card, please.
Accurate.
But the thing is, like, I will be much more interested in working with a person who is like confident about themselves, about their content, and like especially if they're like throwing some bit of professionalism into it. Like if you have like a slide deck that has your metrics, even if you're not like making hundreds of viewers and like what you might think like, oh, these metrics aren't great, I don't know if I should include them. If you're owning it, if you're owning like your growth and your potential and your content and your community and really communicating that clearly to a company, that's going to be so attractive as like the person who picks partners to work with that person. Because like, okay, if this person is showing this level of professionalism and passion and confidence when they're small, who knows how great they'll be when they're 10 times the size.
Yes, exactly. Ooh, chills. They're there. Dang. Want my blankie.
And this is why I was so excited to have you guys on, because I love complaining about how I mean, not complaining
also
about
love
discussing. You like
passionately
discussing.
bad advice and how it can be improved.
It's so fun. British, what's yours?
So, I mean, kind of going off the same chain that we've been talking about, one piece of advice that I used to give people that I look back at now and I'm like, why did I ever do that? Was you don't need to network don't network as a content creator. Just like have fun, do your own thing, and like people will come to you, and like you'll get partnerships and stuff eventually just by growing naturally and all that. And it's something that I've come back and looked at and gone, it's such a, if you want to take streaming seriously or content creation seriously, you have to be reaching out to people and trying to get your name out there, get your brand out there, talk to the companies that you're interested in that can further you and your content, and how you can, tell them how your content can further them and their industry and what they're trying to do. You're not going to, opportunities can fall into your lap, but to operate off of this idea that everything's just going to kind of just happen it just means you're missing out on so many opportunities. So like we're talking about with like having like a slide deck ready to go, and even if you are a smaller creator, like that level of professionalism, being able to reach out to a company and say, hey, this is what you do, this is what I do, this is how I can help you and your business operate better, and how I can be a great partner for you or an affiliate for you or whatever the case is. Like that professionalism goes a long way, and it doesn't matter about your size necessarily, because like Andy was saying, like companies, from my experience, they really appreciate that candidness, that professionalism, that, hey, this person, they're driven, they're showing like they want to do something, they're showing that they want to be a part of this. And they're not just showing that; they're telling us how they can help us as as a company. And that I think that's huge. I mean, most of the opportunities that I've had, like working with game developers on small games and getting early access to games or game keys and things like that, that's all been because I took the time to reach out to the company and say, hey, I'm an indie variety content creator. Like, I stream indie games, I showcase indie games. Here's my portfolio. These are the games that I've played. I would love to showcase this game to my community because they love these kinds of things. I think it could be really good for you. And 9 times out of 10, a company will get back to me, even larger ones, and be like, yeah, sure. Like, let's get you a key. Let's get you some keys for your community. Like, we'd love to have you showcase this. And like, that's awesome. And that helps boost my brand, because then I can say, hey, I'm the guy who gets key. I've worked with these companies before, and it boosts the brand of the company as well. So a lot of creators have this kind of negative connotation that networking is this like business, gross, like slimy thing. Oh, that's
Follow
for
for
LinkedIn.
follow.
Yeah, follow for follow. And it's like, that's not, you have to shake some hands, you have to reach out, you have to get yourself known. And that's not just going to happen by you existing in the space. You have to take the time to actually reach out there and talk to people. I mean, I wouldn't be working for Stream Coach Academy if I hadn't reached out to somebody and put my foot out there and said, hey, like, I want to do this. Like, this is how I can help you. And that's been an amazing opportunity for me. So you have to take that step.
That's something that I struggled with a lot too, because, it's like, oh, I would really love to work with XYZ company, but then even like drafting that message or that email, and then you start getting that, the doubts on like, is it even going to matter? Like, that's when all the numbers start coming and you're like, am I worth it to them? But, you just have to push through. And I think one of the best pieces of advice that I've heard about being unafraid to reach out to other companies, game developers, whatnot, is like, okay, reach out, obviously let them know what value you can provide for them, versus, hey, can I have free webcam, I'm a small streamer, yay.
Yes,
Just like,
that-
no,
that-
Yes.
I'm going
No.
to do a video, it's going to be covering about this, I'll also use it on my streams. Like, how are you going to what value are you going to provide to the company? But on top of that, worst case, even if they say no, but sometimes realistically you might just not even get a response back, you'll still be in the same place you were before you reached out. You're not going to be in a
Exactly.
negative place. So, it's worth reaching out just to see what can happen. Sometimes I'm also shocked. I'm like, man, let's just see what I can get away with today.
Accurate.
But on that note of like, you don't sow what you don't reap. You don't reap what you don't sow. If you don't get what you don't ask for. And also on that note of being confident about yourself, your content, your numbers, etc. At what point is confidence too much confidence, or at what point is the confidence unwarranted? Because on the flip side of like, I really appreciate when people reach out asking to like be partner and they actually express value and like sort of say like what they could do for the company or things like that. But I have many more times the amount of people who are just like, sponsor me, give me money, give me webcam, and then like I check out their channel and they have like 2 followers, 0 average concurrent viewers. It's just like, I want to work with companies, and that's just like that will make me a legitimate streamer. So at what point is like, should you not be confident about that? Because if your content has little to no value, then it's hard to try to pitch that to a company,
Yeah, when's the right time to start pitching?
Answer for you to have, because you have a giant ego.
She's not wrong.
Yeah, right. When's the right time for you to start pitching? When's the right time for you to start selling yourself? I'll say it's not too early, even when you're first starting off. But you have to make sure that you know what you're asking for and what you're giving them. And the best way to do that is make a marketing deck. A marketing deck, that's an entire conversation, but really short. It's a 1-page or a PDF that says everything about who you are and what you're able to offer and what you're going to get back. And especially whenever you're reaching out to these partnerships, one of the best things you can do is show how it is that you've worked with companies in the past and how you'd like to work with this company. Hey, AVerMedia, I would really love to work with you guys. You guys send me a webcam. It would look, you send me a microphone. It will look like this. This is how I'm going to use my microphones on stream. If you send me a headset, this is what I'll use. Well, if you give me box materials, well, maybe I have places in the back of my stream where I could have boxes to show off. Logos, where would I be using a logo? If it's an on-stream logo, where would I put that? If it's in my panels, how would that look? If it's a stinger that I run, a commercial that I run, how would that work? If there's a bot command, how would that work? And basically, you're showing these companies exactly how it is that you two can work together. And this is going to help out immensely, especially with companies that don't have established partnership programs. There, you'd be surprised how many companies want to work with influencers, but they don't know how. And their marketing guy is someone who's used to running like, oh, I know how to run an ad in a newspaper, but I've never worked with a YouTuber before. So how are we going to work together? When you spell it out to them like that, you've done so much of their job that maybe they were like, you know what? This person knows exactly how they're selling themselves, right? They know how this industry works. They know how we can work together. That already is so impressive. Maybe I will want to work with them more.
Yeah.
And definitely like, hey, I started streaming last week and I would love to have a webcam so I can look better on stream, because at that point you are not offering anything. What you want is for someone to improve your stream for you, but you're not offering anything back, right? You need to give them information about your demographics. You need to give your information about your audience. Who even is your audience? I got an email from a makeup company asking if I'd like to try out their products. Now, I don't mean to spoil anything, but since my audience is mostly men talking about anime and hentai, my audience is mostly males. That's like 90% of my audience. What a surprise. So I said, yes, please send me product.
Of course.
I have it in my kitchen right now.
They sent it.
They
Oh my
sent me
God.
product. I literally thought it was a
What?
scam, because I like, you get so many scam
my
emails right now,
God.
but like, hey, give us your address and I'll send you stuff. I'm like, okay, you know what? Here, have my PO box where you can send my business stuff. I'm like, if you want to try to glean any personal information off of that, do what you will. But they actually sent me stuff, so now I have to figure out how I can
Do a makeup
actually
stream.
You can
How
do
are
makeup
you
stream.
gonna
It's
get
Halloween.
video
guys that
for
love
that, right?
hentai?
Like, I don't know how I'm gonna sell that to my audience. On the other hand,
Oh,
I
man.
also have product that I am behind on making a video for because I'm a bad boy. But I have several body pillows, anime body pillows over here that I have to make a video on as well. And that may be a lot more on brand for me and my anime stuff.
Just put the
So
makeup on the body
Maybe
pillows.
more than
I
like
Put the makeup on the
absolutely more
pillows.
it's a
on
little
brand.
bit more on brand.
But
So like, know who you're asking stuff from and know what you're offering. And if you have done stuff in the past, this is where to show it off, right? This is where you show what you're capable of. Hey, I have done an unboxing before. This is what it looked like. I didn't just do it on stream. I made an entire YouTube video. I made an entire review video over this on YouTube. Here's what I did for this other company on TikTok. If you haven't worked with a company before, maybe pretend. You know, I bought a new webcam and this is me unboxing a webcam. Well, now if I want to send you a webcam, I know exactly how you're going to do that. Right?
exactly.
You had to buy a webcam for yourself. Show that off. How did that
do the
work?
job before you have it. Like, you don't need to you receive something for free to review it. You don't need to receive something for free to unbox, talk about it, share your thoughts, and make that portfolio for how you can do it on a paid or partnered basis. And circling back to earlier points that you made, it is so important, like when you're reaching out to people you want to work with, that you can clearly, concisely, and persuasively express the value you bring to that organization, as well as why you are a good fit. Because, for example, if for AVerMedia, if let's say not just to go back to the makeup example of someone who was like a makeup streamer or did like stuff like that, reached out to us, they could be a good fit, like, because you could use webcams, makeup, etc. But like, they might not be as good of a fit as someone who's like, hey, I have a use case for every single product line that you have. I will advertise them in this way and that way and the other way. Things like that. Like, if you can express like a use case for every product that a company offers, or specific products that a company offers, that's far more valuable than just sort of vaguely saying that you'd like to partner with someone. Because companies, you don't know what products they're going to really want to promote up in an upcoming basis. Like, for example, if we are in the midst of like heavily promoting like our entry level stuff at AVerMedia. So if someone was like, oh, I have a great use case for the Live Gamer Portable 2 Plus. That'll be like perfect. You're the exact person we want to work with right now. So you never know what companies might be specifically promoting. So if you have use cases for those products and you can explain how you would promote it, how you would add value, and why you are the right fit for it, then that is so valuable. Because on top of just I am a valuable creator, I make valuable content, it's also, as you've been saying, are you a fit for the companies that you want to work with, and are the companies a fit for you? It's always both ways.
Ooh, I love that. Like, are the companies a fit for you point? Because I feel like, especially with small creators, there's so much imposter syndrome and like fear of reaching out and feeling like you really have to sell yourself, when really negotiations go better and you have more leverage inside of a negotiation if you approach it from the perspective of, is this space right for me? Not am I right for them? Is this right for me? And I'm trying to figure out if this is a fit based on the questions that I'm asking and the information that I give them. Like,
Mhm.
the job is trying to hire me, not I'm trying to hire, this job or this
Mhm.
company or whatever.
Flip it
So
Because
around.
when it
I
comes
love
to
that.
people who do like partnerships, influencer management, whatever, I hate the word influencer, but it has utility. But when it comes to people like selecting people for partnerships or sponsorships, like it is basically a mini hiring process, because you are basically hiring that creator either like to get free products, to talk about your products, to work with the company on a regular basis, to get paid by the company. So it actually, like, it is not just a case of like, am I right for this company? It's, is this company right for me? Because you're pitching yourself and you're the one getting hired.
I love that so much that we actually like focus on that inside of SCA too. So something that I think people don't really know about coaching is not just, yeah, we want to coach students and we want to match the right student to a coach that they're excited by, but also that the coaches and our prefects are working with students that excite them. Because if that isn't a mutually beneficial and exciting relationship, then you're going to burn out. It's going to feel terrible, and you're not going to be excited about the meetings that you have with the students that have decided to work with you. So not only is it like we're trying to get students to buy into us, but we're getting ourselves and our team to buy into the students too.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
that
have-
is
Both ways.
We have a lot
such
of
a good
examples
point.
of that. Like we have a coach that's a VTuber. And I know like my skill set isn't great for educating a VTuber. I can help them out with some things, but the specifics of their case, like use case and what they're doing with their content, I would probably struggle to give them that education. So we have a coach that is a educated VTuber. She's been making that content for years, knows what she's doing with it. Like that's a great example of, she would be excited to work with a VTuber student, whereas I would be excited to work with a different. While we're willing to work with everybody, it helps when it goes both ways, and that's the same with business relationships too.
Like when I was selecting the most recent round of partners, like everyone who applied was technically a good match for AVerMedia, but the people that I selected were people who AVerMedia would be a good match for them, because you generate the most value when it's a perfect match both ways. Like, as you said, like a VTuber student would be much more interesting to a VTuber coach, just like the VTuber coach would be interesting to the VTuber student. It goes both ways, and you have to remember that. Like, not only are you expressing your value, the company also needs to have some amount of value for you.
Yeah.
Love it. That's so good. Should we move on to another
Yeah, Ashley,
worst
what's one of
advice we
yours?
used to give? Okay, let's see. Let me pick. I think this is probably my most hated one that I used to say, which was like, you have to be entertaining, right? And I think this one still is very prevalent in the industry because people view entertainment value as like the prime real estate. If you can make people laugh, if you can make them forget the hard stuff that they dealt with in their day, then they're going to stay in your stream longer because it's funny, because it's entertaining. And I feel like this is true. I will never say entertainment value is not valuable, because that's just a straight up lie. I love, shit posting, and I love like laughing at funny streamers and funny content, but it is not the only type of value that you can create as a streamer. And someone that communicates that, I feel like, doesn't quite have the depth of information necessary in order to give themselves a complete picture of how they can actually give value in their content itself. So there are a lot of other ways to do this. Something that we do a lot is like educational value. We have a stream where we go live and we'll talk about, whether it's VTubing or social media, or Zinigami actually has a weekly show every Tuesday at noon Central Time where he does channel reviews, and he's just constantly in there teaching people and helping them level up their content. That type of value is, I mean, before we started Stream Coach, it didn't really exist a ton in the industry, and there was a huge shift after that to where lots of creators started making educational content. So it doesn't have to be about streaming, though. I feel like people hear I can be an educator and they're like, oh, I'm going to teach other streamers. That's not the only education that exists and is relevant for the streaming industry. You can educate about literally anything that is out there, whether that's teaching people how to be a better gamer, teaching people how to get a job in the industry, teaching people how to develop games, or how to be a community manager, or teaching people how to be advocates, and teaching people all of the things that marginalized creators have to deal with. There's lots of different ways to educate. And even education and entertainment aren't the only two types of value that you can add. We talk about a lot, but there's you can give access to information. This is something that like Devin Nash does really well because of his connections that he has with the top creators in the industry. He's able to bring on like the Pokemanes and the XQC and like all these other crazy creators and talk to them and give their perspective publicly in a way that they don't really give on their own streams and their own content. That's a style of value that you can go for. There's news-based stuff, which has been popping off pretty hard lately. Twitch just last week like dropped 12,000 things happened in that world. There's a lot of different ways though that you can make content that is compelling and interesting to people. It doesn't have to just be entertainment. There's a way to make all styles of content entertaining, but if you feel like you're not funny or you're not interesting or you're not traditionally entertaining, it does not mean that you as a creator are like SOL and there's no saving you. There's plenty of other things that you can do. You just might be an educator at heart or something else at heart.
I really, really, really love that point. Like, entertainment is only one way to add value. I like to think of it as not is my content entertaining, is my content useful? Because that if it's useful for somebody, the utility might be being entertaining. For somebody, the utility might be education or inspiration or access, like you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So rather than trying to think, oh, I need to be entertaining, think of it more so like my content needs to be useful for someone, but you need to know who it should be useful for before you even start making it, or at least have an idea of that in your mind.
What I really go for is how can you be engaging? It doesn't matter what sort of what thing you're doing. You have to keep people engaged somehow. And what does that mean? Does that mean entertaining? Does that mean funny? Does that mean making it a conversation? Does that mean having educational material about whatever? Does that mean educational material about a game, about a space, about physical or mental health, whatever it is? The focus here is how am I engaging my audience and how am I making sure that they understand how I am trying to get that idea across. Because not only is it important that you understand how you're selling yourself, but if your audience doesn't understand what you're about, then you failed. They need to understand how they can describe you. And that's a super important question. I ask people all the time. It's like, so who are you and what is your content about? And if they can't describe themselves, like, well, what about one of your viewers? How would they describe you?
So good.
That doesn't happen, well, then we need to work on that.
Because you can go all day saying like, oh, my content is this and that and the other thing, but if the viewers don't get that from watching you, then you're not actually like that.
Or if it's like, we called out our students last night during our
bad.
first meeting in this current run. So I like using this because it's so prevalent and it's just everywhere. And it's, anyways, I'm a either variety streamer, I'm a single game streamer, and I'm creating a space where anyone can come and hang out, and we're just here to have fun. You know, that kind of like generic, I'm saying something, but I'm not really saying anything type of streamer. It's so important not just to know how to communicate out to your community who you are and what you do, but also to have that in a way that is differentiated from the average, showing that you put a little more thought and effort into what it is that you're creating is like you'll pop it up into the top, 90% of streamers just with that one piece of additional effort. Because most people either don't do that work because they just don't want to, or they don't know that they're supposed to do that work, in which case, there's so many educators out there that are saying like, hey, let's teach people so that they know to do this.
Yeah, and it takes so much less time to do that work. Like you're on like a maybe monthly or yearly basis, just like checking in, seeing how your content is going, and like really, really setting who you are, making that distinctly clear in how you communicate yourself and through your content. And it's people think like, oh, I can't spend like an extra like 6 hours like defining who I am and making sure like I have a consistent brand, consistent voice, and that people can unquestionably know that that is my brand, voice, and message. But it's like 6 to even 20 hours like a year working on that exact thing will save you so much time of like wondering why you're not growing when you don't make a clear voice, clear message. Some of the most successful streams, it might be a 2-hour stream, but it might have had like 3 to 5 hours of prep for that stream. So some of the most impactful stuff is the things you do when you're not live, when you're not posting.
Yes.
Yeah,
Love
I think
that.
self-evaluation and self-awareness are things that are imperative as a content creator in general. Just being able to look at yourself and say, what is it I need to work on? What is it I need to change? Reviewing your VODs or reviewing your videos and being able to take a step back and actually look at it. I hear a lot of streamers like, oh, I hate to look at my VODs because I hate the sound of my own voice and things like that. And it's important. You need to know, what are you doing? It could just be simple stuff like, how does your microphone sound? What is your camera placement? But it could be more, in-depth things. You need to engage with yourself and look at your content and say, what is it I can change? Is my editing style need to be updated? Does my consistency need to be changed? And if you can't evaluate yourself, you're not going to be able to make those changes because you're not going to know that they need to be changed. And that's huge as a creator.
Evaluation is not personal, right? It's strategic. It's, you look at it and you should attempt to have like an unbiased perspective of your space. And you try to approach it as if you're somebody else who's watching your stuff, and don't internalize, because I think whenever you first start to do this, there's a lot of those like nasty negative feelings that come up where you're like, oh my God, I'm so stupid, or I look bad, or what's wrong with my face, or any of those like millions of things that we can say and our inner critics will say about ourselves. Like, punch that stuff down, or like compartmentalize it, put it into a box, maybe like deal with it in therapy later on. Because right now we're trying to figure out strategically, okay, what can I do to attract people to my content here? Or what can I do to improve this little moment that we had that was kind of weird and came off like not great?
It's funny that you mentioned the like self-evaluation stuff, because advice that I used to give, and I think I still see, is the, make sure you never look at your viewer count ever. So I mean, I guess I can understand if while you're live, and if it can actually affect your mood, if you do see that, then fine. But you can't just ignore it forever. Go back on your VOD, look at there's graphs that show, exact spikes of when, your viewer count peaked or when it went down, because sometimes that information can be really, really valuable. Like, did you bring up a subject that suddenly people were like, oh no, and then your viewer count dropped? Or did you do something super cool that people were like, suddenly just building up and building up? So, to just never look at your your viewer count ever. It's kind of, I don't know. You need to know the numbers.
On to piggyback on those points, I am a proponent of like, don't mindlessly look at your metrics, because if you just mindlessly look at it, it's gonna kill your mood unless you're just like totally popping off. So I think rather than like, oh, yeah, it might be a good idea for some people to like not look at your view count, turn off your view count, turn off all your metrics at most times, but you should set aside like 30 minutes to an hour, like if maybe every week, every 2 weeks, to go through your metrics with an intention to like just see, okay, what can I do to improve? What has been going great that I should double down on, and look at look at your content with intention without mindlessly doing so, because it's so easy to like when you're mindlessly looking at your metrics and you have like your YouTube creator studio open on a tab all day every day, or your Twitch dashboard open on a tab all day every day, to just like see those metrics and get depressed if they're not where you want them to be. So use your metrics, don't let them use you.
Ooh,
That's it.
mic
I like
drop.
that. Yeah. That's
Ooh,
good.
Put that on a
my
quote.
Yeah,
God.
put that
I'm
on a
really good
shirt
at
and
those
sell
bumper
it.
stickers.
There we go.
So I
Love
think
it.
it's about setting boundaries with yourself about like having access to them, because they are important tools, but for many people they just kill your mood, kill your motivation, etc. So know yourself. If your metrics are detrimental to your happiness, your mood, etc., don't look at them all the time. Like there are web extensions to literally obliterate the ability to see metrics, and you can turn on that extension for most of the day, most of the week, and then turn it off when you actually want to look at your analytics.
This is so like fulfilling for me to hear that like y'all get it, you know? AVerMedia gets it. And
You know
we've
those
come
creator tips
so
we post
far.
every weekend? I
Yeah.
write pretty much all of them.
That's awesome. We've come so far since I started in this industry, and people were not aware of any of this stuff. So to hear it like so, I don't know, to hear so many people now who give incredible, worthwhile information and are like sharing that, rising tide raises all the ships, right?
Mhm.
That's awesome to see.
Hashtag follow for follow.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Fired.
Hashtag support
Hashtag follow your
streamers.
passion.
There we
I
go.
saw
Hashtag go all in.
a said follow for follow. It was who had the follow for follow bit on their advice. they used to give.
I did as advice I used to give. Yeah. Back in the day, I used to. Follow for follow is fine. It's all about growing numbers.
Yeah, follow for
Because you
follow,
get that
but then unfollow
+1.
everyone who follows you.
Yeah, exactly. So that way, my ratio is better. That's how Twitter used to be like that all the time. It was like follow for follow, and then you see
Dude.
people's counts just like do this, like it goes up evenly, and then just drops, and then everybody would drop you off, and then nobody's following anybody. And it's just like, okay, that did
Oh
nothing.
my god, it gets scary too, because I used to be before I decided to get into VR, I was following like cosplayers and fitness people, but eventually it kind of, you're like, you see all these really fit people on your feed and you're like, you know what, maybe this is bad for my mental health. So I unfollow some, but then I'll get like a DM that's like, oh, unfollow for unfollow. And I'm like, wow, you actually go through and see who unfollows
people used to
you
have
just so
bots.
you can, that's crazy.
There's
Used to
still,
have, like-
people still have those bots where like they
Yeah.
track whoever unfollows them at any given time, and I'm just like,
just shoots you a DM like, hey, why did
Yeah.
you unfollow me? And you're like,
To have the
okay.
audacity to like DM
This
you
is
and be like,
why.
oh, I noticed
just-
you've unfollowed me, so now I'm unfollowing you, so take that.
like, do I really take up that much space in your brain?
There's also the
for
bots that just
real.
like go around and follow people, and just like they're gonna mass follow a whole bunch of people and then mass unfollow them all. Just how you get the little notification, it's like blank person followed you.
Mhm. So, just circling back to all the great advice that we've been talking about and shooting down all the bad advice. How does someone actually go about like implementing this? Because so many people like know the best practices, know what to do, know like, okay, I need to add value, make a pitch deck, be really methodical about checking my analytics, and maybe avoid them when I don't want to see them. For many people, the hardest thing is execution. So how does someone actually consistently execute on these things?
This is such a good question. I love this so much because you're completely right. A huge problem inside of this industry is the execution side of it. A lot of people understand that the like quote unquote common advice now has gotten a lot better, and you can even hear some people who have not been in the industry for very long giving really great information because they've been a student of it for a while. And that's incredible. But how do we take that information and how do we drill it down and figure out how it applies to our specific situation? So I think partially this goes back to self-awareness. being able to pick out the things that people say, understand if they apply to your specific situation, and then apply them. Not everything is going to be successful no matter who you are. Not everything is going to be obviously successful right away. So you have to give strategies a specific amount of time to develop, but you can run it like a marketing team of any, I mean, games company out there, which is, let's plan out some key performance indicators, some KPIs of what we want to see from this trial. Then let's try it for a few weeks. And then let's, either have a meeting or let's just talk about or think about what happened and whether we hit those goals or not. If we didn't hit them, why not? How can we improve it for the next time? However, because I did say this is something that like traditionally marketing teams will do, we also have to acknowledge that there's a huge difference in skill whenever someone is like working on a team within a games company versus someone who is a small streamer, super new to the space and trying to figure out how to do this for themselves on their own and play as if they're a marketer inside of a larger company that has been doing this for much longer. So I think a large part of this as well is it's just professional development. You're going to be bad at learning these things at first. You're going to be bad at figuring out what is actually able to be implemented by you. But eventually, as you grow this skill, as you do it over and over and over again, you will get better at it. But if you do it once or twice and you're like, oh, I was terrible at this, it didn't work for me. Well, obviously, you haven't done it a ton. So try it. And if you are someone who maybe you don't have a ton of self-awareness, or if you want to be guided, if you want like a bit more of a proactive touch by someone else who has done this so that you can fast forward your career and not have to do it solely by yourself, there are plenty of educators who want to help you. There's, maybe you utilize Stream Coach and the team that we've built up here. Maybe we're not your vibe though. And there's plenty of other people out there who want to support you with this as well. So looking for either a coach or some kind of mentor to help you sort through this early on in your career, let me tell you, it can be astronomically helpful in terms of fast forwarding your professional development so you're a more successful creator.
Do the job before you have it.
Yes.
Like, you're not going to become a pro creator unless you're professional about how you create before you can make a pro level of money off of it.
Yes.
I mean, of course, there are exceptions. No rule when it comes to creativity is like hard and fast.
Yes.
But in most cases, if you aren't being professional, methodical, and treating it like the business that you're trying to build, it's not going to become the business that you want it to be.
Yes. There was something that you said earlier. It's, oh gosh, it's slipping my mind now, but it was essentially like, there are so many variables and there's nothing guaranteed to work for anybody except for probably that there are no guarantees, right? So figuring out how to like sort through all of those variables for yourself is an ongoing process. It's not something that you can expect to just show up and take a passive stance on. And hopefully, I mean, maybe growth will happen. You can definitely do that if you want to be like a hobbyist streamer, I guess, technically. Like there's absolutely, value to that. And there's nothing wrong with just pursuing this as something that you just enjoy doing with zero intention of having it as a career someday. And some people aren't very proactive about their professional growth and their stream growth in that way. But the people who are, whether it's a hobby or you do want this as a career, you can't be stationary about this. You want to be more proactive and take a chosen path and choose a direction for yourself to figure these things out with, at a pace that's comfortable for you. Some of us were like, yeah, I want to learn everything immediately. Me. But some of us do things in a mentally healthy way and take care of ourselves. And, that's probably the better path I can recommend.
Yeah, it's one of the important questions I ask someone whenever I do one-on-one coaching, especially. It's like, what are you looking for out of content creation? Are you ideally in a perfect world? What do you want? Do you want this to be a full-time, possibly one day? Do you have a career that you really care about and you want this to be a hobby that pays some money? Or do you like, you know what? I am a professional in whatever space I am. I love that job. This is always just going to be a hobby for me, and whatever happens for it happens. And then from that, I understand a lot more about you and understand what we should be focusing on. If you're not interested in making content creation or even streaming a full-time career, well, then maybe I don't need to help you build up your brand on multiple platforms. Maybe we don't have to work on reaching out to sponsors right now. We can focus on how can we make the quality of your content better? How can we make this a better experience for the few people you have? For example, somebody who wants to just have a good time with streams will have an amazing time, be an incredibly or possibly feel incredibly fulfilled if they have a community of 10 people who are very active in their chat. Imagine if you're at a party and you had 10 friends over every day and they were just hanging out playing games with you. That would be a part. That's a whole party, having 10 people over at your house. And if you had 10 people who are actively chatting with you all the time, well, maybe that's all you really need. And we can focus on how can we get to that place. But if we're also looking to build you up as a full-time content creator, 10 people, I mean, unless any one of them are a Siberian prince with a lot of money to throw your way, it's not going to be able to support you. So we need to focus on how can we build you up not only on Twitch but also on other platforms as well, because it doesn't matter you have 10 people, 20, 30 people on Twitch, something's going to happen and you're going to need another platform to back you up, and you're going to want to spread yourself out and build your brand up on multiple platforms. So where are your focuses?
I feel like that's
that's
so hard for a lot of people to define, because there are the, maybe certain streamers who are actually hobbyist streamers, but they're trying to go above and beyond. Like they hear about, like the ninjas and the other big streamers. So when they don't hit those numbers, it's so like detrimental to their mental health, when in reality maybe they just wanted to be, that hobbyist streamer. Like maybe they love their other job and they want to be able to keep both. But you know I guess unless you have a lot of money to be able to like hire editors, hire social media people, like you're not going to be able to do both. So I think it's really important to be able to differentiate. Are you a hobbyist streamer, or are you wanting to make this a full-time thing? Because otherwise, again, the hobbyists might be really disappointed in their numbers, but really, like, you should be happy. Like you've got 10 people that love you and want to hang out with you and play games all the time. That's totally fine, but you have to make that decision.
You have to like turn off the monkey brain, right? Like
Yeah.
our like very old I don't want to say like old style, but anyways, our very old archaic computers that are running up here constantly tell us like more, 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 more. And so we can feel very we can feel like we're not achieving up to these wild standards that we set for ourselves if we're not constantly progressing in all of the areas of our life. If we hit a plateau somewhere, whether it's in streaming or other things that we want to see growth from, we can get very, upset and kind of frustrated. And even then, if you're like, okay, all I have to do is hit this one goal, it's very easy to move the goalpost, because that's what the old computer hardware up here is determined to do. And so part of being a successful creator is learning how to tell yourself no and how to communicate and say no to other opportunities that are not going to get you where you want to go.
But how
'Cause
many
it's
times have we
Oh,
heard,
man.
if we're not growing, you're dying?
yes, right.
but
Jeez,
that
like
only really
extreme.
applies if like you're treating it like a business where your goal is growth.
Right.
Yeah.
Because like
This
it's
idea that you constantly have to grow is, so a lot of people would be like, oh, that's so capitalist, like, oh, it's so that I
it
don't
is.
it that's true, it is, but I also, it's kind of human nature. It's not just like capitalism like as a system works in that way with the nature of what we want. Our brain is always telling us more stuff, more money, more relationships, more, even whenever we hit a goal, we move the goalpost. And
Mhm.
so part of, like I said, part of this is just like shutting it off and understanding it's okay to have a goal of whether it's 10 viewers or if it's $10,000 a year or if it's, you know, something less than that. That's perfectly fine, and you should be totally confident and proud of whatever that goal is. That doesn't mean you aren't allowed to move the goalpost later on, because from one goalpost mover to, you know, some potential others out there, you're allowed to be ambitious, you're allowed to have goals, you're allowed to dream, you're allowed to go bigger and bigger and bigger over time. But you don't have to if that's not you. That's like all these cute girls that are making these YouTube videos right now that are like, I don't dream of labor. I'm like, good for fucking you, sis. Yes, we love it. Don't you dare. If it's not your thing, you don't have to. If you are someone who's really ambitious, though, good for you. Go out and get the bread. Everybody should be able to build a life that they want.
Oh God, it reminds me. It was so hard. I went through this weird cycle because of my, you know, streaming and YouTube experience. I eventually got the community manager job, which I loved because it was in a field that, you know, I was involved in. But then, ironically, because I was dedicating so much time to that, I was feeling like my own content, I just couldn't put in as much time. But it's like, no, but the reason I'm here is because of the content. But I'm not putting out as much content as I want. So it was this constant, like,
Vicious cycle.
weird, yeah. But so eventually, I had to be okay with like, all right, maybe now my personal content has to be more of the hobby. Because honestly, like, I had the community manager job, pays more, and I still love it. It's still in the field that I enjoy, but maybe, you know, not be so hard on myself with my YouTube numbers, Twitch numbers, because now it's kind of taken a back seat. So it was almost kind of
Man.
freeing, because then I could be like, you know what? I don't care about the numbers because I'm still getting paid in this other job that I love.
Isn't
I can
it
be more
interesting
casual now.
how we like categorize things into hobby or not hobby? Or like
Mhm.
we categorize things into this is supposed to pay me and this isn't. Or I'm allowed to be successful here and not here. Like I'm allowed to be ambitious here, but not. It's so that's so fascinating how we put things into little boxes and we think that like they have to fit a specific identity in order to be valuable instead of like, hey, I've got this really cool job right now. So I'm still, you know, as much as a content creator, but I'm going to be making content a little bit less frequently right now. However, my identity is still that of being a creator, right? Like, I find that so fascinating how so many of us like devalue or like, I guess, how we prioritize and position the work that we do based on the information and the time that we have to commit to it. Ah, that's so fascinating.
Alternatively, there's also the fun tax that exists in like all industries. Oh, is your job fun? Well, then you must be paid less for that. I look at any programmer who has a like real programming job and a programmer who works in the games industry. You might be working on the most boring part of the engine in the games industry, but because you're making a game, you're worth less. And if you're an artist, if you're a creative, whatever that is, you really got to value yourself and your time at the right place. My wife is an artist, and this is one of the hardest things for me to like still get into her brain and get into any of my clients who are artists themselves is your commission prices are probably too low. You're probably selling things at way too low prices. And you need to value yourself and your time as a creative. And then what's also really
Yes.
hard is they have their finished product and they're always going to think, well, I could have made it better and I want to spend more time to make this thing better. Well, there's a cutoff there. You know, if someone's paying you uh, $50 for this commission, well, then you kind of need to give them $50 worth of work, not to continue to try to improve that and make it your magnum opus of somebody's avatar on Twitch or somebody's emote. It's like, I want to make this most perfect emote ever. And there's always that like strive to perfection as a creative. Like, I need to make this amazing. Well, sometimes you just need to make it what it's worth and just be done with it. My advice I give to my wife all the time is like, treat this like you're doing homework in school, right? Like, you need to get an A on this and then move on to the other stuff that you have for your other classes. You have to just turn it in and get it done. and to just trying to value yourself as a creative, whether that's how much are you charging for a promotion on stream, how much are you charging for a piece of artwork, how much you're charging for music, whatever it is, you got to know your worth. And that is one of the hardest things for most creatives to struggle with.
Just triple it. Just if you think you're gonna charge $100 for something, just quote them 300 and see what happens.
Yeah.
I mean, let me tell you how to price yourself. Basically, set a base price for how much you think you're worth. Like, let's say I think that Zenigami am worth $25 an hour. I'm more than that, but I think I'm worth $25 an hour. Well, if I wanted to do this promotional stream for this game for 2 hours, well, that's $50 base. But I'm also going to have to add or subtract multipliers for my audience. Is my audience going to be vibing with this or not? A quick rule of thumb for, let's say, a let's play on a live stream is about one concurrent viewer is $1. So if you have 25 concurrent viewers, that's about $25 an hour. You have 100 concurrent viewers, that's about $100 an hour. If I'm making a YouTube video, right, we're not talking about concurrent viewers just anymore. $25 an hour to make a YouTube video. How long is it going to take for me to record? How long is it going to take for me to edit? How long is it going to take for me to make a thumbnail? How long is it going to take for me to put that stuff on Twitter, to put it on my other socials? If I make TikToks or anything else off of that, how long is all that going to take? I'm going to add that to my time. And then I'm also going to decide, do I even like this game or this company? And that's also a little multiplier. You know what? This is a game that I think is perfect for my audience. I think is perfect for me. I would want to play it no matter what. Maybe I'll be willing to get paid lower for that because I just wanted to play this game. I don't care if they pay me. I would have bought this game myself. Or, you know what, this game isn't at all for me, and I think that it's going to be a hard sell for my audience, and I think it's kind of boring. Well, I want to get paid more for that because it's not really something up my alley. There's a lot of factors that go into how you value yourself, and all these floating numbers is something that you really got to take into consideration whenever you pitch yourself to, hey, company, I want to get paid to play your game.
And then double it.
Triple it.
Yeah, triple it.
Yeah, because it's very interesting to see how there's some companies or the person that's in charge of that project, sometimes they really don't understand how much goes behind making content. Because for them, it's like, oh, you just have a camera, you put it there, and that's it. Like, why would you have to spend so much? But then, when you also try to educate them, if you know that person doesn't really know what goes behind content, and you educate that person and tell them, okay, so here's my rundown, and I'm telling you why, because I'm showing you how professional I am. So if you take into consideration the lens that I'm using, the camera that I'm using, the software, my time, like how long it takes to learn how to use this software to actually come up with this type of content, then this is my value. This is the price that I'm putting there because I know how much time I spend and how much that is worth. So always remember, try not to undersell yourself to those two companies just because they always want to get the cheapest thing. But then again, well, you pay for what you get. Like if you always go out there, they're always going to tell you, oh, but there's this other photographer, there's this other video person that can do it for like $100 less or $200 less. And that's when you have to know your value and say, you know what? Okay, if that's the thing that you're looking for, then you can go with them. Because you also have to choose your own clients as well, or your own brands, like you were Andy was mentioning. Like you have to choose the brands that really value your content for what you're doing, and then you also have to be picky with yourself. Like know when you want to work with this brand, and if they're trying to undercut you or something like that, then say, well, I guess you're not the type of client that I'm looking for.
People would poop their pants if they knew how much was in the budget of a lot of these like larger games and companies. It is ridiculous. It's to the point where there are content creators who are negotiating like multiple six-figure deals for not even their content, for like little side projects of things that they've created. And that does not include tons of content, tons of promotion. Like there is a lot of money that changes hands in this industry in a way that people would not expect. And the budgets that larger companies have usually is pretty accommodating, and people, even small creators, I think should be charging a lot more, because it's like I equate it to being an artist, just like I equate being an artist to being a coach. You're not just paying someone for this thing that they produce, you're paying for all of the years that it took for them to get the skills in order to produce that thing. So if I'm assigning like let's say somebody paid me $100 for a work that I'm creating, it's not $100 of my time. I don't have to sit in this conversation or dedicate $100 of hours of work to this thing. It's $100 worth of a specific result that I need to give them, whether it's a piece of art, a conversation about how they can improve their content, or if it's you're creating some kind of experience for a company.
Yeah, it's like, would you rather pay a mechanic who can identify a problem and fix your car in 20 minutes $100, or would you rather pay that same $100 to someone who would take 3 hours to do the same thing? You're paying for
Exactly.
experience.
Definitely.
You're paying for like like you'd rather have someone who can do your thing faster. So why are you paying more for like more hours?
Yeah.
I was at AutoZone yesterday because
Oh,
my
gosh.
my car is
Did
like,
you get premium air in your tires?
okay, listen.
Winter
Not
air.
yet, but they could
Yeah.
probably sell me on that. So my like battery went out, so I had to have my sister drive me to the AutoZone. And whenever I got there, to get battery, you also have to have all the ratchets to be able to install the thing, right?
It's-
And so the guy was getting me the ratchets, and he was trying to get me to buy this $47 case that had like 40 different ratchets in it. But I was trying to get him to sell me on this like $70 set of like 7 ratchets because I didn't want the 50 things. Like I realized in that moment I would pay more money for a simpler experience.
Wait,
That's,
now
like,
now I
what?
got a lot of questions. Why are you buying ratchets to remove your bed? Like, do you not have a wrench at home?
No, because I just moved here and
You
I
don't
don't have
have
a
a wrench.
toolbox.
You get
I don't
you
have
buy
a
like a
wrench.
$10
Look at
wrench,
me.
and that's all you need. What
Do
was
you
a
see how-
$70
This is now a
ratchet
car
set?
maintenance stream. So
It is now.
How to get ripped off an AutoZone panel.
I'm a mechanic
Yeah.
by trade. I don't need to talk about this on my off time.
I must have picked a really bad topic for the example then. But we've had some really great discussion right now on both just being a more professional streamer, being a more professional creator, being confident about your value and how to communicate with companies. But now let's flip to the other side of, as you grow as a streamer, how do you grow professionally? Like this, people don't realize that, like, oh, streaming is one side of my life, content creation is one side of my life, and then my professional work is the other side.
Yeah.
When in reality, the skills you gain in one, you can apply to the other, and it goes both ways. So I'll do a quick short tangent on how that's been important to me. Prior to getting my job at AVerMedia, I was
real
like just like
quick.
on and off making videos on YouTube and sometimes streaming, and
Andy-
I had developed the skills. Oh,
Andy,
sorry.
Andy,
yes.
hold on.
Can we do that for everyone, just so people have the context about how we took these skills and transitioned them into like professional careers? I think it would be good to not only do that for y'all, but also to see like Zini and Adam and British,
Yeah.
how they've taken this. Okay, anyways, sorry. Sorry
Oh,
to interrupt you.
of course. But basically, I had been an off and on content creator prior to getting my job at AVerMedia, and one of the biggest factors of me getting hired here was because I had a portfolio of content and also had the specifications like marketing knowledge and things like that. If I just had the marketing knowledge and didn't have the content creation experience, then I wouldn't have been hired. I don't think Shu or Madrunner would have been hired either if there wasn't some background in content creation. So that's just a way to set the stage that the skills you develop as a creator are 100,000% applicable to other professional endeavors that you might have. So I'd
Yeah.
love to hear some of y'all's stories on that.
I think Adam's got a great story.
Oh, yeah. So it kind of went really quickly. Once I narrowed down my niche to VR, really got involved. I had used the software for the company that I now worked for, for at least a year plus prior. But once I narrowed down my niche, I started becoming more active on my socials. I saw that they had a community manager position that they were hiring for, and I was like, "What the heck? I love the industry. I love the company. Let's give it a shot." And I had already been working with a lot of the people in Live prior, like I'd been a partner making content for them, so it was a pretty easy way to just become their community manager really quickly because I already had knowledge of their software. I already had shown growth in my own personal social medias. I had a lot of different content around VR and using Live, so that it almost shocked me how quickly narrowing down my audience and deciding to focus on VR actually got me a job in the industry. And I wouldn't even considered like community manager as a possibility. I just thought, well, I'm a content creator for life now, I guess here we go. And I would have been okay with that, but I just had these like blinders on. And then now I see even more so like, wow, it's actually not hard to get a community manager position as long as you've got you can market yourself. The proof's in the pudding. You can show I'm good on these socials. Here's where I started. Here's the growth now. This is what I did. And it's crazy how many jobs there are out for that now. So yeah, having good, learning how to be able to market yourself, you can really apply that to whatever company you're planning on working with, even if it's going to be like a small indie or if it's going to be, a larger gaming company or peripheral company. It's just so important. And it's kind of one of the like best things that's happened to me so far. It's really, pivoted my life in a different direction. So yeah, I don't know. Warm fuzzies.
Well, okay. Well, I think I can speak to this a little bit too, since I have some recent developments in this area. Okay, so I went from being like streamer to stream coach to founder, and like CEO, basically, like kind of having my hands in everything that we do over at Stream Coach. And that has this is I think going to be really insightful for people because it blew my freaking mind. One of the best ways for you to get a job in the industry is to build something like what I've built with SCA. And if that means, building your own thing or just taking part and participating on somebody else's team, that is so huge and can be a massive way to communicate your value and your skill set to potential employers. So I'm a huge believer in like the creator economy. If anyone has ever heard that, it's essentially this idea that content creators are this entire ecosystem and that we are moving into this huge, basically renaissance era of why is my web
Oh no, we're both
being
lizard
crazy?
people.
Oh, no.
Crazy.
Oh no,
No, I
my
don't wanna
true
Thanos snap
identity
this
as a lizard
panel.
person is being revealed.
Sorry.
Ah!
That's what we really look like.
In fact,
Sorry.
Zenigami has been a VTuber this entire time.
We're all just AIs. We're not even real.
Yeah.
Zini's video got banned.
So good.
We
Yeah,
had this
so-
issue with somebody yesterday. I think it's just
Oh,
when there's
really?
so many video feeds, OBS
Oh,
Ninja.
no.
just
Oh,
like,
now
God.
full screen. Oh,
Zini got me as an NFT.
yeah.
Oh god, we're not
This
getting
looks
into
like
that
trash.
conversation.
Yeah,
Exactly what an
I'm gonna
AI
have
would
to
say.
throw NFTs out of this conversation with like a 12-foot pole. I'm not getting into that on this.
Ooh, yeah.
so have you guys heard of Bitcoin?
Oh
No,
my
God,
god.
no.
stop
Please.
Please, I don't need Zine and Ashley getting into it again.
it. It's fun though. I like that conversation.
Zine's still corrupt, man.
I'm
Yeah.
starting a brand new crypto. It's called Dopamine.
Dopamine.
There he
Actually, really
is.
like
Hey,
that.
Hey, he's
I'm
back.
not mad at all.
Welcome
Fan.
home.
Wait, what were you talking about? Ashley, what were you doing?
Shut up.
No, that was legit transition back to the
Yeah,
topic
yeah,
at
yeah.
hand of what,
Okay,
what were you talking about? Wow,
so
so
here's-
do you
shut-
see the hostile work environment I have to deal with?
Can we just fire him now? I think we do.
You're the CEO, so
Yeah, I think that's what we do. No, so let's see. What was I saying? That's a good question. Okay, so I really believe like one of the best ways, if your goal is to eventually transition from being a content creator to either developing your own business or working within someone else's company, one of the best things that you can do is put yourself in that position now. As Andy has said many times, give yourself the job before you have the job. In fact, one of the reasons that I created Stream Coach, in addition to just loving the idea for something like this to exist, was because I had interviewed for like 2 straight years for full-time positions and could not get one. And I was like, you know what? If no one's going to give me a job, I'll make one for myself. And I, did just that and now have employed other people, which I have found a huge passion for that. I love finding passionate people within spaces and giving them work to do and paying them for their expertise and helping to develop them and mentor them into larger positions wherever they want to be. So, whenever it comes to being a content creator, I think it's an incredible, uh, whether it's a job or a hobby for anyone, it's a great way to spend your time. Having a community around you to like watch you play video games is kind of one of the coolest realities that I think any of us can imagine. But I think there does come a point for a lot of creators, if you don't hit that point one of the point one of the 0.1%, and you're not like Tim the Tatman or Pokimane or somebody who can completely just ride that wave for the rest of their life, eventually you'll start to either feel unfulfilled because you're, totally running on empty whenever it comes to savings and investing and being able to provide for your family, or maybe you just find that you feel you've mastered streaming and you feel that you're ready for some other type of professional and creative development. And so, creating your own little business and contributing to this massive creator economy that we're on like this precipice of is an incredible first way to get your feet wet. Because I can tell y'all, as like in this position, I woke up this morning and I was like, I cannot believe how grateful I am to be where I'm at right now. Because not only am I doing work that I've dreamed of existing for so long, and this team, like, created this project and this experience for people that I truly wanted to see as a small creator myself. But I've also had a ridiculous level of professional development as a result of this. I've gone from being someone who created like silly, goofy, weird projects that didn't work, that I didn't take very seriously, and not being consistent and not being very emotionally mature and not being someone who had a lot of like professional and I didn't have that air of professionalism whenever I first started with coaching and with Stream Coach. But I have developed as a result of the team that I work with, and I've gotten better and I've improved my skill set to the point where I'm being offered these like crazy multiple six figure positions in companies because of the work that I've done. And not only does the entire team here majorly improve their resumes as a result of like building this project, it's fulfilling to build a project that we're all really passionate about, but also we're growing skill set that we can't get by just being a content creator. And I say just with the largest amount of like love in my heart, because I do value that position a lot as well. And so I'm in a position now where I, yes, have like been part of this awesome team and developed this product. I've gone on to working with a mobile game developer and helping them develop something completely new from the ground up. I am doing consulting in the actually we won't talk about NFTs, but I'm doing consulting in the blockchain space. I've worked with dozens of companies in the streaming space. I had a meeting with a couple of really, really incredible developers and like graphic design people a couple of days ago, and we're going to start working together to create like cool stuff for streamers. And I'm going to be like investing time and potentially money into their ideas. Like, there is so much out there that's bigger than being, again, quotes, just a creator, that we can go into these positions we're really passionate about because of these skills that we develop when we're streamers. And that's
Mhm.
like, that's a beautiful evolution. That's a beautiful level of growth that we get to have.
Yeah, and
Ooh,
it's
woo.
so and it's so important to have that growth. Like as you said, it's with love when you say beyond just being a content creator. Not only because like there's so many more opportunities than if you're just living inside the box of only content creation, and the other thing is if you're relying on, like, for example, uh when all those Twitch numbers leaked recently, um it was found out that only like a fraction of a percent of people are even making a minimum wage worth of money from their Twitch revenue. So on that point, it is so important to diversify where you apply your effort and how you apply the skills that you develop as a creator. Like as
Yes.
Adam has been successful, like becoming a community manager because of her skills as a creator. I got my job because of my skills as a creator, and you've found so many opportunities from like being a successful creator who communicates your value, but also is not limited to just being a creator. So while I consider myself a creator first and foremost, it is so important to not be limited to just what people would consider to be like a typical creator role. Like, oh, I just make videos, I just stream, I just post TikToks, whatever. Don't limit yourself.
Yes.
Mhm.
I also love the idea of like us kind of de-romanticizing the viewpoint that most streamers have about Twitch. Like, so many creators view it as the end all be all. If I don't get partnered, if I don't have 100 plus viewers, then that means I'll never be successful at anything in my life ever. And we romanticize it to that level where we almost have this like desperate desire for success for our streams.
Mhm.
And not only is it very difficult to be successful when you're desperate for it, but also we're ignoring all of the like accolades and success that we could have in other spaces because we are giving Twitch and other platforms way too much importance that they don't deserve. And so this like shift into the creator economy to me is showing this like we're kind of flipping stuff on its head, where instead of like platforms are the most important and the content creators use the platforms, it's the content creators are the most important and the platforms are there to support the creators. And what really excites me about this is that not only are creators going to make more money and be treated more fairly and be more prioritized, but also that we start to view content creation as just a side thing that everyone kind of does, regardless if we're in a stable career in the industry or not. So it is something that is there for us to have a virtual presence among this space that could potentially grow into lots of different things. We're keeping our options open by retaining our ability to create content regardless of where we're employed or employment status.
It'll be really interesting to see, like, in a year or two, how many influencer managers, community managers, social media people started off originally as content creators because they've already been in that space, so they kind of know what to expect for. Therefore, they'll be able to maximize, the whatever. But if you're an influencer manager, like the amount of budget that the company gives you, but also be able to know what would be a fair wage to be able to give a creator. But so I think it's kind of on the rise now, where more content creators are realizing, hey, like I don't have to just be me in this like my example in VR, just Adam Bombati doing VR stuff. No, I can actually do even greater good when I work with a team to
Yes.
spread the word about VR, I suppose. And it's just so much easier and faster when you've got a team that also has the same goals and the same alignments as you.
Yes.
Be interesting to see.
I think there's so many different forms of success that creators don't give themselves the option for. They just see, like we were saying, Twitch partnership or YouTube partnership. They see that tick mark, and like that's the form of success that I want. And there's so many avenues. I mean, like, me just sitting here being on this panel and being a part of, an organization, I get paid to help people. I get paid to manage a community. I get paid to post social. Like, there's so many different forms of success out there that there's so many soft skills that creators learn, communication and time management, project management, like all sorts of things that you can apply to a career as a content creator. You just have to know how to market yourself as such. I mean, there's so many things you learn. I always tell creators like I don't know how to put myself on a resume. It's like I could put probably 30 things on a resume just from looking at your stream. Like, editing, content creation, tech, time management, project management, communication skills. Like there's so many things that creators restrict themselves to because they kind of target themselves into a singular avenue of success instead of letting themselves be open to other opportunities.
I really like that breakdown of all those like roles that go into being a creator. Like so many people go down the rabbit hole that like, oh, if I'm a creator, I'm a creator. And there's like just these various things that I do as a creator, but I'm a creator. When you realize if you break down all those things that you do, you're like an entire marketing department packed into one person. And while you might not have like the depth of skills in any one of those areas, you have skills in all of those areas, whether that's social media management, social media strategy, content creation, project management, as you're saying. So like people, if you can start to break down the skills that you're actually developing as a content creator, you can much more effectively market yourself professionally. Because if you just say, oh, I'm a YouTuber, and when you're applying for a job, people often, as Zinigami said, people often don't take it seriously when it sounds like it's something that you do for fun. But if you break it down like, I make content on YouTube, and to do so, I implement a social media strategy, manage projects, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That is, if you can break down the skills that you have and the value that you bring, you're much more marketable to employers and any opportunity.
Yes. Corporate wants like depth of what they want, an inch wide and a mile deep. They want lots of expertise on a very, very narrow amount of topics. Startups want people who can wear 12,000 hats, which streamers,
Can confirm.
content creators,
Very true.
like they
Very
want
true.
you to do lots of things, all the things. And that I think, streamers should be in startups. We're so great at it. Not to mention, y'all, let me tell you, the community development that happens in the streaming industry, the way that streamers gamify their Discord servers, the like locking that we do of certain servers for people to like progress within the community, and then they unlock different spaces. This is director of community level work in the blockchain space. What streamers are, and not even in just blockchain, but there are other industries that are using like director of community positions now. But blockchain, especially because so much of it runs on this community feel, it is six-figure or multiple six-figure work that streamers are perfectly suited for. So if you are interested in a six-figure job, be a streamer, learn how to set up a Discord server to not suck, and then go look for a director of community position, because y'all are worth it. I promise you.
Just break
one of
down
the
those skills.
One
Go
of the
ahead.
pieces of advice that I no longer give is you should make a Discord server, because I really don't think everybody needs a Discord server anymore. And the
That's
problem
true.
is that like everyone's making a Discord server, and we're all in, like everyone who's on Discord is on literally like 80 different Discords. So like, why am I gonna join your Discord, streamer person? Because you're gonna maybe do a community game night like once a week, and that's the only reason why. It's like there are so many Discords, and everyone's got a streamer Discord, and it's like 5 people on that Discord, and there's no reason to have that Discord.
If
You're
Like-
already trying to convince people to watch you, and to try to convince those people to hang out on your Discord, it's gonna be super, super difficult. So like, have one, but having people active on there may not be at all a priority.
I think
Mhm.
it
Like if
also
you're
depends on what your goal is, because if your goal is to be a streamer and do everything strategically correct for that, I think that's right. But if your goal is to is like skill development to be a potential community manager, then learning how to make a Discord server active with like 2 or 3 people in it is very valuable to startups.
But I think there's also like a right time and
Mhm.
a right time and a right amount of energy to put into building that Discord, right? Like, so if you are like a lot of content creators still trying to even figure out why people are watching you, the Discord should be something that you're not even thinking about right now. Like, you should have it, but there should be no energy being put into it. We need to be putting our energy into the rest of your content creation. Figure out why is someone going to be watching your TikToks? Why is going to be somebody watching your YouTube? Why is somebody watching your streams? And then once you are at that point when you have momentum and you're building up a community and you're establishing your audience, that's when we're pivoting and putting energy into where your audience can find each other. But there's like a time and a place. And starting off, everyone's like, oh, I got to have a Discord. But you don't have any viewers. Why does anyone want to be on the Discord?
Even then, like,
Right.
you could even consider like, oh, if I regularly stream with like several of these people, maybe we just all, like 5 or 6 of us, make a Discord together for all of our communities if there's so much overlap on our communities in the first place. Because like I don't think I have ever engaged in like a creator's Discord. Just for perfect honesty, I don't think I've ever engaged in like a creator's Discord, but I do engage in Discords that are like for a broader community. So if you can balance that by having a bit of a broader community while still being like definitely about certain creators, that is a potential avenue, but that is definitely not
great
the
for
only
teams.
way.
It's almost like a Discord timeshare.
Yeah.
You've got
Yeah,
lots
on
of people
Mondays I
rotate
promote
the
my
moderator.
content. On Tuesdays, Ashley promotes her content, and on Wednesdays we have a big ooh woo with Zinigami.
No, I don't want
I
that.
appreciate
I don't get paid enough for that.
Wait, you're getting
Multiply by
paid
3.
to woo?
So it's ooh woo woo woo. That's multiplying by 3. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is not what I signed up for.
I mean, it can be hard too because sometimes you consider, you know, when I was going through Stream Coach, for example, before I did VR, I was kind of like doing the everything and like whatever game under the sun. So then it felt kind of awkward almost when I was like, okay, I'm strictly going to do VR. And that kind of made almost like a pain point where I expected, you know, people are probably going to drop off, especially at my Discord, because I'm no longer going to be doing like the random games that people may have sort of known me for. But that was something that I had to also just be prepared for and, you know, be okay with and understand that, you know, just like you got to trim a hedge in order for it to start growing, you know, more bigger, beautiful, healthier, whatever. And it's going to be painful at first, potentially. But I will say, with my personal experience, the ones that were with me from the beginning when I didn't know what I was doing, and those people that you're like, why are you here? I don't understand why you liked my content. Like, a lot of those ended up staying, so that was still good. It were the ones that were, I don't want to call them wishy-washy because, you know, we appreciate everybody, but maybe those that were along the ride with me when I didn't even know what kind of content I was creating, like those kind of understandably fell off because maybe they had some kind of higher expectation of me than I did. And then the VR, what is this newfangled technology? I don't understand this. Bye.
So we are going to have to start wrapping up the panel aspect so we can start accepting questions. So any viewers, if you have questions, get them ready and we'll start accepting them in a few minutes. One last topic that I would like to just cover for this professional skills section. Where was it? Just for each of you, what would you consider to be the single most valuable skill a creator can develop for success as a streamer, a professional, or some combination of the two?
I'll take that first. Selling yourself, like going out, knowing how to sell yourself, knowing how to introduce yourself at an event, knowing how to say, hi, my name's Zinigami. This is what I'm about. Being able to do that is so hard for so many people. How do you do that in an email? How do you do that in person? How do you shake hands? How do you make that strong introduction? How do you sell yourself is one of the most important things you're ever going to have to do as a content creator. And that is how you open doors for yourself, right? To be successful, you have to find the opportunities and you have to be ready to prepare for those opportunities. You have to jump on those opportunities, and you're not going to find them if you can't sell yourself to anybody.
I love that. That's really great, Zine. I think mine would be interpersonal soft skills. So not only, I think learning how to sell yourself is incredible, is very, very important. And the interpersonal soft skill development is such a huge part of that as well. Learning how to pick up on social cues of people, learning how to best support them, how to be inclusive of them, how to speak professionally, how to be I think every streamer should learn leadership. It is such a massive part of what this industry is. And learning how to do everything like ethically and in a responsible way is huge, absolutely huge. We love the hard skills and like how do we set up all this technology, and that stuff's great, but the soft skills I think are so underappreciated for what they really are. And the more I personally like meet with companies or consult or coach or whatever work it is that I'm doing, I realize that a lot of it is happening because I'm able to create a really strong basis for a friendship with the people that I work with. And I think the more that we can get to doing that, those doors open up for us, and it's also just more fun to be able to have a good time with people and talk trash on Zinigami and Fire British and laugh with Adam and
Best boss.
like that's the best.
Because soft skills are so important because you kind of, while I don't want to say you have them or you don't, you can develop them. It's a lot easier for a company to teach you the hard skills required for the job. And if you're not a fit soft skills wise, you can't really teach that in an easy way because everyone's different. Not everyone learns soft skills the same way, and not everyone can teach them the same way. Whereas a hard skill, like, oh, you need to be like extremely fluent in a certain programming language for this job. Let's say you're like 50% there, but culture wise, you're a perfect fit. You have the soft skills to sell yourself and the soft skills for everyone to like you and want to work with you. That gets you into so many more doors than being 100% qualified at hard skills, because you can learn hard skills on the job. I've learned so much more on the job than I did in my entire college education. So you don't need to necessarily have all the hard skill qualifications. If you're good enough to be there, good enough to sell yourself, and the soft skills to be liked and have people want to work with you.
It's so accurate that it hurts. Like people are literally hiring managers are looking for people that they like. That's what it is. That's what it is. They will teach anybody how to Google solutions to their company's problems. If they like you, they don't care.
Google
you
is
can
king.
figure it out. That is totally true. You know, I was talking to a hiring manager at Twitch recently, and they were like, yeah, we literally have a question where our goal is to see whether or not someone will say they know how to Google.
I'm an engineer. I Google all the time.
Crazy.
Oh,
no, go ahead, Adam. Yep.
I think an important thing is always wanting to strive to improve. So always be proactive, whether, reading self-help books, watching YouTube videos, learning how to, edit better, improve your audio quality, video quality. Always look into wanting to improve. Don't settle ever for just what you have now as being good enough permanently. Like always seek information. And there's so much information out there. And if there isn't, hey, maybe you could cover that thing then. If you're struggling, maybe you could help other people, and that can, tie into how you build your own brand. So that's it. Never settle. Always learn to improve. Or want to improve.
Good enough is good enough, but always have a context for what good enough means. Like good enough to gradually get better. That's my mindset. Because like if you strive for perfection, you're never gonna get there. But if you just strive to be good enough to be better on a regular basis, then you're not settling for just like a certain level of good enough. You're continually improving. So that's a really good point. Both strive to improve and don't settle for good enough. But one caveat being, don't be too hard on yourself if you're not perfect.
It's very easy to do.
Yeah.
I would say, so I'll wrap this up. I think, and I touched on this earlier, the most important skill I find for creators is just the ability to step back and give yourself an unbiased self-evaluation. I think it's woefully underrated how many creators can't even stand the idea of looking at their own content and just completely avoid it. I know creators who've never even looked at watch their YouTube videos when they're done. Like they put them out there and they're like, that's good, it's done, it's it, and they never even watch it. They never watch their VODs. They never look at their, look at themselves, try to be unbiased and be realistic and say, I could improve that, because they don't want to admit their flaws. They don't want to see the downsides and things. And there's obviously a balance that needs to be struck. You can't just look at yourself and be like, everything's terrible all the time, always. I'm never going to be a good creator. You have to look at the good things as well. but that ability to evaluate what you're putting out there and be able to make constructive criticism on yourself, or even ask other people to criticize your content constructively and say, what would you change, or what should I change? It goes into that kind of always striving to be a little bit better. You gotta look at it and say, okay, it's good, but then what can I do better? Can I improve my microphone quality? Can I improve the way I present myself, my communication skills, those soft skills we were talking about? All that comes together, but you can't really do that until you can look at yourself in the eye and say, I need to change that, because otherwise you're never going to make that change.
It is so important not only to be able to help yourself, but also find people who you trust and who give good feedback to help you. Because in the creative space, no one is successful by doing it alone. And while it is it is most important to be able to unbiasedly judge yourself and improve yourself. It is equally helpful to have multiple perspectives. That's a really, really, really great point. So thank you guys all for coming and giving such amazing information. Anybody who's had their questions, and now would be the time to post them in the chat, and then we'll wrap it up and take a break for the staff to get lunch.
All right, I'll take a question that Pathos posted earlier. How does your company help people that aren't very creative minded naturally? They want to make content but aren't creative in how to approach a video or come up with ideas for projects. Oh, hey, they reposted it. Awesome. You know what? This is my advice I'll give you. You're probably looking at the wrong industry. Streaming is literally a creative industry. It's like, how do I be an artist if I'm not very creative? That's, if you don't think you're a creative person, you're either possibly wrong, that you are more creative than you think you are, or if you just really feel like the creativity, the act of being creative, the energy that requires to be creative isn't something that you are passionate about, isn't something that you want to do, and isn't something that you're strong at, that either needs to change or what you want to do needs to change, because content creation is such a difficult space that it doesn't have the room for someone who doesn't want to put that type of energy in to try to push themselves, to try to reinvent themselves, to discover what they're about. And you need to do that in content creation. So like my harsh answer is that maybe you just should be looking at a different space.
On the flip side of that, to give a slightly more positive answer, creativity is a skill, and while some people do
Yes.
have more of an affinity for being creative, creativity is a skill you can develop and improve. And if being a creative is something that you truly want, and that if you get into the rhythm of doing, you truly enjoy doing, you can take steps to improve that skill. Like if you have a vague idea, get it out of your brain. Your brain is for having ideas, not holding them. Write it down somewhere. Um, Write down like your ideas, and then just make time to like, okay, I'm going to write ideas for 30 minutes every Sunday morning. Like just set aside time every week to like think about your ideas, brainstorm, and develop those ideas, so that even if you're not necessarily the most creative person, having a habit of just doing creative tasks and making creative effort, you will improve your creativity. So I do agree with Zenigami that if you don't think you have an affinity for being creative, it might not be right for you. But if it's something that you truly want to do, there are steps you can take to improve your creativity.
Every human being can be a creative, can be a creative person. Because, get this, humans are inherently creative. Your ancestors made fire. We literally created a way to make our food hot before ovens existed. Like, we have done so many incredible things. Innovation is just a natural, inherent part of being a human being. You have that inside of you as well. If you think that you don't, it might be an identity shift that you need to make.
Mhm.
There's something inside of your brain that's telling you that you're not naturally creative. But I promise you that cannot be further from the truth. You can learn that skill set 1,000%. I guess to answer your question, the way that we do that is we work directly with people in one-on-one sessions, group sessions. We have homework. We literally walk people through every single step, not just of like streaming, that's not the entirety of what Stream Coach or Stream Coach Academy is. It's actually a really small part of what we talk about. And we don't even talk about the stuff that's like, at least not in the material, we don't talk about like, should you rate or host, or what should your schedule be? Because we view those as such like minute, small details. And really what we want to do is work on the bigger picture, which is building you a strong business model that supports everything that you want to do with your life and who you want to support. So a huge part of this is just working on your creativity. Like Andy said, just takes time, and you can learn it if you commit that time to it and accept that identity shift that will allow you to be more confident in that and make you feel more of a natural.
Yep. This is also why I really joined Stream Coach Academy in the first place, in that there's a big difference in how I answer that question and how Ashton answered that question.
Yeah.
And we work on such different energy levels, and I want to work with completely different people than she does. And that is a big reason. And like, who do you vibe with? What type of advice do you like getting? What how heavy-handed do you want people to be with the advice? How direct do you want people to be with advice? That's why we have this entire team, because there's going to be coaches that you feel like you understand them a lot more and they understand you a lot more. And maybe it's me, maybe it's not.
Yes, that's so true. It's really important that our team and our programs are really well-rounded, because not everybody vibes with the same kind of people. So Zini is our very like logical, to the point. He's not going to speak to a lot of the like emotional side. He's like, just get it done. I don't get it. Let's just do this. Here's our steps, lay them out and let's do it. Whereas we've got, Coach Blue and Sapphire, who very much are more emotionally minded people and speak to that type of or to those parts of the process of being a streamer. So as we've built out this team, something that's has been really important to us is that it's not just a team of people who all think the same. Like that wouldn't be helpful, not just in the way that we run our business, but also in the way that we support our students.
Yeah. At the end of the day, we want you to be successful, but how we help you approach that is going to be different for each of us. And it's always been important to me that we're not afraid to disagree with each other, because content creation is such a new space that there's going to be a lot of different ways that you can be successful. And you're going to get a lot of different advice on how to be successful with that. And so I'm not afraid to say, like, I strongly disagree with what you say almost on every single point. And here's what I think. And that's always been really
Yeah,
important.
we've seen that
we can
happen live
disagree,
in
but we
AVerMedia
want
streams.
yeah, like we want you to be
have different
successful.
opinions.
But how do you find that success is also really important.
So
Love that.
next up, we have a question from Captain Bubbles, Twitch TV. So he says, my big question is that I'd say I fall more into the hobby streamer category. I'm a disabled vet. As a creator, I feel like my biggest engagement is trying to learn each and everything about a person that comes into my channel. Normally, I retain those viewers and they come back, and I learn as much about their lives as I can. I'm not a pro, so what would be y'all's take on me applying for sponsors?
Can I answer this one?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to answer this one because I'm also a veteran, so this kind of speaks to me. And I'm partnered with like the Wounded Warrior Project. I work with them a lot in charity streams, and I'm part of their official Stream to Serve team. So first of all, thank you for your service. I appreciate that. So to answer your question, my first thing is that you call yourself a hobby streamer, and I would say you're already not a hobby streamer because you're looking at things like sponsorships. Like that's something you're already invested in this. You have a passion for this. That's something you want to do. So we talked about kind of limiting yourself with calling yourself like a small streamer or something like that. Like don't do that to yourself. Like you have a passion for it. Even if it's something you don't dedicate a lot of your time to, I wouldn't call yourself a hobby streamer. So something I would talk about, applying for sponsors is finding the sponsors that speak to you and to the content that you're making. If you're a really down-to-earth person that's looking to really get in depth with every person that comes into your stream, you really want to talk to them, you're interested in their lives, you want to have that level of engagement, then find a sponsor that works well for that. I know for myself, a great example would be the Wounded Warrior Project. They're really interested in streamers who like to talk with the veterans that come into their channel, because we find that a lot of veterans this is a great space for them to talk with other veterans and other active service members and find that brotherhood and sisterhood that they're missing from when they were in the service. And that's something that Wounded Warrior Project as a sponsor looks for. They're always looking for creators who are really invested in trying to find that space for other veterans. So my answer to that would be you got to do some research. It's another skill that a lot of creators need to be able to do, and find those sponsors that are interested in that kind of community that you're building, because they're out there, and just approach them and say, hey, this is the value that I offer in my content and my stream and my YouTube or wherever it is you're making content, and this is how I think it can benefit you as a sponsor of this stream, and how I think I can give you that value back. So just you just got to do the legwork and try to find a stream or a sponsor, a company or partner that's really interested in what it is that you offer for value.
You literally are saying one of the biggest value propositions you have in your content. So many creators don't take any time to like build personal relationships with their viewers, get to actually know them, and you have so much more engaged community if you have a depth of connection with a few people than if you have really shallow connections with a bunch of people. So sponsors will actually see a ton of value in the amount of effort you put in to get to know people and the depth you do to build those relationships. So don't sell yourself short on that. Our next question is from Raring Nim Nim. They say, I agree that evaluating yourself is super important, but for content creation, what would you say are the most important things to evaluate about yourself and your content?
So outside of the obvious tech issues like quality and overall thing, one thing I'm always concerned about is, how does somebody who has never seen your content before feel about your content? So what is the experience of someone who is finding you for the first time? If this is their first time stumbling onto your streams, first time watching one of your TikToks, first time watching one of your YouTube videos, and constantly ask myself, what is that experience if someone finds this for the first time, and do they want to return after that? And also, who is it that your audience is? Who is it that you're constantly making content for? We want to make sure that's consistent. I want to make content for lonely 22-year-old guys who are single as heck and like anime and are willing to fight over dubs or subs is better. And their most significant relationship they've ever been in is the relationship between them and their the longest anime that they've been watching at the time. So that's my audience. That's who I always want to be considering whenever I'm talking to them. And that's who I always want to think about. This person is going to truly resonate with whatever it is I'm making. They're going to see this and they're like, that guy looks like the same type of loser that I am. And I think he truly understands the struggle of being as lonely and as weeby as I am. I'm going to fit in right here.
Yeah, that's a great point. Just managing the first impression that someone might have when they go onto your content. Because while first impressions are not the only thing that matters, because you can change somebody's impression of you with time, the first impression lasts with most people. And if the first impression is like, oh, I don't relate to this person, I'm not interested in what they have to say, I don't get the value here, then chances are they might not come back to get the second or third impression where they can get that value. So I'm not saying that you need to be flaunting your value every second you're live on stream or every second in your videos, things like that. But you need to make it clear for many people who might be dropping in and might not be chatting, might just be lurking, that if they don't understand what you're about, then it's hard for them to stick around if they can't relate to it.
Yeah. Woo!
So we do need to wrap things up now. Captain Bubbles asked, does AVerMedia have any plans to do stream coaching programs similar to something like Pipeline? Not internally, but keep your eyes peeled for potential things in the future, potential, I don't know, partnerships or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. And then Captain Bubbles also asks, does AVerMedia have an affiliate program outside of the partnership program? Currently, we only have our partnership program, but you didn't hear this from me. We might be looking to work with other creators on more short-term bases that might potentially lead to partnership. But you didn't hear that from me. Shh. So we do have a lot of fun stuff planned with AVerMedia as a company moving forward. Our current focus is this event, but in the next coming weeks, you might see some interesting things. But yeah, thank you again to Zenigami, British Brat, Ashley Christ, and Adam Bombati for showing up, flaunting your knowledge from Stream Coach TV, because frankly, these are all things that almost every creator needs to hear and does not act on. Like, there's a reason why only a fraction of a percent of Twitch streamers are making enough revenue to be comparable to minimum wage if you're just looking at the Twitch metrics. It's because so many people don't know how to communicate value, communicate their worth, and be able to like look outside the box of just being a creator. So you guys had some amazing points today, some amazing discussion, and I'm so thankful that you guys came on today.
Well, thank you for having
Thanks
us.
so much
Thank
for
you so much
having
for having
us.
us.
It was so fun. Woo.
Yeah, and if you
Other
guys are ever
collabs.
interested in more of stream coaching or learning more about streaming and content creation in general, you can find us over at streamcoach.tv or just reach out in the DMs. My DMs are open on Twitter, on Discord, and always happy to answer questions about who we are and what we're about.
Yeah, I'll just
Good
DM
plug.
you about your body pillows.
Yeah.
Yes, if you want to talk about
Thank
anime
you for
and
that
body
review.
pillows, DMs are also open about those as well.
Thank you again, everybody. The staff are going to take an hour-long lunch break. We'll be back around 1:30 on how to become a trendsetter or leader in your creative/esports space, featuring Crucian Gaming and DJ Blue PDX. This is going to be a great panel. I'm really looking forward to this discussion on this particular topic. We actually have a ton of stuff on specifically esports today, so stay tuned for that. Thank you guys again. I think the staff will do a quick wrap up, just re-promote giveaways and whatnot. But thank you guys again so much. It was a pleasure having you on here, and I look forward to potentially talking with you guys a bit more in the future.
Totally.
Wink,
Enjoy your
wink.
lunch.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys.
My lunch.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. See you later.
Bye.
All right, so first up, be sure to use code CC2021 in our e-store for 10% off select products. We did a quick workshop on how to navigate the e-store at the very beginning of the stream.
It's
So
right
if
here.
you have any questions, if you had any questions, there are no excuses. But yeah, we have a lot of products on sale, and anything that's not on sale, you'll likely be able to get 10% off. Next, we have our huge giveaway for a complete stream setup featuring the PW513 4K webcam, the Live Streamer Nexus, the Dynamic XLR AM330 mic, and the Live Gamer Ultra 4K USB 3.0 capture card. This is a complete stream setup, and you were also doing a mini partnership with Astro to get a pair of Astro A40s as the to use as headphones for this. So literally, if you have a computer, if you win this giveaway, you will have a complete stream setup. So you can implement all the advice you're getting on this from these panels and this event. So the giveaway, the drawing will be at 5:30 p.m. Western time today. So that will be in just under 5 hours. You must be present in the stream to accept the prize. Otherwise, we will move on to the next person.
So
That's
you
just
still
our
have-
way of bypassing giveaway bots.
They have a couple of hours to join it. Yeah.
Yeah, and who knows? There might be other little giveaways after that. Who knows? I don't even know yet. So we'll just see how we're feeling. And last but not least, before we sign off, if you just want to take a glimpse at the rest of the schedule, you can click this link in the chat that I just posted, avermedia.com/event/cc2021. We have so much more planned today. We're already more than half. We're like 2/3 of the way through this event in total, but there's still so much more to enjoy. So really excited for you all to see that. Really excited to share our amazing partners with you and showcase our amazing community of creators. And unless Shu or Mad Runner have anything to add, we're going to take a quick lunch break and be back at 1:30.
Nope. I guess you pretty much covered everything for us.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was really super thorough. There's a couple of people asking when is the giveaway and how to enter. So I guess if you could reshare the link to the giveaway and then they can browse the page.
It's
that would
up on
probably be
screen
it.
so you guys can
Mhm.
see what we are giving away by the end of this Create and Connect 2021.
Yeah, the only requirement is to follow AVerMedia on Twitter, but there's a ton of other opportunities, such as retweeting the event page, retweeting the giveaway tweet, and just you if you were present earlier in the week, you could have gotten an entry every single day by just visiting the website for the event. Wow! But yes, we're so thankful to have all of you joining the chat with us and to have such amazing people sharing knowledge with us. Use that link to enter the giveaway. The drawing will be in just under 5 hours.
4 hours left.
Right here
4
on
hours left.
twitch.tv/AVerMedia.
Yep. All right, guys. So let's
right.
go take a break, and we'll be back in an hour, right? So let's take a look at the Nexus now.
Yep, gonna get the sweet lo-fi Nexus.
Yeah.
I hear the lo-fi is turned off. Now it's ominous silence over in Nexus. Oh wait.
There we go.
Oh, hello. We're back. I'm mad at McDonald's for
We're
messing up my
back.
order. How were your lunch breaks?
It was good. I just rewarmed my McDonald's that early in the morning, so
Yeah, you mentioned
they got my
okay.
order right.
I mean, this isn't a digital convention. You can't have a convention without getting fast food, you know?
I missed the notification where I was also supposed to get McDonald's, so
Um,
I just had a croissant.
you know,
Sure,
you can just
TFTI, whatever. It's
you don't need to
fine.
join the McDonald's club. You're better off with a croissant. Croissant. That's just French fast food, you know?
I love the McDonald's club though. But yeah, no, lunch was good. It was a good break to just kind of get some fuel back in, and now we're just ready for a lot more excitement today.
Yep.
I'm trying to fight off a little bit of food coma.
Yep, I'm actually glad they messed up my order, because if I had just that one thing they forgot to include in addition to my nuggies and fries, then I would also be in a food coma right now. So it's a blessing in disguise.
What did they mess up? Just out of
Oh,
curiosity.
they forgot to. I ordered like a little cheeseburger to put my nuggies onto, because I'm a trash human being with no standards for
Oh.
health.
Wait, so
but
you stack your nuggies in your burger? Is that what
yeah,
I'm hearing?
yeah. I mean, I'm a complete degenerate, so.
Customization.
Sue me,
That's what it is.
okay?
You're customizing your
Yeah,
food.
yeah.
No, it's
how
valid.
I boldly
They should
create
do
my
it,
lunch,
actually.
okay?
Exactly.
It's how I hashtag boldly create, okay?
I got you.
All right. So coming up right now in the call, but you can't see them yet, but you're about to. We have DJ Blue PDX and Crucian Gaming for a panel on how to become a leader or trendsetter in both an esports or creative space. So let's give a big round of chat applause for these amazing dudes spending their afternoon with us.
There you go. Okay, so let's start
There we go.
with Crucian Gaming.
Hey, how's it going? Sorry, am I supposed to introduce myself?
Yeah, go ahead. You have
Oh, I'm
the screen for
sorry.
yourself. Just introduce yourself, the content that you make, and what is that you are doing in the creative space.
Hey guys. So my name is Christian Gaming. I am a variety caster on Twitch. I also cast esports within Star Citizen. I do a lot of just esports events and organizing, sponsoring esports teams as well. So I'm very heavily influenced or have a lot of influence in the esports space. So that's me. Welcome. Thanks for having me.
All right. DJ Blue PDX, your turn.
Hi, this is my chicken that I was talking about, and that's what's most important because it makes noises whenever you touch it. It's much more fun. I'm the Blue PDX with the Respawn All Stars. I've been a shoutcaster for everything from Apex Legends to Fortnite to Halo for PAX, E3, Griffball. Yeah. So I work on a video game called Insula Bounty Royale as a community manager and creative producer. I'm also working on a film. So I've kind of done things all over the place at a ridiculous number of live events. That piano music though was amazing. It was very relaxing. I was honestly considering napping for a hot second until you mentioned the thing about the chicken nuggies and your cheeseburger. Then I started to judge you prolifically.
I mean, I'll take it. If I'm not,
this wasn't going to be a normal interview, right?
Oh, I knew that going in. That's why I'm so happy I got this specific dynamic of you two, because you two are just like such gems in your communities and have such amazing energy. Whether you're casting and whether you're working on like a professional communication, it's always a joy to work with you guys. So I'm really happy to have both of you here.
Awesome. Pleasure.
Despite the constant judgment that DJ is going to be giving me for the rest of the panel and my life.
I can't wait to take you to sushi someday.
All I want to say is that
my sushi place burned down last year.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
Oh,
too much hot sauce, I guess. It's just,
yeah,
it was bad.
Stop lighting candles when you leave. All right, there you go. Inside joke. Hi, welcome. How are you? This has been going on. Yesterday, I heard it was really good for you all.
Oh, it was
It was a
amazing.
really lots of things on Twitter talking about what was going on with Create and Connect. So congrats.
Yeah, all I can say is that I was absolutely floored by the amount of passion that the partners brought, the amount of excitement that the entire AVerMedia community was putting together to help make this event happen. And I always keep expectations low just as a happiness management tool, but like I had good expectations for this, and I was blown away just by how amazing the response was. How like we had some people who were like in the UK watching the entire event from start to finish and didn't go to bed until 4 a.m. And I'm like, you need sleep,
Wow.
but I really appreciate it. So
Yeah.
it's just been really, really, really gratifying to see this whole event come to fruition after working on it for like a couple months to organize everything and make everything come together. So really happy to have you guys here to help contribute to day 2 of that, which is so far going just as well.
Awesome.
Appreciate that. I'm actually very happy that that we get to continue create and connect, even though we're still in a COVID environment and all that good stuff. So appreciate you making this all together and kind of letting us bring our own panels to the table and hopefully get some people to maybe inspire some people out there or get somebody started in maybe a path that they want to take in this industry. So really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, AVerMedia, one of our slogans is we have the tools, you have the talent. But it really helps when we have our talent, our partners, help show people what to do with those tools and how to level up their talent. So it's really, really nice to just have these educational panels with, I mean, plenty of entertaining moments like Cat Butt Gate yesterday. But yeah, I'm really happy to have you guys here. So first of all, tell us a bit about your backgrounds in both esports and creative spaces.
Okay, I'll start off with that. So this is going to be a long one. So I'll tell you this. I was in the Navy for about 8.5 years. But while I was in the Navy, I started creating content. I think was November 2014. I got inspired by people like Bajera or Swifty that they were making content in World of Warcraft. I kind of started like that, and I kind of just grew myself into that space. The more I got into content creation, the more I knew not how difficult it was, but how much work it was going to be. So not only creating content, but learning how to schedule your content, learning how to put your content out there on social media, learn how to grow it. And it was going great throughout the years. But while I was getting deployed, like I would really grow a huge audience, and then it would kind of drop back down because I would be gone for weeks at a time or months at a time. But over that time, until I finally got out in 2018, I said, you know what, I've been doing this for about 3 years now. I know what avenue I can take. And I started, I went full-time streaming as soon as I left the military, while I was actually going to school full-time as well. But I went to PAX West 2018, and I was one of the only people doing this. I would literally take my iPad with me, and I had a one-pager, a marketing deck, a one-page marketing deck that I would literally show people at the show floor, and tell them, hey, looking for sponsors, here's my deck. I can send you this over the email. Would love to talk to you. But not only that, what was I doing that? I would literally go back every day, not to show them the marketing deck again, but kind of to say, hey, how was day one? How was day two? How are you doing? Just to kind of so they can keep knowing who I am, so they can kind of keep recognizing my face. So that way, whenever I do email, they're gonna be like, hey, this guy, pretty persistent, really came and really showed that he cared about the product and who he want to work with. But that led into something else. That led into actually and hopefully I can say this, but that led into I tried to pick up a sponsor that was in Astro, and it ended up not a sponsorship. It ended up in working a job at events. So during that job at events, my whole thing in my mind was really like, hey, I can actually work events and go market myself as a full-time streamer, because they would only need me maybe like once or twice a year, and in big events like PAX. So I was like, during my break, I'm gonna go market, and continue streaming full-time. But over time, that just became something. It just rolled into more and more work, more and more responsibility that ultimately, about a year and a half ago led into I was officially, the Astro esports manager for North America, and I do a lot of stuff in esports. But at the same time, I still continue to make content on the side. I do it heavily part time. I have a big influence in helping out AVerMedia, because you guys were pretty much one of my first sponsors, and I try to stay. Doesn't matter where I work or who I work with. I want to make sure I'm just true to my roots, and I want to help out the people who continue to help me move along, especially when I do things like San Jude Play Live, or my Christmas streams every year. And my whole community comes together. Like, people won't see me for like a couple of months because of how busy I am, but then all of a sudden I do either my charity streams or I do like a big Christmas stream, and I see everybody just come back together, and it's just the nicest thing to see. So that was kind of my start right there. I don't want to keep going so I can let DJ go, but it's just been, I'm just grateful to be here, grateful to be part of the AVerMedia community, and just to be a partner. So thanks.
We're grateful to have you. Just a FYI to people in the chat, Crucian being on the team for Astra was actually how we organized getting the Astra headset along with everything for the giveaway. So shout out to Crucian for making a complete stream hardware bundle in addition to just with the hardware that we have, because like, if you don't have something to listen to your audio with, then how are you gonna to mix it? So we appreciate you immensely. That's why whenever you ask us for products for like your Christmas event and all that, we're always more than happy to send. So thank you for your constant support, and we're more than happy to constantly support you in return. So
Appreciate it. Thank you.
next up, DJ, tell us a bit about your background, your content, and how you've been a trendsetter.
Well, let's see. I was a nanny and a massage therapist. No. Way back in the day.
I almost
No.
believed you there for a second.
No. It's actually the honest to God's truth. So I was also in the Navy, but way back in the 90s, I think pretty much when Crucian was probably in 4th grade. And which is one of those things upon that is we actually met in 2018 also at an event. And we were talking about this before we got in here with you all. Was I think it was in Boston for PAX East. But so I got started in esports, oddly enough, by accident. It was a complete mistaken situation. It was in Griffball and got picked up by the Griffball Hub as not just a player, but they went, "Hey, hold on, say that again." And I said my team name, and they kind of freaked out because I said, "We're the NSAA. We're never serious about anything except Griffball." I went, "Oh my God, Ranger casting. I don't know what that means." "Well, why aren't you on Twitch?" "Also, not really sure what that is, but if you need me to develop one, I'm sure I can try." What is that? And they showed me the website. I went, "Okay, well, here's a thing. I should try and do this." That is what kind of led me into shoutcasting as a whole beginning. And I became the executive producer and director of marketing for Griffball Hub, which was the longest running competitive esport, honestly, in and still is in Halo history. Like, it's been around like consistently forever since its inception, which is wild. Now, granted, is it as big as HCS? Heck no, it's Griffball, but we still love it. In fact, yesterday we had a major tournament, and that's why I wasn't able to be part of yesterday's event. And thanks to Crucian, we had a wonderful prize package, which was awesome. And but yeah, Crucian and I've been kind of working together for a while. I went on to be went over to Mixer for a while, came back. While I was there, I was asked by 343 and the Harlem Globetrotters to help team up with Hershin Live to create Outpost Discovery, which is our first, like, Crucian and I's real first time getting to work hand in hand together to help create the back end. He helped bring everything in for all of our audio with our competitive arena. So I was the event program manager for the Harlem Globetrotters and Outpost Discovery with 343 Industries. I then went back and we migrated obviously from Mixer with Respawn All Stars over to Twitch. I'm a full-time content creator. I'm the creative producer for a video game, community manager for a video game. I'm helping write an indie film that I'm actually on a 6-month LOA from Insula for the indie film because I got offered an opportunity that was just awesome, and we get to be very creative, and I kind of got into that. But from an esports standpoint, I've shoutcasted everything from, like I said, Fortnite at PAX events, Apex Legends at E3. It's interesting because the key to the element here is trying new things. And I say this to anybody who's looking to get into shoutcasting, get into gaming, getting into esports, whether you wanted to come in as a competitor, as a producer, as a caster, all of these things are absolutely necessary. And if you think that, while I might feel weird coming in and saying, I really want to produce things, no, that's not weird. That's awesome. People need that. People need that a lot. You'd be surprised how much fun it is to put together a puzzle like a production like this show. When you look at all the different transitions and elements that go into the back end, and in having taught broadcasting at college, it's interesting to see how many people came from that broadcasting background into streaming and into esports. And it's wild to see the back end. And it's sad that not a lot is shown from the back end of what goes on in a production, being able to look at this from a secondary position and seeing what goes into making these productions happen. It's a wild series of gears and cogs that are so crucial to making these things happen. And I remember the first time that I actually ran into AVerMedia was actually at my second TwitchCon, which was the second TwitchCon, and y'all handed me a card, and we were talking, and I was talking about experiences in streaming, and the person there said, "Hey, try this out." Handed me a capture card, and I went, "Well, I'm gonna have to upgrade my PC for this one," and I did, and I've never left the product. And it was really interesting when, because AVerMedia has been so consistently positive and proactive, not just with all the partners that you engage with, but with its consistent supports and positivity in how not only we as a community react and engage with other members of our communities, but how you engage with us directly. And it's been really fun to experience that growth, especially with that transition from Mixer back over to Twitch. And AVerMedia was such a key element in that. So it's been a lot of fun. I appreciate it.
Well, we immensely appreciate you. We make it a point that we can do, since we are quote unquote the small guy in this space, we can do that personal touch and support people in that way. But more importantly, you guys are both immense badasses in your space with just the sheer tenacity that you've had going from like one thing to another thing, implementing skills from like with like both of you, from like military discipline to broadcast to networking to community management to all over the place.
Yep.
It is unquestionable that you guys have immense like leadership qualities and are both total trendsetters in both creative and esports spaces. So on that point, what do you get? How would you define a leader or trendsetter in your space? Like, what is the importance of leadership in these things, and what kind of traits are important? I'm asking a compound question. We'll just stop at how do you define a leader?
You want to take that one, Christian? Or want me to jump on it?
Jump on it. I went first
All right.
last time. Go for
All
it.
right. I hate it's gonna sad because it's gonna sound like I'm actually quoting Dune here, and yet it's the truth. It's my honest response to the question. Leaders aren't people who seek it. Leaders are people who do it. It's not a matter of going for the title because, hey, now I'm in control and have power. It's a matter of what needs to get done for us to have an incredible experience. What needs to be done for our players to have an incredible experience, and how does that incredible experience translate through transmedia, multiple different media platforms, whether you're talking about social media, live broadcasting on Twitch, whether you're doing it on YouTube, it doesn't matter. But I think it's more about how you look at the greater good for the opportunity rather than who's got the title and the command structure. And that's just my own personal opinion. I could be very wrong in this, but I think it's the willingness to step outside the box, do what may be uncomfortable and not necessarily in your wheelhouse, but be willing to learn, be willing to screw it up. And
Definitely.
and when it
That's a big one.
happens,
Yeah.
laugh about it, own it. It's okay. If you think anybody in the esports industry hasn't completely messed something up at some point, you're very, very wrong. Is oftentimes it's covered up and only the people in the back end know about it. Probably.
Yep.
I've messed up more things than you can shake a stick at. I mean, you can shake a stick at a lot of it, but you'll be spending a little while. But it's the fact that you learn from it so that you don't do it again. That's the key element. And I think that whether you're a trendsetter, I wouldn't necessarily call myself a leader because I don't really know if that applies to what I do. But I love what I do because I can get it done. And I think that is more important because at the end of the day, the viewers, the players, people involved, their enjoyment and the fact that they had a great time and they were well represented is that should be the top of your list of this is what needs to happen at the end of the day. How do we build to this? So, and that may have been a little spastic, but
Oh no,
No, it's fine.
that was fantastic. I really liked your point on it's leader is not about the title; it's about actually doing it. Because like you could, there's so many people who are like, oh, I'm gonna make an LLC so I can call myself a CEO. But if you're not like, you don't get the clout associated with like a title unless you're actually doing the thing that earns respect, that shows that you are a capable, proactive person, that shows that you actually are reliable and can do the things you set out to do.
Yeah.
So it's I 100,000% agree that I mean like I'm using leader as a sort of a broad term in the sense that like becoming like a star, becoming like someone who is top of their game as a creator, as an esports competitor, as someone who works in either of these industries. But I 1000% agree that it's not about the title, it's about what you do and how you actually live up to the expectations you set for yourself.
Yep.
yep.
I
And
think
making sure you're throwing people in there with it because it's never an
Yep.
individual journey. Like
Mhm.
this is I could not have accomplished yesterday without Rage More Nerd, without Crucian. Like they and like Crucian, we remember Rage. He was on tour with us for like the last 3 stops of Outpost. But like it's it's interesting because like you look and a lot of people will oftentimes forget, hey, sure, am I the face on the screen? Yes. Am I doing all of this? Absolutely not. There is a team of
Mm.
people, whether it's your like in a streaming event, whether it's your moderators, your editors, your graphic designers. I got Dot Chaos in here. Every single GIF of me on Twitter, and there's a bunch. Dot Chaos did all of those, most without asking, and I love him for it, and it's great. But like, it's there's a team of people behind everything that happens, and part of I think, well, maybe that is maybe part of being an adequate manager, leader, organizer, producer means saying, hey, I am not the only person doing this. There is a squad, an armada of people behind me who are all with me, and it would not have happened if it wasn't for all of them. And anybody, you know this, most of all, look at the people who are making this show happen. There's people behind the scenes doing a whole bunch of stuff, and it's wonderful to have that. I mean, I've seen the things Crucian does, and Crucian's got a whole squad with him. Like, there's a team of people.
It's scary, but one thing that I want to add to that is like, you know, a leader, a trendsetter, like I want to say, you know, one word that sticks with me is always like visionary, right? So like, you know, DJ hit on points where like, you know, you want to have people, but like I feel like if like you're that person that you can bring people together in some type of way in a vision, and they're feeding off your energy, kind of like the energy of DJ. You know, if you're feeding off that energy, you're just gonna bring people together to do something incredible sooner or later. You might fail a few times, yes, it's gonna happen, but it's how you pretty much get back up and continue pushing forward. Like there's gonna be failure, but it's, you know, you're gonna have to deal with that sooner or later. Like myself, right? I'm gonna put just a plain example. You know, we just created a game called Star Citizen, a very underrated community, right, out there. Just because the game is an alpha, people doesn't like the game because it's an alpha. The game is not done yet, but it's the game is so underrated. The community there is so underrated, and I want to talk about it because you know, the community itself, like we can do so much things in that game in an alpha state, and people just like discredit it. But I continue to push the boundaries and bring in esports into that community, and we get so many people that are just want to get involved with the community, that just want to be a part of the events that are all free. Is just to bring the community, you know, together. We got the developer who throws in, you know, prizes for events, but for some reason, the community, no matter what, comes together. We have hundreds and hundreds of participants just to, you know, be a part of this event. And, you know, all of a sudden, now that people are seeing us do this, now other companies are like, hey, can you run an event for us in Star Citizen? Can you run you know, esports events for us? And I'm over here like, sure. You know, so now I'm bringing in other people in other places because I started a trend on something, because I wanted to bring something to the community that just wasn't just a game that's an alpha. I wanted to bring something that's fun, and with the tools that we have so far, we can do something great. And I could just only imagine that when the game develops even more, we're going to even have more tools to continue creating something great. So like, so never like stop, never stop trying to figure out how to do something. Like, I don't think there's an excuse that say, hey, you can go on YouTube and find it. You can Google it and find it, right? I find ways, like right now, like I'm learning photography, I'm learning videography. I'm starting a YouTube tech channel. I'm trying to do whatever I can, as much as I can, and never stop learning, because it's only going to make me stronger when it comes to my job, or when it comes to the next position, or when it comes to an AVerMedia partner. Like, my videos for you guys are going to only be 10 times better. My content for you guys is only going to be 10 times better. My photography for you guys only going to be 10 times better. And I just want to continue growing myself as a person, and I'm never going to stop doing that for as long as I live. So,
I mean, growth is where it's at. While the statement, like, if you're not growing, you're going, is controversial in many scenarios, or might not be true in many scenarios, when it comes to like developing as a person, like, you should always be learning every day, because you don't know what like the challenges of the next day, week, month, year, decade might
yes.
entail. So if you're always learning, always improving, and always finding ways to try something new, and even if it doesn't work, like, the more you fail, the more likely you are to, the more chances you have to find success. You're not going to find success without failure. So if you're not trying new things, learning new skills, and preparing for the future, like, you are gonna stagnate as a creator, or a person. Not necessarily completely stagnate, but you're not gonna be the trendsetter that you're hoping to be, or that you could otherwise end up becoming.
Yep. And listen, part of that also comes with listening to your community. They're going to suggest things to you that may not be what you think you should be doing. I got asked to read a book on stream. To read a book on stream. I'm
like narrating it, or just like sitting there and then watch you read?
Literally, they wanted me to read them a story. I get asked that. You'd be surprised how many times I get asked, can you read us a story? And I'm like, all right, well, that's the weirdest thing I've had today. And so I ended up reading through a book that actually got me. I was not a huge reader, and I got back into reading thanks to a book called Ready Player One. Kid you not, the amount of people who have listened to me read Ready Player One is absurd. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. Do I have fun with it? Yes, because it's a great adventure as a gamer. It's wonderful. Did I ever think I'd be on Audible? No. Not, by the way, I'm not on Audible, but like, it's such
I was like, I'm looking for that now.
Oh,
to be. No, we're actually we just did it. We just did it again. We did it on Mixer and lost all of odds, so we did it now on Twitch again.
DJ, you're on a gold mine and you haven't put audibles up. Why?
Because I don't know anything about it, man. I don't know how to get involved.
As Christian said, you got to keep learning those skills.
Exactly, man. Exactly.
So, for example, the community was like, "Look," and I had one of my kick-ass jammers come over and said, "Hey, look, I want to do your edit. Like, you're not creating YouTube content with what you're doing. Let me be your YouTube editor. I will produce everything. You'll get to see it before it goes through. Let's get you onto YouTube." Sure. Okay. Why not? That could be fun. And so we started and did the book series. And it's interesting watching when I go back and look at it and go, oh, I really get into the book, getting into it. It's surprising when you try new things and step out of what you think is your comfort zone or where you should be, based on what you view other content creators as doing that's successful, and discover that something that is completely out of the box, that's completely left field, you enjoy. You get lost in the moment. You discover there's this passion, there's this moment of creativity, of inspiration. And as you roll with it, you find yourself watching your own video going, okay, as narcissistic as it may seem, I'm actually really enjoying the fact that I'm enjoying it. And it's weird when you start looking at these things and you'll discover a weird niche, a passion. I've loved music forever. I'm one of the Astro DJs, for God's sake. And I love DJing and music on the weekends because it gives me joy. It relaxes me. And it wasn't until I think I had a birthday stream back on Mixer, and it was Lena Axius who said, "Hey, you should just do that live." Because she'd seen me spin. She's like, "You should just do that live." And we did it, and we carried it over, and we brought the whole trend back over to Twitch. Like, find things that you're good at. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to equal massive Mondo success. Are you enjoying it? Yeah. Does that translate to your chat? You're darn right it does. and they're going to see you enjoying it, and that joy will translate through your cameras, through your mic, through your system. Just trust me on this. It may seem awkward at first, but if you're having fun, ignore everything else for a hot second. Enjoy the moment. That's where you find inspiration. That's where that consistency in content creation and in innovation becomes a regular rolling evolution of the products that you are creating and the production value that you are providing for your viewers.
If you're not enjoying what you're doing, then why are you doing it?
Bingo! It's like chess.
Yeah,
Why?
I mean, like, you don't have to enjoy every single stream, every single moment, but if you're not, as a whole, and finding joy in being a creator, working and wherever you're working, if it's a drag more than it's a joy, the majority of the time, then why are you doing it?
Bingo.
Like, so many people want the lifestyle of, like, oh, I want to be a rich, famous content creator. But then they don't realize, oh, I have to make content. And then when they get to the point of making content, it's like, I hate this, but I still want to be a rich and famous content creator. But, like, if you don't enjoy it, why are you doing it?
Right. I know people who are like, but I like putting together Lego sets. Then put together a Lego set. All you got to do is put a couple cameras down and lay it out. Trust me, I would watch that because, let's be honest, I grew up with Legos.
I think overall there's a space for everybody, whether it's esports, content creation. There's definitely a space for everybody. So people may not think like, hey, what I'm doing, I never seen it on Twitch. This might be embarrassing. Look, man, do it. You never know what's gonna happen. All of a sudden, you're the most popular person on Twitch because you're doing something that nobody's ever doing again. And that's why I just want to continue building on and what I'm doing with working in Star Citizen Esports. Trust me, you may think it's weird, but people, thousands and thousands of people on the internet will find it the most interesting thing, and you will never know what's going to happen. Your life will just turn upside down, and it'll be crazy. You'll be happy. You'll have a great experience.
Yep.
Listen to what your community thinks you might really enjoy, because they might know better than you. Like, if they see that you're enjoying like some like XYZ and the other thing, like with you and reading books on stream, like, just by the fact that you got so into it, and it was that was like your community's suggestion, like, hey, read us a story. Like, they could tell that, like, oh, this might be a good fit. Of course, your community's not going to be always right about what would be a good fit for you.
Right.
But it's worth humoring suggestions and listening to also your passions, the voice in your head, and discovering what is your passion in content creation. Because oftentimes, like, if you're just trying to copy the biggest trends, the biggest streamers, you'll be flat unoriginal and not actually enjoy what you're doing, because you're trying to be the next, like, a Pokimane or Asmongold or whatever, rather than the first and best you.
Bingo.
The thing
Perfectly
is, like,
said
you're never gonna be these next Asmongold, because, like, I'm saying this in a very kind way, in a very great way. Some of these guys on the top are weird, but the thing is, that's what people love, because they're completely different. They're in their own way. They're great people, but and that's what people love. Like,
it's
you
a
may
unique
think that you're
thing.
weird in a certain way, but I'm telling you, like, you go out there and you put yourself out there, people are gonna love you. But you never know until you go out there and push yourself and try. So,
yeah, step out.
Definitely.
No, you're right. Step outside of that box, and that's the thing. Don't try and be everybody else. Be you. Enjoy being you. Be okay being you.
On a related note, we were actually talking to, I think it was Girl DM yesterday on her panel, and she shared something about how she enjoyed watching somebody on YouTube just cleaning their fish tank. And so,
Right.
if you think about that person and why they started a channel about, just randomly cleaning their fish tank, you might not think at first, oh, like, no one's gonna watch me do this sort of thing on the daily. Like, no one's gonna watch me routinely clean this out every week. But then you put it out there, and then somehow somebody actually does enjoy it, and this person apparently has like 1 million subscribers. So you really don't know until you actually get the ball rolling, try it, and then see what happens.
Yeah, there are people who are wildly
And
successful
I think that's
who
been
just
kind of the common pattern.
Yeah.
Like, there are people who get wildly successful by turning on a camera, playing lo-fi music, and then they just title it "Watch Me Study" or "Watch Me Work." Like, it's just, there is content for everyone in every niche, and there is an infinite amount of niches, because you can get slightly deeper, slightly more specific, slightly different mix of things. So there will always be a niche for you. You just have to find it and own it.
on that note, like for example, I want to use Griffball as an example for this. Because I've shoutcasted both Arena and Griffball. I'm much better at Griffball. It's my forte. Find anybody who has ever seen any competitive Griffball and ask them who they associate that with, and it's going to be me. It's the most niche sport ever. It's a hammer and a sword in Halo. You know, the FPS where the S stands for shooting. There's no guns. It's a field sport. You're throwing a ball. Like, it's the most not Halo thing ever, but it's the most Halo like field sport you could have, where it's just people just. I'm doing my best, by the way, Andy, not to swear, because I know
you can swear. Just
oh my
just
God.
keep it to a minimum.
People just dicking around with a hammer and a sword, and that's what we do. Like, it's fun, and we create variants of it and goof off together, and we get our communities engaged. And was it something that I tried for? No, not at all. It was something that just happened. It happened. Is that to say, hey, you got to be in the right place at the right time? Yeah, because that's how life happens. It just happens like that. And when you find your niche, and I'm saying this to any content creator watching this, and when you find your niche, your spot, the thing that makes you grin, the thing you go, yeah, I'm going to sit up till 3:00 in the morning playing this game, and I don't care. Because you're just in the moment. You're in the zone. You've got your community. You've got your crew. You're rolling in. You're smashing people. It's fun. You're finding noobs in the game who are getting wrecked, and you're helping them out by jumping and bringing them into your party and going, let me teach you a few things about this motion. When you find yourself that ingrained in the moment with a community, you're building the opportunity to continue teaching and evolving the nature of that niche esport, that niche game, that niche moment where you have a passion. Lock into that, own it, be okay with it.
Yeah. I want to add something to that. You guys know that Dota was a niche game back then in Warcraft 3? And look where it's at
It
right
was
now.
a mod.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was a
Yep.
mod. Now look where it's at right now. It was a custom game made by Ice Frog, because I used to play it in Reign of Chaos back then, a long time ago, because we used to have this place called Clan TDA, and they would boot up rooms, and it would have a record system within the custom games. And look where Dota is now. A niche like that could grow into something that you never know what it could be in esports. And then other games became, popular from that. League of Legends, and things like Smite became of just where Dota started. Dota created the MOBA space, in my opinion, which obviously it did. But I'm just saying, like, you never know where that kind of niche could go. So your ideas could go a long way, regardless whether it's in content creation, esports, or in the gaming space in general. So,
and Dota's huge. That's bigger than my red chicken. It's gigantic.
And so many of these things, like as DJ mentioned, it's about being in the right place at the right time. And of course, there is a luck element involved. Like, oh, is it the right game and I'm the right person to like blow it up, or the right type of thing? But the thing is, even though there is a luck element, you're not going to be in the right place at the right time if you're not pursuing places and doing so more of the time. While luck is an element, there you can manufacture ways to increase that luck element. Like if you're not making content, if you're not trying new things, if you're not being places, communicating with people, building your niche, building your community, like you're not going to know about opportunities, and you're not going to be able to participate in those opportunities or create them.
Yep. Absolutely. And if there's one piece of advice I could give to people who are looking at how can I get better in the space that I'm in, or what could I do when it comes to streaming, especially if you're looking into getting into esports, whether it's broadcasting or other just read chat, broadcasting or otherwise. I'm gonna say this. I know this is gonna sound like this is the college teacher talking. Okay. Go to college, take a class, take a broadcasting class, take a journalism class, take a writing class. There's a reason why I say these things. The cadence that you learn to speak with as a caster, as a broadcaster, when you're looking into the back end of communications, you've got so many different things that bleed and feed into what we do here on stream. How you end up choosing the words that frame the sentences for the best impact in the right time to ensure that you're getting the most impact with what you want to get across to your audience. All of these things are part of that learning. Continue learning, even if it's a small way. Take an online class, read a book, And I kid you not, the reading the book actually is a whole mental exercise that is definitely helpful in the process of things. And it really does work in a lot of different ways. But don't be afraid to do these things. In fact, I would encourage people to do these things because you never know what you might find that you didn't realize was going to inspire you into finding your way. And I say this as somebody who grew up as a dancer, went into the Navy, came out, went back into dance, massage therapy, and then was a nanny before getting hit by a car. And that's how I got into video games. Because it said Dodge and I didn't. Like literally, it was on the side of the car. And like I'm totally serious. Like it was imprinted backwards on the side of my leg. Like as I was in the hospital. It was awesome.
That's such unfortunate irony.
But it's the only adventure that I would be worthy of, to be fair. Like if anybody's gonna go through that, sure, here we go. And that's how I ended up getting into gaming. I couldn't walk for a year, for God's sake. So I got into gaming, found Halo, found Griffball, and just things happen. Is it where we thought we were gonna be at one point? No, I had no clue. If you told me at 25 this is what I was gonna be doing, I'd have laughed at you and then bought another drink. So like things happen for a reason. Just let it occur. It may not be where you think you need to be going, but it doesn't mean it's not the direction you are going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can stumble upon anything at any time, and you don't even know. Like today, like I'm not gonna lie, this industry or this esports space, gaming space is so unpredictable. Anything could happen at any moment. Things could fall apart. Something else can open up. You could be somewhere else. But hey, man, like take a risk because you never know where it's gonna lead you to. So it's definitely very unpredictable and it moves very, very quickly. Like esports over the last 5 years been growing like 40, 50, 60% year over year. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. So, the best I can say is that if somebody's offering you a job in Q&A, that's fine. Take it. But while you're doing Q&A, learn more stuff. Learn how to make the game. Learn how to do this. If you're doing an event in gaming, ask questions. If you see a photographer, ask questions. If you're interested in that, I can literally I can pretty much do everybody's job if I could. I'll do photography if I have to. I'll do social calendars. I'll do socials if I have to. I'll do social management. I can do community management, influence management. I'll do it all if I have to, because it's just that I ask questions. I always want to know how, why, when, where, why. I just want to learn more. I don't want to ever stop learning because at some point I know that I may stumble into something that's what I want to do later down the line, and I already know how to do it. So,
yeah, and not only that, like when you get to a position of where you have more leadership, you can, when you know these skills, you can teach them to other people. Like maybe you see potential in someone, and because you know how you gain this skill or how you learn this thing, you can start teaching them or giving them directions. Okay, you should think of this thing. You should think of that thing. And so just preparing not only for now as a means to get what you want to do, but in the future, you have to also be thinking about how you're going to be giving back to the community itself. And in learning those skills and learning those, knowing those things, you're able to pass that down when you get to a higher position.
And you never know how the way you give back will end up paying back or even being paid forward.
Yeah.
Like you might be responsible for creating the next like hyper successful person, and then they'll probably give back to you somehow. So it's so important to be constantly learning, but then also teach what you're learning.
Yep. And then you just end up finding like other ways too. Like you're going to learn something from somebody else. You're going to turn it into your own way. You're going to figure out a way to make it better. And then that person, whoever you teach to, your way is going to probably do the same thing. Learn your way, learn to do it their own way, learn to make it better. And it just keeps that cycle, just keeps on rolling.
And if I could add one thing to remember for everybody, like as this evolution occurs, celebrate each other's successes. If there's nothing else you walk away from today, aside from just get on it and learn, celebrate each other's successes, their milestones. Your journey is your own. Their journey is their own. And when they get somewhere and they've hit something, celebrate that with them. Jealousy is a useless emotion, and it's okay. Like it's something you eventually will grow to adjust with. But celebrate each other's successes when things happen. When you've got mods who start streaming and they suddenly have got their first 100 followers, they've got 500 followers, and they're like, "Oh my god, I got my first 50 subs." Celebrate that with them. Celebrate that. We evolve and we grow because we were all there. We all started with a one. It was probably ourselves, but we all
That is
started
one.
with the one.
We definitely celebrate after every event. I definitely celebrate because like we did it. We got through the weekend. You know, like yesterday, I definitely was celebrating. I got through a 5-hour cast. You know, in Star Citizen. It was just like always celebration because like it's so nerve wracking to get the setup and the communication and get the run of show going, and then when you're done, you're like, it's over. We're happy.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, and everything just comes out really good. So.
I guess you've got enough chapstick, coffee, and water on hand, and you can't really drink much of it very fast because you can't necessarily take a break when you need to take a break. So it's just like a thing where you're like, all right, just enough to wet the mouth. There we go. Until it's the coffee, and then you're just drinking it like it's going out of style. I've been talking too long.
So we are gonna have to start wrapping this panel up. What would be one final actionable piece of advice that you'd like to give the creators tuning in, hoping to improve their skills and grow as people?
I'm gonna say just very simple: expand your skill set. Never stop learning. If there's something that you want to do, expand your skill set. Make it broad. Don't just don't just tunnel vision on one thing. Expand your skill set. Try different things. And I'm telling you, it's gonna apply to so much things when you're trying to either join an esports or become a better content creator. Whether you want to do YouTube videos or you want to post great photos on social media. Just expand your skill set and just be better and make it better. So that's my last thing.
And I would say for starters, start with Crucian's hairline and then work your way towards mine.
Jesus. Oh my gosh.
Never stop trying. It doesn't matter whether you think anybody else thinks you're funny, whether you think anybody else thinks that you're interesting. Are you having fun? Focus on what you enjoy. Trust me, your joy and happiness will translate. Spend time with your community. I need to do better about that. I constantly need to spend more time with my mods simply because they do so much to support it, but be part of a greater community. It's not just you. Part of community building means investing in those people who invest in you and also making sure that you're cultivating a community. It's important. We're not streamers because we don't have communities. We're content creators because we cultivate a community environment that is, well, all about happiness. Have fun with it.
Fun is why we do it.
Yes. So there we go.
So to reiterate, thank you guys so much for stopping by. I knew this panel would be an absolute blast, and I was not disappointed in the slightest. In terms of hairline, I'm somewhere in between you and DJ, or you and Crucian.
There you go.
So I don't know if I'll ever be one or the other, but it's all about the process. And that is to say that if you need to have a constant process of learning, growing, enjoying what you're doing, and finding new ways to spark joy as a creator. And if your hairline recedes or advances, either way.
If they make a sequel to David Lynch's Dune, I'll fit in as a Benny Gesserit. There we go.
But either way, just bring that passion with you wherever you go. You might not, following your passion might be outdated advice in this day and age, but it's so important to be passionate about what you do and find ways to find joy, spark that passion to keep going. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. This has been an amazing discussion. We're going to take a quick staff Q&A / quick break, maybe run a few ads, and then we'll have a panel, an interview with the amazing Control Alt Quinn on building inclusive communities. Yay! So thank you guys for tuning in right here.
Thank you guys.
I think you might have been the one to suggest them to us.
Very possible.
Yeah. But thank you guys for tuning in, and hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much for having
Thank
us.
you,
It's been
everyone.
awesome. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
I'm not sure if we're allowed to talk.
Okay, that was an amazing panel, guys. Like, it's always a blast having DJ and Crucian on for these events, because I believe we interviewed both of them for Create and Connect last year, and we've had them on, each of them on, for other streams and whatnot since then. It's always a blast having them. They are an absolute joy to hang out with, to go back and forth with about knowledge and being a creator.
Yeah.
So it was great having them on. We can take a few Q&A questions about AVerMedia while y'all are here. I'll put the link to the schedule in the chat, as well as the e-store and the coupon and the giveaway, because we're announcing the giveaway winner in 3 hours and 5 minutes. So
It's gonna be pretty soon.
get your
yeah.
entries in, or else you won't have a chance to win. That's the other side of the threat.
At all. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, I like almost threatening it, people. You know.
No, yeah. Intimidating. Okay.
Yeah. Almost threatening, not actually threatening.
Not actually. Slightly. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, just drop it in the chat. We can talk a little bit about more of our offering to you guys, our hardware.
Yeah.
I will be back
products or
in a
anything like
quick
that.
moment.
Sure. I think while the three of us were on break, we actually did see a couple of questions about the Nexus. If you guys do want to, well, maybe not questions. I guess they were like speculations. If you guys have any specific questions, then please feel free to just shoot your question right now. We do have a few minutes, especially when Andy comes back to talk about it. But yeah, I think that's pretty much a little downtime before we get started for our next panel. If you have anything else to add.
Do you remember what question they had about the Nexus, or just it was in general?
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for it over really quick.
Because I like walked in to grab something and then I walked right back outside. So it was just a quick skim. Had a brief conversation with someone who recommended me some new ice cream with salted caramel on it. That I remember.
Oh, that. Instant stuff,
that I remember.
We need the sugar.
I want to say it was related to the chat widget and how it could be expanded, because the text looked a little small when we were showing the Nexus during our intermission screen.
Oh, okay. It's probably the angle that I have right now. I mean, if I zoom into it, let's see if I can zoom into it. It's really not that small. I mean, of course, it's not super huge font. So you're gonna be able to read like feet away, but if you have it right in front of you, it's actually pretty. It's good enough, I think. It's just the angle that we have on the camera right now. And it's just like a reminder that you're getting text, you're getting chat. It's not necessarily to completely read off of it, but it's always good to have like an extra little screen that you can be checking if there's anything that pops up or anything like that. Yeah. And we are working to be able to make that into like a bigger screen. So for example, right now, it takes up 2 columns. Later on, we'll be expanding it so that probably can make like the whole screen, or like a third of the screen, 2/3 of the screen. Yeah, so that's going to keep evolving. And that's a good thing about the Nexus is that, or the EX310 is that we've been updating our software from the moment that we launched it. We've added many features like multi-action, where you can just control everything with a press of a button. We've added different profiles so that you can, for example, today I have Create and Connect day 2 layouts all over the Nexus itself. And then you could just be switching that according to what it is that you're streaming on that day. So you don't have to like completely reset everything every time that you're doing it. Yeah.
I am a huge fan of this piece of hardware. I've been using it since months before we even announced it or even started teasing it. and it has been completely instrumental and like completely revitalizing my workflow, making so many things so much easier, like just like text things, shortcuts, just the little things that
Mhm.
add such an extra factor of quality of life to your setup on top of the audio mixing, on top of the XLR interface.
Mhm.
That's just, it is such a nice device, and I cannot reiterate that enough. I am a huge fan of this. Okay, but anyways, I'm gonna ping Quinn to let them know to jump in the chat.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Ready to get
actually, they
going?
just messaged me, so perfect timing.
And I guess while we wait for that, Dated Rhymes did ask, is the RGB random, or can you set a custom color for the buttons and the outer rim on the Nexus? Drum roll, please.
Let's see here. Let me just pull this up. It's a really good question. So basically, this is how you're going to be controlling your Nexus. You have your Creator Central software, and for example, if I go into hardware and I select the light, I can actually choose if I want it just to be solid, and then if I want it to be red or orange, or any of the colors that we have here on the palette, you could definitely choose that. You can also tweak the brightness of it. Also, for example, if I'm using right now the scrolling RGB, you can actually, speed it up, or if you want it to go a little bit slower, it's totally up to you. So there's a lot of flexibility on how you can set up your software and how you can set up your lights. For example, the Nexus has this feature where you can actually have two different audio mixes. Like one is the one that you guys are listening to right now, and the other one is what our panelists have been listening to, which is completely at different levels. And just to have like a visual representation of it, you can choose different colors. So for creator mix right now, what I have is this pink, and for our audience mix, I have a red color. So when I'm switching between those two, you'll see that the light on the software itself changes. So for example, if I want to go over and preview or listen to our audience mix, I can switch to it, and then the colors themselves are going to be switching as well. And that's just a really quick visual representation of what you have, so that you know that you switch to the correct mix that you want to control. And I hope that answers your question.
All right, so I believe Quinn will be joining us in just a moment.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I've given them, I just sent them the link. So
Okay.
coming up in a moment, we'll be having our panel on how to build an inclusive community as a creator. It's so important to just make your stream the space you want it to be, and to make any viewer who might potentially be there feel safe upon entering. So we're really excited to have Control Alt Quinn, one of our amazing new partners, join us. And once they join in a second, we'll get started.
Getting our scenes going on here.
Yep, we're still waiting for them to join us.
No rush.
And I honestly think I really want to make this Nexus Lo-Fi or Lo-Fi, I don't know how to say it, a thing in our stream, because it's really nice to just chill out. You see the RGB just like doing its thing, and you can see people chatting on it. I think we should definitely add some or schedule some of those type of streams.
Yeah, that would be really chill. And we just got Control Alt Quinn into the call. Welcome. We're really, really excited to have you for this panel. You are one of the newest AVerMedia partners who joined us, I believe, who we announced at the beginning of August. So fairly new. We're really happy to have you here, and we're really happy to support you and your community any way that we can. And we're really happy that you're spending time in your evening to share some of your thoughts with us.
Thank you. Y'all can hear me fine? Perfect.
Loud and clear.
Yes.
Alright,
We're just
absolutely.
fixing the scene on OBS real quick.
It's already set
Alright,
up
yeah,
there.
that's cool.
You're right on the screen right now on our live stream. And do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Control Quinn. You can call me Quinn. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm a trans comedic streamer, full-time Twitch streamer, doing all the nerd stuff because it's my passion. I play a lot of video games and I talk way too much. So yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can be a Twitch streamer if you don't talk way too much. So it's a strength.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Exactly. So first of all, I've lurked in your stream several times since you applied for AVerMedia Partnership. And
Yeah.
I've got to say that you have a really amazing I don't want to say like cozy, but you have a very welcoming, friendly community. And so what are you personally proudest about the community that you've built over the years as a streamer?
Yeah, like, so thank you for lurking my stream. I'm cozy. Yeah, cozy is a good word. But one of the things I'm really proud about is how inclusive my community is, as far as like we have like a zero tolerance for certain buffoonery. And we like shut stuff down, and I think it's really important to like have rules and enforce those rules often. And I've been streaming for like 3 years, so it took a long time to like just build a safe space for everyone. But I think it really does start with the streamer. Like you're at the top, right? You gotta like really know what you want and want your community to be like, because your community is a reflection of you. So yeah, I'm proud of that.
And circling back, like the day that you were opening your care package, I was watching that whole stream, and some of the aforementioned buffoonery happened to happen that day, and that was just extremely heartbreaking to see. And it's just so amazing that like you have a community that can self-regulate and keep each other safe, because that's just so important when you're building a community. Because like you said, it's a reflection of you. So if you want a community that is inclusive but does not tolerate intolerance, then it's important that the community members also participate in that. So just honestly, extreme kudos to you on that. And yeah. So first of all, just what have you been streaming lately? What would be some things that you love to highlight about yourself, your community, and all that as we get started?
Lately I've been playing lots of New World. It's so good. I love it. I love being in that space in New World and just being able to run around and do menial tasks. Like, I am going to go kill this wolf because I have to collect this skin, and that feels good. So I'm doing that. I've also been playing lots of Fortnite off stream with my community, actually, which is I think another piece to like building a like connection in a community, especially like letting people know your values and stuff like that. Like spending time off stream, it's a lot of hours, a lot of time, a lot of work. So yeah, I've been doing New World and Far Cry 6. I've been playing a lot of that as well.
Heck yeah, a bunch of my friends have been playing New World, and it gives off a measure like somewhere in the middle between like Valheim, World of Warcraft, and FF14, just somehow like all in one, but like somehow like a really cohesive experience. Like I want to get into it, but I know that if I do, any free time that I would have had outside of work will just disappear.
Games
but
do
yeah,
that.
that's really, really awesome. So you mentioned earlier about how it's important to have like a community that like kind of has rules and regulates itself. How do you like develop those rules and enforce them in a way that people can understand? And how do you get that self-regulation to start occurring? Because that's something that many people I know struggle with.
Yeah, one thing that I think is like super important is to know that if you don't understand something or it doesn't relate to you, but it relates to the people around you, respect it. I feel like that's a big thing for streamers, and content creators or entertainers as a whole. They're like, well, you know, this isn't like, this doesn't relate to me as a person, but it could relate to the people who are watching you, who enjoy your content and hang out with you. Like, that's important. Why wouldn't you want the people around you to feel safe? So that's something that I always practice in my community. I'm like, these are my rules. This is what makes me feel weird if someone were to like put this in my space, my personal space, where I'm like creating this like awesome energy where we're just hanging out and just vibing, catching vibes, like that song. Got a vibe. It's stuck in my head. I'm sorry. But and I do that. Like, I'm just like, hey, this is what I want. But also, I want to listen to the people who are around me and respect anyone that is there. I want everyone to feel safe and comfortable. Stop thinking about yourself. Stop being selfish. I think it's extremely important, not just for growth, but just like as a human, right? Not just like for growth of your channel and content creation, because outside of all of that, you're just human. You're just a person who I think you would want other people to feel comfortable around you. So yeah, that's my spiel.
That's a really great way to think of it, because like in effect, like your community, it's like a big extended friend group. And while that is kind of there's the whole parasocial issues and whatnot that we're not going to delve into now, but like it really is like, would you want to be friends with the people who are watching your stream? And if it's the type of people like, oh, they're disrespectful, they don't respect people's boundaries and all that, like you wouldn't want to be friends with those people. So that's, I think, a great way to think of it. And I really like how you've described that. Because, and then circling back to that term of the issue of respect, not to name names, but many streamers, the only like respect that they require the community to have is for people who look like me, and that is not inclusive whatsoever. And the whole point of building a safe place on stream is that no matter your background, no matter whether you are like, no matter your ethnicity, your race, your sexual orientation, whatever, like it should be a safe place for everyone to be involved, because you don't choose those things. So how do you communicate the importance of this to people who might not understand it in the streaming community, of like of being accepting and inclusive?
Are you talking directly to me or other people in the panel?
Mostly you, because it's just my coworkers right here. But I just to start, like, because many people just like they don't stand in other people's shoes. So I've just realized that like if you can actually get people to like take other perspectives, stand in other people's shoes, you can actually get them to have some of that level of respect. So I'm curious to learn more about how you can actually communicate that importance.
Yeah, okay, so empathy is huge. I don't know, like I feel like a person who is like, I have a lot of empathy in me, and I think that that's something that should be someone people should practice, right? Like if you meet someone or like something happens and you don't know how it feels, like you don't know what it feels like to be me, I don't know what it feels like to be you, I don't know what that pain or hurt feels like, or especially when it comes to streaming, like you're going to meet lots of people from many diverse backgrounds, not just on the way that they look or how they identify, but just like their history as a person, and the experiences that they had. So it's just like listening, and you can't force people to listen, but when you are communicating your needs and your space and what you want for what's around you, you have the ability to talk and speak on those things. And when there's things that happen within a community, which are bound to happen, where people might come into your chat and they might misgender me, or they might ask a question that has nothing to do with a game that I'm playing right now, or whatever it may be, it's like correcting it in an empathetic, like I want to believe that people have good intentions, and practicing that is a part of empathy. And I think if everyone just like did that, we could probably change a lot of stuff in the streaming space. But that's just like from my perspective. But definitely like I I kind of like have it memorized in my brain. Like when someone comes in and they say something to me, I'm like, oh, that's really kind, but also these are my pronouns. Or we don't talk about that here. And after you correct that behavior in a way that's like good intentions forward, then I feel like there could be like after that, then they get banned, then ban them, bomb, boom, boom, ban. Like, but if they don't respect that, that's where the respect comes in. Like gentle corrections when you don't know someone, and then ban them. I hope that helps.
Oh, that's amazing. Like as you were saying, like gentle corrections and coming from a place of empathy, because like there's just for many people, like even though like the concept of they and them as singular pronouns is like they don't, it just doesn't register in their head, and it can take a lot of time and effort for them to like actually normalize it and use it repeatedly and correctly. So coming from a place of empathy makes those people who want to treat people correctly, want to treat people with respect, but just have struggles to overcome. That's a really great way to put it, because if you're just gonna like, if you're angry or causing conflict in that correction, it can just make them double down on using the incorrect thing, which is how the divide gets even worse and worse, and how the opposite of inclusivity happens.
Yeah,
So
definitely. I was actually about to say that I actually think that you taking a more positive approach to how to, in a way, educate your viewers or your community on how the rules are, or how you like to be directed to. It's really good, because the moment, like Andy said, the moment that you start being more on the defensive side, of being more negative, that's when people probably just like start doubling down on that. But you taking an approach of a more being more empathetic and thinking, okay, this person, it doesn't mean it in a bad way. He just, or he or she or them, they just don't know, or it just doesn't register for them. And you take that step into, okay, I'm going to educate this person. But then again, you have your own boundaries in terms of, okay, I can do this much, but if you don't give something back or you don't change, then okay, that's it. I'm not going to spend overly more time to try to do that.
Yeah, I think it's important. Like that's perfect, because but it's also not a marginalized person just for your existence, your being to be an educator. And that's something that needs to change. Like just because you see someone that you've never really like met or understand their identity or who they are doesn't mean that it's their job to educate you. And I think that's something that I feel strongly about. And I'm just like, yeah, this is who I am. I live it every day, and I'm like open to talk about who I am. But you could also just respect me enough to not ask me like, so what's it like to be a trans Black person on Twitch right now? What's it like? I want to know.
Yeah, that's true.
Dab. Like that's not like, it depends on my mood too. Like some days I'm like, okay, I can entertain this question. And then some days I'm just like, please just go. I just want to play Far Cry, and I want you to leave me alone.
Yeah,
Like,
because at the end of the day, you're a person, not a political statement, and it's not your job to like educate everyone on how to treat a person with respect. Like that's something you're supposed to learn in kindergarten. So it's just I really like that point of just like, I just want to play Far Cry 3 or whatever. Yeah. So that's a really really good point. Yeah, just so just for the folks who are like, man, I'm having issues with like how to like using proper pronouns and whatnot, just literally do a Google search. Like you don't you can, it's fine to like ask the person like once, but don't like overstep it, and don't like don't use a person who is a person as an educational source, because they're not they're not there for your pleasure. They're there for themselves, their own life and their goals. So while it is helpful to like gently nudge people and not be excessively confrontational, you do need to set boundaries, and you do need to let people educate themselves.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's not, it's if they're the one making the mistake, it's their job to fix it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
On a more positive note, so I'm totally blanking. Sorry. What has been one of your greatest achievements as a creator so far? Like, what would you say is one of your biggest, happiest achievements as a creator
Oh,
over your 3 years
wow.
as a streamer?
Honestly, at this point, I would say just being able to be a full-time streamer is kind of cool. It's really hard to sustain and thrive in a space that's so highly competitive. And there's a lot going on. The internet moves really fast, as everyone here probably understands. And being able to be a full-time content creator is something I'm really proud of. Like, I get to play games and I spread joy, feel joy, doing what I love, and that's wild to me. That's an achievement, definitely.
Yeah, and from my times lurking your stream, like, I've popped by when you've been doing your freestyle sections, and so that's just spreading joy distilled. And I'm not going to be like, oh, do one right now. I'm not going to put you on the spot like that, but I just got to say that you do have the joy that you feel
Thank you
and
for
have
that.
managed to build is completely contagious. So I'm really happy that you're joining on this panel.
Yeah.
But on that note of being a full-time creator and building a community and all of that, boundaries are a really important thing for just protecting your mental health, and just in the broad sense for any creator who's full-time and it becomes close to their entire life, professionally or otherwise. What are some measures you take to protect your mental health and set boundaries with your audience so that you can have your you time?
I have days that are like blackout days for the internet. Certain hours, I'm like, I am not going to get on Twitter. Like, Fridays are my days where I go outside, like actual real life outside. You know what I mean? Like, sunshine, but it's usually night because I'm a vampire. And my sleeping schedule is broken because I'm a Twitch streamer too. So it's like,
Yay.
yay. But yeah, I will turn off my phone, or just like go on airplane mode and do things outside of my desk. I won't even come to my desk. That's a good way to set boundaries, because it's really easy to get sucked into like the internet. And like, as a content creator, it's like, it's always going, it's always moving, even if you're not a part of it. It just does not stop. And also, I communicate with my community on Discord. Like, I'll have moments where I'll go into my Discord, I'm hanging out in like my voice, or I'm engaging or checking out streams. Like, I have a very strict schedule of when I do those things. And I think that helps establish boundaries too, instead of being like, I am always here, I am always open, I'm like a Walmart, except for I'm cuter. I can't do that. That's not logical. It's not reasonable to your mental health. And I would really like also, trauma dumping is a part of that too, because like, when you're building connections with folks in streaming and content creation space, and you're building a safe space, people feel so connected to you because you're like, this is what I need. And I know, because I've been there. Like, I'm in a space where I'm like, this feels so good, I want to be here. I want to like message this streamer and be like, hey, thank you, let's be best friends. But it's not really like that. That's where the boundaries come in line. Like, yes, all these things I feel passionately about and I mean them, but also, you don't know me and I don't really know you. We just have very similar beliefs that we're passionate about. And that's something that I address and talk about as well. So does that answer the question?
Oh, that's fantastic. No, that's incredibly fantastic. Like, you're when you're building an inclusive community, sometimes people feel like they can be included any time of the day, anytime on your schedule. but when in reality your community, you're including your community in your life when you're live and when you make yourself available to them. You're not available to them on their schedule, you're available to them on your schedule, and
Yeah.
boundaries are incredibly important for that. And on that note of boundaries, there's been this is a vague term recently when like there's the whole movement of like hashtag Twitch do better. Many people were suggesting like ways to like set boundaries on their end, and rather than ways for like Twitch to systematically change. Do you think that to any level that movement was successful on to somehow change Twitch? And if yes, if not, or if yes, or if not, why?
Wow. Okay. So
Sorry for the very hard pivot.
yeah, it's cool. I think it was successful as in that change was shown, and like I saw that there's a lot more change that needs to happen. And like I'm the kind of person that's just like success or failure is just, it's not black and white. Growth at all and change at all is in the right direction, as long as we're not going backwards. So I do feel like the movement for Twitch Do Better made positive changes. We're not always there yet, but we're going in the right way. And that's just, yeah, that's how I feel. I was ecstatic like when the extra tags were added, the identity tags. I think that's really important because, you know, when we're talking about safe spaces and inclusive communities, it's important. It's like really hard to find people who get you on this platform. Discoverability is not the best on Twitch, and we all know that. So be able to like go through tags and be like, oh, and find communities like this person is trans, or this person is whatever fits you, right? And like check that out. It's easier to like find a community that you can fit in, and I like that. And the downside is trolls. And that's something that Twitch is working hard to combat. And they wouldn't have implemented those tags if they weren't trying to make it a safer, more inclusive place for us all. And I don't work for Twitch, by the way. I just want to say that sounded like a total ad. I definitely.
Oh no, yeah. Like I completely get what you're saying. Like on one hand, like it has made individual viewers and streamers both more acutely aware of how they should be treating people with respect on Twitch and everything like that. But on the other side, and there has not been necessarily enough issues, enough fixes on like the system-wide end to protect people from the hate that awareness was being brought to. So like while there are tags to help people like find communities that they feel included in and find creators that they can relate with, of course the hate raiders and the buffoonery can still use those tags to target people. So of course is
that the word of the day, buffoonery?
I mean, you heard it here, folks. I might make like a create and connect iceberg image and just like go various levels deep, like a cat butt gate, buffoonery, building a Disneyland. So yeah, I think that might be a part of the social media strategy for AVerMedia. But anyways, that like. I my view is that it has been a double-edged blade in that it has brought more awareness and given marginalized creators more tools to build that inclusive community that they want, and for viewers to find communities they can feel included in. But it hasn't done enough to address the root issue in the first place. So yeah.
Growth and change is hard.
Yes.
It sucks, right? Imagine like anything you've ever done in your life. Oh, I cracked my knuckle. Anything you ever do, like those changes are hard. And imagine trying to do that for a whole company, a whole culture, a culture that you have no control over. And I get that with Twitch. Like I get what they're trying to do, and they're doing it as they can but it's still no excuse for the pain and trauma that many marginalized creators have to face on this platform altogether. But change is painful. It's gonna suck, but we're gonna get there. I truly believe we're gonna get there. So
Yeah, because I mean, ideally, we would be at a point where no one is marginalized and everyone is simply a creator, a person, and everyone gets the respect that they deserve. But of course, with just varying, with different beliefs, ideologies, etc., like we're a long way away, and we need more systems and everything to make it happen. But of course, as you're saying, like growth and change is hard. Like if Apple were to release a new feature in a phone that like wasn't rigorously tested and like perfect on release, it wouldn't be in that phone. So the same would go for Twitch. Like of course we know that they're working on growth and change and ways to make these spaces more safe for everyone. But it's just when there was like the time of like, oh, it's September, and then the day before it was like, we hear you, but then give us money the next day. Not to
read
that,
the
like,
room.
yeah,
Read the
like
room.
we know that like work is being done to make these improvements. It's just like keep us in the loop, you know.
Yeah, communication is so important, but yeah, I was about to say something about Mercury and retrograde, and I'm like, this is not the place.
Oh no, this is the place. My girlfriend was just like saying like, oh yeah, Mercury's no longer in retrograde. The world is right.
So what's
but
your
it was in
That's what was
retrograde.
happening.
Yeah. yeah. So we can just blame everything that was going wrong on Twitch on Mercury being in retrograde. The company doesn't need to hold itself accountable. Everyone can go back to being happy. So on that note of solutions on like a system-wide level to help protect people, that of course that's not going to realistically happen anytime soon. So what are like actionable ways that people who might potentially be targeted by hate raids and other buffoonery, the word of the day, do to protect themselves on like a streamer level, like bots, tools, etc.?
One thing I do is I usually keep on slow mode. Slow mode is super important. And as soon as I see like a hit, I don't know if you've ever been like hate rated or anything like that, but you can kind of see when it's about to happen. Like a couple users come in and they're asking questions about something that has nothing to do with what you're doing, and like I just turn on followers only mode, and immediately clip it and send it to Twitch, report it, because that's when the follow bots start. And it's just I hate that I'm so like used to stuff like this. Like I hate that this even has to be like a conversation sometimes, that it's just like, this is how you protect yourself from all the hate and awful things that will happen to you as a marginalized person. But it's the truth. So I just like lock it down as quickly as possible and make sure that I report it to Twitch, because that's important to Twitch, because there's so many different departments in Twitch and they don't all communicate cohesively together. So like say you're getting follow botted or something and you reach like, I want to apply for partner, and they're like, well, you have follow bots and you never reported it. That affects you. So I would say to marginalized people, report the stuff that happens to you, even if you don't see any changes in real time, because it will affect you down the road if you don't say anything at all. And it helps other people do the same thing, and it makes the community, the platform, safer. Stop thinking about yourself. Think about everything, everyone, people you may not even know. Like just report. And Twitch does get rid of like those bots and stuff that will come through your chat. So that's one thing I do. And the next thing is I have really dedicated mods who help me a lot, and they're amazing and beautiful, and I love them so much.
That's I actually did not know that at all about like the reporting, and it messes with your metrics, and it's just like it's kicking you when you're already down. Like if you got a hate raid and then they're blaming you for not doing something about it, that's just that's so messed up. So on that note of like, there's just so many things that people who don't get hate rated or don't have these issues, they just don't know and may never know because they don't experience it. So how can privileged creators, for lack of a better term, educate themselves and help be actual allies to solving this problem?
I would say to learn more as someone who's coming from like a privilege standpoint or background, diversify your social media feeds. Follow more Black creators, brown creators, queer creators, any like follow people who you do not really relate or identify as it, and see their experience, especially if you're really serious about that. Because honestly, a lot of marginalized creators talk about our issues and stuff as far as content creation and the experiences live on the feed all the time. Like it's there. I complain a lot about some of the things that happen to me as a creator, and I think that's a really good way to listen or to learn, is just listen to marginalized voices whenever you get a chance. Like don't try to problem solve or any of that stuff in real time. Just listen to that and engage and then like learn and do your research on that as well. You see something comes across your timeline, and it's like, I have this and that set up in my chat. My bot does this and that, but also I'm still getting all these like bots, or I'm still getting this or that. Like, do your research and be like, wow, this sucks. This shouldn't be happening. That's a really awesome way to support folks. So
because at the end of the day, the bots are programmed by people with
yeah,
some malicious intent or some extreme ignorance. And many people are just going to be willfully ignorant about these issues. Like, they're not going to question, like, oh, I'm a white guy and everyone I've subscribed to on YouTube is also a white guy. Like, of course you're not going to have a diverse set of opinions
Exactly.
if the content you consume is not diverse.
Yeah.
And that's one thing, not to toot AVerMedia's horn, but that's one thing I'm really proud of with our partnership program and how we've intentionally been making it as like diverse as possible, because you're not going to support and uplift marginalized creators if you don't actually support and uplift their voices, if you don't give legitimacy, give people the opportunity to hear their voices. So my recommendation to everyone who's listening right now is first, follow Control Alt Quinn for being an amazing interviewee on this panel. But second of all, just on Twitch, on YouTube, look up people who don't look like you. Follow people who don't look like you. Especially if they do commentary about what that life is like, because it's not a creator's job to educate you unless that's their goal as a creator. It's your job to educate yourself, learn how to respect people, and treat them the way they want to be treated. Okay.
Yeah. I just kind of wanted to quickly kind of tag on to that, because I think that was honestly some really, really great advice that a lot of people don't really consider. And so for us to have actually talked about it, it's just kind of like this kind of clicks for certain people. And I would hope it clicks for certain viewers, or some of our viewers too, because the issue that I have with social media right now is that when you have the option to follow people and to select who you choose to see, you kind of sort to form your own bubble, right? Like it's all you're basically coming up with a group of people that has the same likeness as you. You have certain overlaps when it comes to interests, or like, what kind of content you create and things like that. And so for you to actively begin to follow other people that you don't think has the same kind of likeness, or like, you're trying to diversify yourself, I think is a great step in that direction to kind of, well, I guess, pop that bubble yourself. So I think if there's anything in particular that I would take away from this, is to actually be a little bit more proactive in trying to find different areas that I would want to listen to more experiences that are different from mine.
Yeah.
That's
And go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Are you sure? Okay.
Yeah. Of course.
I was gonna say I agree with you on that. Like, that's what I was thinking too, because the thing about like content creation, right? Like, someone's like, I'm gonna start streaming, I want to grow. So they want to follow people who create similar content as them. They want to follow people and connect with people who are doing the same sort of thing. Like, they want to like grow and like have that audience and be like, okay, I like this streamer and we're very similar. So if I hang out with them, then I can grow. Like, you form that bubble, and there's a lot. Look around your bubble and see how many people look like you and how many people don't. And I feel like a lot of folks need to do that when they start building their communities, because one day you're going to be in this position where you're like, not to name names, but like you're like a big streamer, And then like there's these things and you're like, I don't understand this because I've been catered to my entire career
Right.
or life,
Mhm.
right? So
Mm.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually
Yeah,
gonna say
pop
like
that bubble.
before social media and everything, like people used to say like you were the average of like your 10 closest friends or something like that. But now with social media, um, you are the content that you consume. So if you're a
Mm,
lot more mindful of who you follow, like you guys have been mentioning, like, you know, spread it open, make that bubble bigger or even burst it. Mindfully go check who you're following, and if you see that someone's like shooting out hate or anything like that, just unfollow them and try to look for the content that brings more positive into your life instead of just blaming everything on social media. Oh, social media is the devil and everything. I mean, no.
mhm.
Like you are what you're looking for and you are the content that you consume. So being mindful about how you control or manage your social media.
Mm-hmm. To flip a popular controversial phrase on its head, when people facts don't care about your feelings, the fact is we live in a diverse world. We live in a world where trans people do exist. They are legitimate. They are not it's not an opinion. It's not a political point. They are
Mhm.
people. And no matter how you feel about whether or not someone has the right to exist or whether someone is lesser than you, these people exist and they deserve equal respect. That's the fact. So just the facts don't care about your feelings, and I'm turning
Yeah.
it completely around in how people normally use it. Ha! But,
Great job.
yeah, so I do want to respect your time because you did say you have a hard stop at 6:30 East Coast time. So
Yeah.
first of all, if anyone in the chat has any questions for Quinn or the AVerMedia staff, feel free to just type them up right now. But what would be one uh, just a bumper sticker piece of advice you'd like to give creators, and it could be about absolutely anything? Or do you want me?
Um.
Do you want me to narrow the scope?
Uh. Yeah. Okay. So I have something. So you were just talking that whole like quote that you just said right there.
Mhm,
Uh. One thing I would really like to say is that this is like human rights bleeding into your hobby.
mhm,
um you know trans lives, black lives, like all these things that people are like, I don't like to talk about politics. It's not politics,
mhm,
it's human rights, it's like lives, it's like real people, it's something that is essential. And the only reason why it's bleeding into your hobby is because it's a part of people's lives. Like, think of that. And I feel like a lot of people who don't want to talk about certain issues that are related to marginalized streamers always go back to that whole politics thing. My
mhm.
existence isn't a political statement. I'm doing this because I deserve to be heard, just like you do. And you get to do that, not you specifically, but like a lot of people. You, I'm coming for you right
Me?
now. I'm just kidding, no. So yeah, I think it's really important for people to like keep that in their hearts and their heads and their minds, like all the time. Just marginalized people don't want to sit and talk about how much things sucks for them. We want to be treated as equals. But
Mhm.
until that happens, we have to talk about it. Um, so yeah, that's my bumper sticker. I hope that's gonna take up the whole trunk though. Like
You
shit.
know, it's a message that deserves the entire trunk.
Oh,
I
like that.
really appreciate you coming out and sharing your knowledge and sharing your experiences because, frankly, as even though people are like, "Oh, this is a political issue," people are talking about it too much. People don't talk about it enough because it's viewed as a political issue at all means it's not normalized.
Mhm.
And like as you said, you're a person, not a political argument, not a political point. And in an ideal world, um everyone would just be treated as a person with respect that they deserve, because like when people talk about like, oh, I'm a creator, it's so fun, like if you look like me, I don't have to go through like any issues when it comes to my identity because I'm just
Mhm.
everything is catered for people who look like me. um and everyone should deserve that same amount of freedom and joy and not having to like worry about hate or being left out or being discriminated against. So I just really I'm really glad that you came on, because I think that it's so important to highlight the voices that need to be heard.
So
Thank you.
there's a
You're
question from Kraken here. He's asking, what tip do you apply that made you grow? That makes sense. Like, he's going from a sense of it's harder to grow when people use the "I don't like politics" talk. So what tip did you apply for that for you?
It's harder to grow when people use the "I don't like politics." Uh, so for me, I would say, like, me personally, I just was like very cognizant of the people who were watching me. That helped me grow. But also, I was authentic about how I felt about certain things if it were to come up, as not really like, but like my identity, right? Like,
Mhm.
I had hard lines. I was just like, no, we're not doing this. And that made my community and the people that were around me feel comfortable and safe, because they're like this is a safe space to be. And if I didn't feel comfortable talking about it, I just wouldn't. And I would say that I didn't feel comfortable about that, which is respect as a person. Like, it's consent. Like, you can't force someone to talk about something that they don't want to.
Mm.
And when you address those things in your community in real time, the people in that community will know, like, okay, yeah, this person has us. Like, they are just chill or doing whatever they want to do, but you don't know who's watching or listening to you and how they feel about something. It's not building a cult, you know. You don't be like, if you don't agree with me, you can't be here on all things. It's like just keeping it and considering consent and who's listening or who may be listening or who is around you, and making everyone feel as comfortable as possible. But there are hard lines for me, and transphobia, racism are things that I do not stand for. So make sure that your community knows about those hard lines for you as well. I mean, there's a lot of other things
Yeah,
too.
I mean,
but
it really does all circle back to boundaries. You need people. If you want to grow, like, if you want to grow and not like go insane while doing so, you need to set boundaries, and you just need to cut out the people that don't respect them.
Mhm.
And if you build that safe space, your community will actually flourish. Like, you might think, oh, if I'm banning people, that means less people are watching me, less people are following. When in fact, the opposite happens, because then you make it a safer space, a better space for the people who
Yeah.
actually deserve to be there, who don't spew hate, who make everyone feel included.
Mhm.
So to wrap things up, is there anything that you'd like to promote? Any like any organizations you're a part of, or anything you've been working on that you'd love to share?
Yeah, so I'm a part of two awesome stream teams. I'm a part of Noir, which is a stream team that is full of Black femmes. And it's a really awesome community. And I would like, hey, everyone should check out the folks on Noir. And I'm also a part of a stream team called Team Transtopia, which is an entire stream team of gender diverse and trans folks that I love. There's beautiful people, content creators there that I think are worth your time to like look at. And that's it. I love my internet family. I love the friends and stuff that I made. And representation matters. And I love the whole idea of becoming the representation that I didn't have, that I needed when I got into this industry. And that
Mhm.
feels really good. So yeah, that's my promotion spiel.
Hell yeah. Like, just a common theme that we've had across this entire event is make the content that you want to see in the world, be the creator that you want to see in the world. And that goes for representation, types of content, everything. And it's
Mhm.
all equally valid, and some things are far more important in this moment than others, but everyone deserves a voice, everyone deserves to make the content that they want to make, and everyone deserves to have a community that supports and uplifts them as they do so.
Yes.
So, thank you for coming on and sharing all of this. I hope that AVerMedia
Okay.
can continue to support you in any way that we can. If you ever want any hardware, all you need to do is ask. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. And speaking of hardware,
Nice.
we have a giveaway going. So if the winner will be announced in 2 hours and 12 minutes. So get those entries in. Just there's the paste. Also, I posted Team Noir and Team Transtopia in the chat, so you should
Thanks.
you bookmark those. expand your worldview, expand your bubble, pop the bubble. Whether or not like if this is something you disagree with, it's not a question, it's not an opinion. Like, trans people exist. Get over it.
Get over it. I love that. That needs to be a t-shirt. Can we get some merch? Can we get some merch of that? Like some AVerMedia merch. Trans people that get over it. I love that.
I'll look at, I'm gonna write that down on my little notebook. Trans
Yeah,
people
that'd be
exist. Get
so
over
cute.
it. All right. So any other final points, anything you'd like to talk about, any quick discussions, any last questions from chat? Otherwise, we'll take a quick break before we launch our video panel from Misfits Gaming Group.
Nope, I'm good.
All right, awesome. Thanks again for your time. I
Perfect.
admire
Thank
like
you
what
so
you create
much.
so much and the
Yes.
community you've built, and I'm really
Thank y'all.
glad you took the time to be part of this event. It means a
Yeah,
ton to
thank
us.
y'all so much.
Absolutely.
It was so nice. Thank you. All right. Bye.
All right, have a great rest of
Bye.
your day.
Bye.
Yes.
That was
super easy, and it has a feature called Dual Mix, which virtually allows me to have two different audios, one going to my headsets and the other one going to the stream. And they are completely different, and they have different audio.
Hello, everybody. My name is Holden Sales. I am Hello, everybody. My name is Holden Sales. I am the head of talent for Misfits Gaming Group. I oversee pretty much all of our influencers across all three of our brands, from the Florida Mutineers, Florida Mayhem, and the obviously Misfits Gaming as well.
Hi, my name's Albert, and I am the VP of Esports Operations for the Florida Mayhem at Misfits Gaming Group.
Hey everybody, my name is Tom Ryan. I used to compete in Halo under the name Ogre2. I'm often referred to as the greatest Halo player of all time, although I'm not nearly as cool anymore. That seems like a different lifetime at this point. Many moons ago, I competed for 14 years, pretty much all Halo. I competed from Halo 1 through Halo 5. Then I kind of did coaching for like a year or so, did some player management for another org. And yeah, now I'm the general manager for the Florida Mutineers Call of Duty team. So an interesting path to get here. Obviously coming from a former competitive background, I think it suits me very well. Call of Duty, I dabbled throughout the years. I've always played and watched it. It's always kind of like the sister game to Halo. You know, being another console arena respawn shooter. There was a lot of crossover always from Halo to Call of Duty. So yeah, super excited to get into some of these questions here, and let's see what we got.
What got me into gaming? It's been a long time. I've always played games since I was a kid. Super competitive growing up. Still am. I've always wanted to get into esports since a young age. I thought being a pro player was like the coolest profession or the coolest job. But as I got older, I think I was born a little too early, so to speak. And I just ended up in a place where I was playing Overwatch semi-pro, but I was 25 and I just felt like there was no career trajectory for me as a pro player. And so I went for the next best thing, which is to manage or be in the esports space. Not as a player, but as close to a player as you can possibly get without being a player yourself. So that's kind of what motivated me.
What got me into esports specifically, or gaming specifically, obviously coming up as a kid, I was a huge gamer myself. I think the first game that really got me into like the competitive aspect was Call of Duty. Spent some time competing there and then transitioned into management, which has led into the career that I've had here at Misfits Gaming.
What got me into gaming was probably my older brother. He just played video games. I guess our dad played some also growing up. Our dad was kind of a Dr. Mario legend, if you remember that game for regular Nintendo. But for me, what really took it to the next level and got me into esports then, I played Nintendo 64 and whatnot growing up, but Halo 1 was the first one where we started, we were like 15, 16 and started going to tournaments locally. And then, I guess it's interesting from my perspective, or in my case rather, I was kind of around before North American esports was really much of a thing. So I was kind of riding the wave as it was forming. But yeah, Halo 1 tournaments, started going locally, started winning. Me and my twin brother started traveling around the country, competing in these as they got bigger and bigger. And this was back before, the early days were back before sponsorships and orgs were really even a thing in North America. There was some pretty big stuff going on with StarCraft over in Korea still at the time. And I think like really early Counter-Strike days, mostly over in Europe. But North America, I was kind of right there with the birth of esports with MLG and Halo. Yeah, Halo 1 was always my one true game love. It's still a game I go back and play from time to time. It's my favorite game of all time. And the rest is history. Just Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3, the golden years of MLG, Major League Gaming. Now I've been in esports for 17 years, so 18 years. Here we are, over half of my life. So as a GM, I do a lot of scouting, obviously. I'll just kind of go through like things I'm looking at there. Obviously I'm looking pretty much exclusively from current top up-and-coming Call of Duty players or players from other teams that I think we could make trades for, etc. So I watch a lot of Call of Duty. That is a big part of my job. I watch Call of Duty every day during the season. many hours. I'm watching a lot of challengers. That's the amateur scene. So paying attention to a lot of like players on like the top 4 to 8 challengers teams, you know, trying to see if any of them stream personally. That helps a lot because I can see things, get insight into like their personality and their mindset and their in-game communication as well. Just things like that you wouldn't see just from a purely, you know, statistical and skill analysis of a player. But things that I weight, you know, skill is a huge thing. There's definitely a line there where you're looking especially, I'm assuming most teams are looking at players with good personality, good head on their shoulder, not going to be conflicting with players that they're playing with or coming in to play with on your team. And skill is also a huge one, but if they are undeniably good but have a shitty attitude, there's a line there that you draw and you cross it if necessary, and you just kind of put up with it, and work on it with them. These guys are also young, you know, 18 to 23, still learning a lot of stuff. So it's a lot of like mentoring and helping these guys as well. But yeah, you're looking for all the stuff that's obvious. But on top of that, I think how they fit into your current team structure is super important. So personality goes a long way for me and my team. I don't have any huge clashing personalities on our roster currently. Yeah, I'm not looking for someone that's, you know, uneasy to work with day to day as well.
I think it's definitely just being a prolific creator, just having a good work ethic, just pumping out, being consistent. Honestly, I think consistency is the key in terms of content creation. Someone that, you know, not every video is going to bang, not every video is going to hit, but if you're consistent and you're constantly putting out content, I think that's the most valuable quality, because just naturally the content gets better. The more you put yourself out there, the more you work at something, the better you get. So I think I would value just consistency and just putting out videos, I would say.
In my mind, being head of talent and dealing with content creators on a day-to-day basis, I think what I look for most in a content creator is the overall trajectory of their growth. Like, how quickly are they growing, and like what attributes to that growth, whether that's you know, passion, hard work, just pure consistency. I think that's really what I look for. Someone who's really on the uptrend, but at the same time is putting in work that others are not necessarily putting in. I think a really good example of that is one of our influencers right now, Surfing Boy. There was a point in time where he was uploading, I think, 16 times a day across multiple platforms. And that's just kind of, you know, a work ethic that is unheard of, especially in the gaming industry. So I really think work ethic is a big one. Communication is huge. Like, if you can't, you know, communicate to me that like, hey, I can get this done, or I can get that done, or I can't. Like, that's a really big piece that a lot of people miss on, is just like understanding where we're at on a project or a deliverable, and you know, how close we are to executing, if we can execute, if we can't. Communication, that way we can pivot if needed, whatever the case is. But yeah, I would say those are the two ones for me, is just like communication, you know, a good work ethic, a grinder, and then that kind of leads into the third one for me, which is professionalism. You know, I hold that highly as well. You know, a lot of times we work with influencers who are younger, but you know, at the end of the day, they're in a world of business within gaming, and they've learned to adapt to the business side of it, and that is shown in a lot of our influencers over the past few years. Some red flags that I think would turn me off specifically with working with an influencer, content creator, whatever, is really, it comes back to the last point of like having that drive. It's very easy for me to tell someone who's motivated versus someone who might just be in it for a paycheck. And there's a very big difference there. Like, a lot of these influencers started out their careers as a hobby that turned into a passion, that turned into a career. And once you see that level of success where like, okay, this is a full-time thing, that's where a lot of people take their foot off the pedal, so to speak. And that's really when you should be like revving it up. So I look out for that. I think that's a main one, is just like, you know, what level of consistency are you willing to stay at? And if you can't like maintain that, create real goals that you can attain through your passion and through your career in gaming. So I would say that's the number one red flag for me, is really just seeing that work ethic and consistency not drop off. outside of that, you know, I hate to kind of like just reiterate a lot of things here, but like communication is a huge one. I've had instances where really all I need from someone is just like, hey, I can't do this project, and we can, you know, move on to another influencer and then have them do that project instead. Whereas like they would just go ghost, and that doesn't help them, that doesn't help us. It's really just like a lose-lose scenario. So that's a huge red flag if I'm in negotiations with an influencer and I haven't heard from them in 2-3 weeks. Like, red flags start to come up, because if it's an issue now, I could see it being an issue in the future once you're, you know, fully a part of Misfits Gaming. Just that level of communication, and yeah, you really have to set that standard.
Bad attitude, obviously. Poor work ethic is another one. I'm sure all teams deal with players that go through phases where, you know, due to burnout or new girlfriends or anything like that, where they're just losing focus on, you know, what they're being paid to do and, you know, wanting to win, which all of the guys on the team want to win or should want to win in a competitive esports. So, you know, work ethic is a big thing. And I think, you know, being able to, you know, inspire these guys to want to win is something that I always strive to do. Players that are brand safe as well is a big one. So obviously competitive team, brand, the Florida Mutineers, for example, our team, you have sponsors. And so you need to have someone who's not being an idiot on social medias, not saying things that they shouldn't be saying publicly or ever. Don't want to deal with that stuff. So yeah, red flags would just be the obvious ones. Anything that you're not looking for in a brand or in a human being to be around generally.
To succeed in this industry, you need to be very self-motivated. You need to be highly self-motivated. And I think if I can't feel the passion, if I can't feel that you're motivated and believe that you will keep grinding with the content creation or, you know, anything in esports, as a player, like if I'm looking at players, if I don't feel like they have the passion for the game, or if I don't feel like they have the passion for whatever it is they're trying to do in the esports industry or space, I think that's a huge red flag for me. I should be able to detect that passion when I'm talking to somebody and that drive to work at their craft. If you're looking at esports partnerships, you're naturally already looking at the competitive side of things. If you're looking at esports, every organization has that game skill. Some players are, you know, have higher game skill than others, but I think the differentiating factor here when we're looking at partnerships is content. Like, are they top tier players and do they produce quality content? I think the quality content or the ability to make content simultaneously while being a pro player, I think that's the rare skill. That's what makes a partnership, an esports partnership, valuable, is you can find that player or you can find that team where, yes, they're all pro players, but they also produce content as well.
For esports partnerships, you know, I do have my hand in partnerships a little bit here and there. Game skill or content, which is more important? I think both are equally as important. It really depends on the brand strategy that you're looking to work with. Like, content is huge in my opinion, but at the same time, if you are the, you know, number one team in the respective game that you play, then that carries a lot of weight when it comes to partnerships. So it's a bit of a tough one to answer. I personally think one is not more important than the other. It really just matters like the brand fit, what the partnership that you're looking to work with, what they're looking for, whether they want, you know, content focus or competitive focus, or maybe a mix of the two. And I think a healthy world is having that mix of both. So yeah, I wouldn't say one is more important than the other. I think they're both equally as important.
I don't probably have the best insight here, but certainly seems like it depends on the game or the scene. Obviously, game skill matters a lot to me when I'm recruiting players. I don't factor in content skill as much. That's kind of like an added bonus if a player has a brand that they've built up, if they stream, put out content. I'm just looking to build the best roster possible to do well in our esports. But I would say in general for partnerships, you know, you see sometimes in some scenes like League of Legends, for example, I would say the top esports players might have more brand pull than some of the top streamers. Versus a lot of other games, it's a lot more like 50-50, or even, you know, in Call of Duty the last year with Warzone blowing up for streamers and content creators, I would argue in some spaces, in certain scenes for certain games, there's scenarios where you have content creators that are much bigger than the esports. So that would probably be more important for partnerships. So it's a little bit of both. Over here at Florida, you know, I'm working with the Mutineers section of the Misfits, and CDL team, very important to us. We're also looking to add and have added a lot of Warzone streamers because it's Call of Duty as well. Trying to get a good healthy balance to help grow the brand with competitive and also content. Whether one's more important than the other, debatable, and I don't work in partnerships. This one's also tricky. Obviously, I would say the bigger games have more opportunities as a whole, but the bigger games also have a lot more people wanting to create or to compete in. I guess I'll talk content here a little bit because I did stream for a few years and I kind of experienced this. I was not a huge streamer. I only averaged a couple hundred viewers at most. But I would say if you're an up-and-coming streamer or content creator, I would say starting in a smaller scene is better for sure to try to get a footing, grow a little bit of a brand, get a little bit of a following going, some usuals that will come into the stream, create a little bit of a community. And then from there, you can move to bigger games where you could probably gain more traction. But getting traction as a streamer or content creator right off the bat in a game like League of Legends or Valorant or something, it's got to be nearly impossible at this point. The scene's growing so much, and those games are at the top of the scene as far as like population. So yeah, I would definitely say start in like a tier 2 or tier 3 game, something that has viewers or has people wanting content for on YouTube, etc. Trying to think of like what a good like I guess like current state Halo would be a good one, or like Destiny, something where there's like a core niche following that you can create content for, and you would also be able to get noticed and separate yourself from the thousands of other people doing it. You may be only competing against a couple hundred others versus a couple thousands. That's kind of my take on that. Esports players is kind of the same. There's a lot more players wanting to compete in the bigger esports. There's more opportunities there. There's a lot more money that goes into those top esports, but there's probably less overall competition and player base in some of the smaller esports. So it might be better. You just got to weight the pros and cons and how good competitively do you think you are. And, I guess a lot of it comes down, at least for me, if I were competing still, to the game. So I would advise competitively to just pick whichever game that you love playing, because you have to be obsessed with the game and love competing in it. So I wouldn't worry as much about it from a competitive standpoint.
I think I put that in two categories. I think a new game has the most opportunity. Anytime a new game releases, that's like the highest opportunity for any up and comers. It's a new game, a new audience. You can be a leader in that space much easier than trying to break into an established game. Like for example, League of Legends, been around forever. It's probably really hard to break into the League of Legends content creation space or to become a player. Yeah, it's an established game, and there's so many people ahead of you as a player. There's so many people ahead of you that's been doing what you want to do for years. It's just really hard to close that gap. Not that there's not opportunities there, but there's definitely less opportunities in more established games, and the most opportunities definitely are in any new games. So like for example, Valorant that just came out, the most recent super popular game. I think there's been a lot of opportunities, and there still is, to make content in the Valorant space, and to compete as a player in the Valorant space. I think those opportunities are when a game is new, when a game is fresh. That's when there's the most opportunity.
What kind of content is most appealing to an esports org? That's a tough one as well. I think it's another one that kind of varies from org to org. I think for Misfits, a lot of the content we like to put out, and I by no means am I a part of the content team, and Ella might come at my neck for saying this, but storytelling is a really big one that I've noticed since I've been here. We tell a lot of stories about our players, our influencers, where they come from, give you kind of a background into their lives, and I think that's really cool and compelling content that we've put out. Not to say that that's what every esports org looks for. Some esports orgs look for very funny content, funny driven focused content that might be more engaging than other types of content, or competitive focused content. So it really, again, boils down to, hey, what is your brand strategy as a company, as an esports org, and what aligns with your company's goals. For us, I think just the wholesome family vibes is really what we look for. But beyond that, obviously, we want our content to be compelling and have people watch it. That is really the main point. So yeah, I wouldn't say there's one specific answer to that question.
I think any content that just gets views, I think is most appealing. Or there's two ways to look at this. It's either views or like content that fits kind of your esports, your brand as an organization. So every organization has different, I guess, brands, different people that they kind of tend to gravitate towards, I would say. So it's really like a fit, and obviously you need views. There's no point, like, great content without the views, it's not, it's just not great content, right? You need the views to support, the quality as well.
This very much depends on the org and what they're looking for at that time. I guess like brand strategy, that can always change as well. I guess I'll just speak from Mutineer's perspective. Obviously, right when CDL started a little over 2 years ago, we were, looking for competitive content. And now Warzone's been big for the last 2 years. So we've been adding, like I said, Warzone streamers. It's a big section of the Call of Duty franchise as a whole. So we've been adding some female Warzone streamers. Got Legion as well. He's a big Warzone streamer. So yeah, I mean, I think it's good to have a good mix, but it depends on the org. There's some orgs that spend, top dollar on their competitive teams, and all they care about is winning. There's other ones that are more about content and growing brands, and then kind of the esports sector of that piggybacks off of the content. I'm not going to name drop any big orgs, but there's some orgs that seem to care more about the content. So yeah, it's just, that kind of depends. So I guess there's two scenarios here. It's generally it would be the org that would be deciding if a player was a good fit for the team or for them. You're usually recruiting players, but obviously if it were like a top player with multiple offers on the table, trying to decide which team to go to. I know a big one for Call of Duty players, they're looking at who else is on the roster, who would they be playing with, do they think they can win with that team or do well, and also get along with the players on that roster. That is a big one. They have to deal with them day to day. You're working with these guys, you got to become best friends with these guys, or your teammates you're trying to win. So who else is on the team is a big one, I'm sure, when they're weighing options and where they would fit best. Obviously monetarily, what can the org provide, as well as support staff, coaches, managers, practice facility, etc. Like where do they see themselves succeeding the most? So I'm sure they factor in all of those things. But yeah, I mean, from an org perspective, I'm just looking at a player with not a huge conflicting personality to what I currently have on my roster, and someone who, obviously in Call of Duty we have different types of players and different roles within the game. So that kind of goes in with the fitting with the org or fitting with the team. We're looking for someone that would fill a certain play style or a certain position on our roster is pretty big also. If they're a good fit for the org, we're just looking to win, so it'd be whoever's the best and available.
That really comes down to the discussions, and when you go into these negotiations with influencers or pro players, you really have to give it to them, lay it out on the table very bluntly, and explain to them, hey, this is what our business is. This is what we're trying to accomplish. What are you trying to accomplish? And if those two align, then to me, that's a good fit. If your brand, your personality aligns with the organization, it's a good fit. If your goals align, then it's a good fit. And that's really how you navigate that, whether it is a good fit or not, is just by having discussions with the influencers, with the content creators, and pro players, whatever the case is. You have that discussion with them, and you really determine, hey, this is a good fit because X, Y, and Z. And that X, Y, and Z is like, it's a good brand fit. This person's content fits right into our brand strategy, where we want to head, and they align, and we can help build up each other's brands. I would say that is the most important piece there.
The fact that it was a video also gave us a little bit of a break after back-to-back interviews, so thank you, Misfits. But really, like, if you want to be involved in esports, it takes a lot of hard work, and you do need to make sacrifices. Like, if you're going to be at the tippity top level such that you are making a career out of playing a video game and playing it very well, you need to be potentially spending as much time as you would for like a physical sport on it, because gaming is a physical sport just with fewer muscles.
Very true. Very, very true.
Yep. So coming up, we
All
have
jokes
Among Us
aside.
with some AVerMedia partners. It's not going to be a huge lobby this time around. We got our partners White Shadow and Tasachka. Thank you guys for joining today. I will host a game and put the code in Discord, and then y'all can join from there. But first of all, quick introduce yourselves, because y'all haven't been on the stream yet.
Give me 1 second here. Just adding them in.
How's everyone's day going, chat?
Good.
We've been having a great day. It's been very exciting having all these amazing panels with amazing creators today, and it's nice to be wrapping up this event, because it's working on a weekend. It was our own choice to do so, but in any case, we're doing work on a weekend. But it's been
work
so,
when you're having fun.
yeah,
it is.
yeah.
It definitely makes the time go by a lot faster than, say, like a normal office workday. No offense to our normal office workdays, but you know, it's I'll take it for sure. I mean,
Heck yeah.
we've had a little bit more caffeine this weekend than our average, but you know, it's fine.
That's
Yeah,
why I'm downing on G Fuel right now.
Oh, do you happen to have a code for G Fuel that you'd like to
No,
promote?
I wish. I 100% wish I did. No, I just had my kids this weekend, so
that's fun.
Dad needs his caffeine.
Mm-hmm. It's fun, but it does take some energy.
I just have a denizen that will hopefully let me play, hanging out.
Oh, I see that lap cat.
Yeah,
I've had desk cats throughout the event, and it's
nice.
There
He's
at
a
one
little
point,
monster.
one of the
Pretty cute
kitties was on my desk and just pointed his butt directly at my camera, so like I covered it up. But then by doing so, that brought attention to it. So Cat Butt Gate 2021.
It's amazing.
As a special guest feature, I guess you could call it.
Okay, I'm having issues with my Among Us. I'm trying to host the game, but then it's just like saying, "Oh, you can't. You disconnected."
I know with Among Us, you sometimes have to like restart a few times, and
Yeah, it's one of those games that's like held together by shoestring and not even duct tape, but somehow works most of the time.
Okay, I have to remember which layer has my Among Us layer. That is the question. I play video games with a special keyboard that I built because I have an old permanent injury to my left hand. It's really cool. I'll show you guys real quick. First I have to unplug
The
it.
tech geek in me right now is screaming. I
Oh
want
my
this.
god, that is
awesome.
amazing.
That is so cool.
It's really neat. I love it so
That is
much.
awesome.
The
That's
only the only kind of
That's
funky
the most
thing about
ergonomic
it.
thing I've ever seen.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I love it. Like it's made that, yeah, and the trackball make all the difference because it's this hand that's worked. So basically, everything I do in video games is with my left hand, and my right hand just like moves the trackball around to control the camera, and that's it. That's all I got. So that thing does everything. So I have a new layer for Among Us, and I just have to figure out which one, how to get to it because I don't remember.
Do you want to take the opportunity and introduce yourself?
Oh,
now that
sure.
you are
Hi.
on the screen, yeah.
I am Tess or Tessichka. I stream a lot of Borderlands, a lot of just RPGs. Lately, I've actually been doing a lot of tabletop RPGs. So I do D&D on Table Story, which is a different channel from mine, and then It's actually based on Traveler, but it's kind of like a very modified version of Traveler on The Wandering Inn. And of course, on my own channel, Borderlands, Demon Souls, stuff like that. And on the Borderlands channel, I do the Bordercast. And those are kind of my things. I'm obsessed with cats and keyboards and cats on keyboards. Pretty much.
Yeah. Speaking
All
of
great
cats on
things to be obsessed
keyboards,
about.
some of my cats, when they come on my desk, like I have a mechanical keyboard and the keys are like out there. So cats love to rub their cheeks on corners. And you know what's at the corner of a keyboard?
Oh
The
God, yes.
escape key. So
Oh,
I've
God.
almost been knocked out of meetings by just having my cats rubbing their face all over my escape key. I'm like, no, I'm not ghosting you. I'm not jumping out all of a sudden. It's my cat, I swear. Cats are great. And
Yeah.
White Shadow, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hi guys, I'm White Shadow. I have been streaming since 2016. I'm mainly an FPS guy. I've been playing Halo since, oh god, the original Halo. Got huge into Destiny after a while, and I've been streaming that. I'm also a father of 2 kids. They take up a lot of my time, but I've recently taken off a year off of streaming. Getting back into the swing of things, I'm actually making the move to YouTube and just reset up my entire setup, like I was telling Andy. So yeah, mainly an FPS guy, but Among Us is a fun little game that I like to play. Nice to meet everybody.
Thanks for popping in. I'm still having technical difficulties hosting the group, which it does not bode well. It's not an AVerMedia stream unless there's something going wrong with one of the games we're playing.
I would say it's not a stream in general.
Yeah, but
If
it just
nothing-
seems
if
whenever
something
we
goes
stream,
right,
there's
yeah.
always something going wrong. Okay,
I don't think
data.
I've ever had a stream that something didn't break on me.
Exactly.
Ever?
Oh yeah, it's at least a camera. I've had a mixer blow up next to me. That was fantastic.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, as I woke up yesterday when we were starting Create and Connect, like the first thing that went through my mind, I wonder what's gonna go wrong this time. Because
Yeah.
there's always, we tested everything, so like throughout the week, every game. I woke up, turned on the computer when I wanted to join Fall Guys, it just didn't load.
Oh no.
So yeah, it happens. But that's okay. That's the fun of streaming.
Yeah, that kind of thing definitely does tend to happen. There's always something like, and you can test things a million times, but I mean, nothing is quite as strong of a test as when you're fully live.
Oh yeah.
And so
True.
Like when your CPU's cranked up to 100, your GPU's also at 100. You're saving like possibly 4K files while recording, while yada yada yada. Like I don't have I'm not on a 2 PC setup, so I sometimes my computer just be like, oh, guess I'll die. Which is why I typically just stream IRL/console content. But yeah, I'm gonna try to fix Among Us, even if it's the last thing that I do. I'm gonna see if there's any issues with like my firewall, which I don't think I even have a firewall, aside from like whatever Windows default firewall is. Local files.
tiny question, because it's been a while since I've actually played Among Us. Does it still show the code in the bottom, so we have to cover it?
Yes, in the bottom middle.
Okay. There we go.
I even like got it working earlier. It just kicked me out because I was like hosting a group too long and nothing was happening. It was like, oh, you're inactive. And then because of that, now I can't do anything. Maybe it's like, oh, this person is a goofball. Can't host Among Us.
We won't hold it against you.
So if somebody else could host, then that. Oh, I'm in.
No,
Okay,
you're
okay.
too fast. Hold on.
I made it
Trying
work.
to said move things around here on our scenes. I was like, I'm gonna do this before Andy's done with that, but I was not.
Yeah, so the code is like right on the bottom of the screen in the middle. So if you just have something over that, then you're good. I remember when I occasionally would stream Among Us back in its heyday. Feels so weird saying back in the day when we played Among Us every day. I like just put my webcam in the middle to cover the code.
Yeah. I just use an emote usually. Okay.
Yeah, so I just put it in the chat on the partner server. And I think we'll do a couple normal rounds, and then I'll adjust the game rules to be more like this one custom game mode that my friends created, which I don't think we actually created it, but we would play all the time. Called like basically hide and seek, where the imposter like has like no vision, and everyone moves at like max speed. So basically the goal is to do your tasks before you die. You don't report bodies, you don't call emergency meetings, you just do the tasks, and if the imposter gets you, they get you. Yeah, hide and seek is a super fun game mode. Rickles in the chat saying hide and seek is dope. Yes, it's it's not as fun in like a long session as normal Among Us, but it is such a nice way to like just change the pace a little bit.
So it's not letting me in, but I remember that I have to maybe try a few times.
Yeah.
Oh, it's also not letting me in, so I will attempt my third time.
You guys
I mean,
can
if
keep
worst
trying.
comes to worst, we can just switch to Jackbox.
Don't have Jack. Do I
Oh,
have
you
Jackbox?
no, only
God.
one person needs to have it.
Oh,
Well, that's fair.
cool.
Let's see. It's like this game can sense my fear, and they're like, "Not today."
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Completely forgot to change my name in Among Us.
We'll make this work.
I believe.
I wonder. You guys are all in North America, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I've played with people in EU before, so I always had to switch to theirs. But
Oh.
Andy disappeared.
What happened to Andy?
oh no.
His cat hit the escape key.
Uh-oh.
My cat, the one that was on the screen earlier, who is now coming to get me, that I said because I'm talking about her. But she likes to walk on top of the computers, and the computers are like just boxes, right? And they have power buttons on top. So I had to disconnect all of the power buttons for all of the computers, like internally, and connect different power buttons because she would walk on them and just turn them off randomly.
Oh no.
It's
That's
kind of a
amazing.
problem.
When my daughter was 2 years old, I had just built my new computer. I had like the Ryzen 1700 or something like that, and like a
Nice.
completely new motherboard and everything. She walks by as I had just turned it on and hits my power supply,
Oh
the
no.
button, and then unplugs it at the same time, and it blew the entire motherboard.
Oh
Oh
no.
my
I was
gosh.
sitting there like this. Just like, please don't do this to me.
Oh god. Monkey cat. This is not gonna work.
There goes Andy again.
Oh gosh.
no.
Andy.
Technology, why?
Wow, really? Technology, why? You're
Yeah.
doing fine until Among Us is
Oh, Among
is
Us.
there. What happened?
Oh man.
The imposter got him. No.
It's fantastic.
Huh. I'm
Hmm.
like, what? Uh-oh.
I saw somebody in the chat say, "Ask if he likes Funkos." No, I hate them. I absolutely hate 'em. I don't know what you're talking about.
All the things. I love your whole background and your incredible blue hair. It's awesome.
Oh, thank you. I enjoy your background as well.
Thank you.
And your keyboard. I'm actually like, I recently got into keyboarding like maybe early this year. And so every time someone's like, I love keyboards, I'm like, oh, me too. No, I like keyboards. And so I'm like super excited just seeing people's like custom builds and everything like that.
That's so cool. I actually have 4 on my desk right now and a bunch
Oh
Oh
my
my
behind
gosh.
me, and I'm obsessed.
gosh.
I love building them. I've built all
That's
kinds of
great.
different ones. I'm trying to
Do
think
you
how I
have
could.
switches that you're particular to?
So it changes all the time. I love tactile switches
Me
best, I think.
too.
Yes.
Perfect.
They sound and
Oh, hello.
no.
Did your
Oh
cat
no.
hit the escape key?
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh
Oh.
no.
Oh
Oh.
no.
What is going on?
Oh no.
7 minutes away from me, and I was like, "Nope, all good here." And then 2 minutes later, like blip gone. I'm like, "No,
Oh
not when
gosh.
Amogus is happening."
Yeah, I had another friend. I was playing D&D earlier with a friend on the West Coast, and they were having like crazy storms. So maybe
Mhm.
you're in. Yeah,
Is
that
it my
happens
turn
here.
next?
Oh, I should probably leave this now.
Oh
Uh-oh.
gosh.
Oh
Oh, there he goes
no.
I
again.
just added you, Andy. What are you doing?
Oh
Don't run from us.
gosh.
Those imposters.
Oh no.
I'm gonna do this. We're gonna switch back to a little bit of Nexus,
Ah,
and
yes.
then we'll be back when we fix this little tiny, like really small technical problem that we're having right now.
Sorry,
So
guys.
we'll be right back.
I disconnected from the server.
Hello. Okay, we are
No.
back.
Hello.
Looks like I'm the
Are
last
we?
one left. I win.
Okay.
Yeah,
How
You
do?
can still use the same code. Just rejoin as long as Shadow doesn't leave. Wait,
Oops.
nope. Okay.
Wait, where'd I go?
We'll
Online?
see.
No.
Private.
Well,
Hold on. Let me make
I'm
sure.
gonna get the giveaway results going on my iPad for later in case anything happens. And then if worst comes to worst, I can just use my like iPhone to join the call and then iPad to select the winner. If in case the universe decides Andy's not gonna be able to stream today. Yeah. Okay. Yet another
Fingers
room
crossed that
code.
was just a 2-time thing.
Yeah.
Wait, where is the code? Let me grab that
It's
code.
in the AVerMedia partner general chat.
Thank you, Lil Nix. Help us cover up the code.
He's chilling. He's straight chilling.
I was disconnected. Why? Oh no.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, just you disconnected
getting
from the
an
server.
error.
Reliable packet 1.
Just keep trying. It'll eventually. It took me like 7 tries just to be able to host my first game right here.
Let's see.
Oh, nice. I'm on my, what is it, 6th attempt?
7
I
times
have
the
not
charm.
been counting.
Come on. Nope.
Nope.
Why?
It just doesn't like me. Why will you not let me in, game? I just want to play you.
I'm using the right one.
No, we could just do like me and Shadow back and forth, 1 imposter, 1 kill. You know.
The
No,
ultimate
it's a
Among
coin
Us
flip.
1v1.
Yeah. It could literally just be hide and seek. Like, oh, I'm gonna give Andy 10 seconds to run away and find a spot to hide. If I don't find him in a minute, then
Let's just play blindfolded. There you go.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
just
yeah,
run
yeah.
and spam the fun button. I forgot like what the controls are for this game. Like, is
Oh yeah, I have
to
no
kill
idea.
E? Is it spacebar? Is it F? F's in the chat for the technical
They tell
difficulties we're having, by the way.
right?
I know that
Okay.
I originally made my keyboard like intuitive for me for doing things. I don't know what any like I don't actually know what any of it is. I could look it
You'll
up.
feel it. You'll feel
Yeah.
it though.
That's happened with some games. Like I've literally not touched a game for like a year or 2, and then I jump back into it. And if I did it correctly, because I try to set them all up like as close to each other as I can, so that the muscle memory is there. So like if I play one Souls game or another Souls game is the same, or like another game has dodge,
Hmm.
I always map dodge to the same button. You know what I mean? And so sometimes
Yeah.
this works out, and other times this gets me really killed really fast. It's great.
It's a gamble, and then you remember, and then you don't make the same mistake again. Usually.
Usually. Let me in, Among Us, please.
Please.
Like Shadow and I are just
Among
chilling
Us
in here.
is
I'm introducing my children
broken.
to him.
I can't get
How is
in.
this
I'm still
happening?
trying.
So we could just play Mafia. Use it just everyone take out a deck of cards.
Here we go. Dressed as a doctor.
Hi Doc. Can you fix our
The
internet?
servers were the imposter all along.
No.
Do you want to try to make a new one, Andy?
I don't know if that's gonna help. Alternatively, wait, Carlo, is Fall Guys working on your computer today?
No.
Okay.
I reached
'Cause I was
out
gonna say,
and they were like,
what if we just play a different game?
what other game? I can download
I
it.
don't know.
Yeah, I reached out to them and they were like, "Oh no, we don't know what happened. Please give us more information." And I'm like, "Okay."
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, that's eventful.
I mean, that's a relatable customer service response. I mean, what?
If you weren't AVerMedia.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. But I mean,
Exactly.
you can't troubleshoot if you don't have enough information. So that is a
Exactly.
fair
This
point.
is true.
This is
Yeah.
true.
It's true.
If they can't reproduce the problem,
But,
those
I
are the
mean-
worst.
Yeah, it's
'Cause
just like, oh,
this
it
has
happens
happened.
randomly and there's no way to reproduce it. Then, huh?
Yeah. I've had this happen when I first built my computer that I'm streaming from right now. It crashed a number of times, and I could not figure out what it was that was crashing me. So I literally was just like, for like a few days, I just threw everything at it. I did everything that I normally do when I'm streaming, and then I did some other stuff. Like I opened up many more tabs and like opened up programs and just like literally was just trying to figure out what it was, and it took me probably about 3 days of just throwing stuff at it to try and figure out what this was, and I solved it in the end by deleting Windows and
no.
installing a different version of Windows. I installed the Enterprise LTSC version of Windows that's still 1809. That's like it's like the really, really stable one that banks use. Because I was really tired of crashing randomly and it fixed it.
God.
Yeah, sometimes downgrading is your best upgrade.
Mhm.
I had a
Like
really
I
fun
switched
issue.
to Windows 11 recently. I mean, mainly for the fact like I just want to show like, oh yes, all of our products work on Windows 11, so I'm going to be the test dummy, which is true. Our products all work on Windows 11. The issue being, it's completely unrelated to our AVerMedia and its products, but when I upgraded to Windows 11, like I cannot look at the taskbar on anything other than my primary monitor. And I was in like a 2-hour debugging session with like a Windows technician, and they're like, I fixed it. And then I was like, no, you didn't. I was like, okay. And then I hung up. It was a struggle, and like I can access my taskbar if I like mouse over on like my alternate monitors and press the Windows button, but it's just like I miss having a
Yeah.
taskbar. I
Yeah,
miss being
that's
able to
kind
click
of
on things.
important to have.
Yeah, so there are days I'm just like, maybe I'm just gonna downgrade to like Windows 10, something crazy.
I feel like if you're streaming, I mean, this is why I'm really, really happy that I have like a stream computer and a game computer, all because I don't upgrade the stream computer as often. Like well, that's not entirely true. I try not to do crazy things with the stream computer. I can go crazy with the game computer because if the game crashes or that computer crashes, hopefully not if it explodes, because that would be bad in an apartment or just in general. But hopefully it doesn't explode. But basically anything up to exploding, it's fine. It won't take out the stream. Which is actually a really nice thing about my AVerMedia capture card that I use for this 2 streaming PC setup, because it's stable even if the game PC crashes. Like I remember when I first started streaming 7 years ago, it was the Wild Wild West, and I used a bunch of different random capture cards from other companies, and when the game would crash, I mean, before when I was on a single PC streaming setup, also the game would crash, it would crash my stream. That was a nightmare.
Mad
And I
Runner's
tried
in.
some others. Yeah.
Sorry, I just was so excited to see somebody join the Among Us, but
Oh.
Steam PCs, having a separate PC is just so nice because you can isolate issues to like one PC or the
Yeah.
other. Because like if you upgrade one and like, oh, I'm gonna upgrade my gaming PC to Windows 11 for the alleged performance boost and security and whatever, but then I can keep my stream PC at a stable thing and never update anything because it works and I'm scared to change.
Yeah, exactly.
It was the greatest thing ever getting a streaming PC because like literally all of my old hardware from my first gaming PC
Yeah.
went to the stream PC, and it was like I can utilize it to 100%. So my stream PC has the Ryzen 7 1700,
Nice.
my old gaming motherboard, my 1080. So I do all of my encoding on that one, and then my gaming PC is like the high-powered beast. I love it, but it looks. We just moved into like. I just inherited my grandmother's house, and we moved and I have a whole new office, and it looks like a massive fire hazard in here right now. There's just cables everywhere, and my OCD is like, I need to cable manage, but I don't have the time right now.
Oh, cable
management. Cable management is just making it so your stream can't see it.
It's controlled chaos, is what it is in here.
It is.
Oh
I
my
have
god.
to hide all of my cables. Like my setup is cable managed to a point. It's cable managed to the point where my cat can't get to it because she eats cables. She's like almost 17 years old, and her whole life she's just a cable muncher, and it's
Oh no.
yeah, it's really
Literally,
bad.
It's like sharks eating the internet.
I took this picture yesterday of my setup. I was so frustrated. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's like it's all cables under that.
Oh, dude, you don't want to see mine.
Oh my god.
It's awful.
like-
Well, it's not only me down here. My brother, he's over in one corner of the room, and then I just
No,
got
the server
kicked.
closed.
Yeah, I can't get in.
Well, there's a
My-
new code now. It's a new
we
new
just
chance.
we just built I helped with my brother build this, but he built a mining rig. So he has a
Wow.
mining rig right over here for Ethereum.
Uh-huh.
And it's just I love coming in here, but I hate looking at the cables.
It's stressful.
Yeah, it's very stressful.
I can't. I have to have them like managed and put away. I think part of it though is I've literally been a little bit traumatized by my cat. Like I love her so much. She's amazing. But when I was in college, because I've had her for obviously a really long time, she ate about $1,000 worth of stuff from that didn't belong to me. So I of course paid
no.
for it. Yeah, but I felt so bad. And ever since, I just like, if I see a cable out that she can eat, my immediate like instinctual
Panic.
response is like, I have to cover that. Like, that's not safe. I have to be able to replace it. How much does that cost? Like,
You're already doing the
it's like
numbers.
yeah, it's so bad. I'm gonna go ahead and restart my stream PC, my game PC. I'm sorry, not my stream PC, just in case, because that has helped in the past. So
Okay.
we're just gonna reset the connection to the internet and everything.
Yeah, I mean, Among Us is truly a beast held together by like Scotch tape and the Elmer's
Paper
glue.
clips.
Yeah,
It's like it's like a fourth grader's craft. It's great. It's fun. It shows. It's
If you
a
can
great
play.
experience to have made, and look at and whatnot. But fall apart if you poke it the wrong way.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate.
It's-
It's such a fun game once you get in.
Once it
It's like
works.
Spider-Man holding the train. It's literally Among Us.
Yeah, but in Spider-Man's case, he was able to hold the train.
This is true. Well, okay. Tom Holland's Spider-Man holding the ship apart. Yeah.
I love how easy this is to just restart my game PC and my capture card. Totally happy and content, not a problem at all. I love it.
You have it on an SSD?
The game PC, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the capture card that I'm currently using is the AVerMedia Duo in my stream PC. But I also have
Same.
the Live Gamer 4K.
Same.
They're
I've got
so
the
good.
4K, I've got the Duo, and then I've got two Duos. Mine now.
Duo.
Yeah. Duo. Yeah, because I got another one because we were actually doing tutorial videos on how to set up like mining rigs and stuff and all the software.
Oh, cool.
And overclock it. I was helping my brother with it. And it pains me because he literally just got two 3080 Ti's from Best Buy, and I have to look at them and not be able to use them.
Oh my gosh.
And
Oh no.
it hurts.
I'm very lucky that I was able to get a 6800 XT from
Oh,
AMD,
don't tell me
actually.
that.
It's the best.
I mean, I have a 2070, but
That's also a very nice card.
being an AMD guy,
I don't have one.
I got it. And forgot to use my name.
Yes.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, we're doing hide and seek because life is short. Let's make our lives short in this game.
Wait, we're still missing one. Aren't we?
Yeah, I still can't get in.
Yeah.
We wait.
Now I get to run around in this lobby.
Why does it
yo,
not like
dated.
me?
The 1660 isn't bad though, dude. It's a good card.
Among Us, I just want to play you.
Come on.
Come on.
Let them in.
I believe.
I just had to use reverse psychology mentally and be like, I don't even want to play this game anymore. And they're like, we'll let you in.
Like, wait, no. I want you to play the game.
I tried joining a public game first and to see like if the server will connect. and then it did,
Oh.
and then I just went back and I just put in the code again. I don't know
Ooh.
if that
I can
worked or
try that. I'll
anything.
try that.
Troubleshooting. Live troubleshooting. This happens. It's a thing.
Video game.
I have a
Last time we did
motorless-
Among Us on stream, it worked. I mean, it was back in big Among Us days when everyone was playing it. So today, Mad Runner is using the little Nexus with the coupon code that you can use on the AVerMedia e-store, shop-us.avermedia.com for 10% off. CC 2021. The last time we have PNGs of our AVerMedia mascot Elena, who made by the
Alright.
Japanese team, who is basically just
An
anime girl AVerMedia streamer.
Yeah.
And she is
Oh,
she's a
quick
star.
chat or quick chat only. My setting is quick chat only. Where do I change that? But I guess it let me in.
Oh.
Are you? Did you use the new
I
code?
don't see you yet.
Are you? Where are you
Well,
now?
but it didn't. Like it almost let me in. Chat.
And I was like, just
It was
kidding,
like,
haha.
Like
it was like
Are
sorry.
you signed in or are you signed in as a guest? Because I
I'm
had
signed
to
in as a guest.
sign,
Oh,
quote
I
unquote,
have to
sign
sign in?
in.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to like make anything.
Yeah.
It'll just use whatever nickname you've set previously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I am just Cruel Step. What a weird name.
why did you choose that?
I didn't. It's randomized.
Why are you cruel?
It should have
Don't
been
be
Sad
cruel.
Walker.
Even your eyebrows look like you're not so happy.
Just angry.
Shu is angry at Among Us.
Part of the lore. Cruel Step is just angry.
Looks like a comic book villain. Just always angry with a suit. Just dapper.
Angry but fashionable. That's what they strive to be.
Okay. One more time.
Let's go. Come
But
on.
the good news is we're solving the
crossed.
technical difficulties with Among Us far faster than we spent trying to solve the technical difficulties with Fall Guys, which we ultimately gave up on yesterday.
Fall Guys took like a really long time, and then we just had to give up.
Yeah.
Just saying. Later on, we gotta have a Halo game. I would.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and find a public because that worked. Trying finding a public game, getting into a
Right?
public game, exiting out, and then jumping in. I had to
Just
restart.
like you gotta warm up the connection engine somehow. Please, I really hope we don't like get kicked out. I'm gonna start a game really quick just so we don't get kicked out.
Okay.
And then we can all just
Hold on, I just got out of the public game. So
Okay,
don't worry.
so whoever's imposter kill, so the rules for this will be you cannot report the imposter.
The game you
But
tried to
just
join
whoever's
already
imposter
started.
kill, we'll vote them out immediately.
Oh,
I
this
think
looks
it'll work
new.
next time.
Or
Whoever's
is this
imposter,
different? I don't remember.
Wait.
Carla's the imposter. Kill one of us. Let us report you, then we can go back to the lobby. I just wanted to reset so we didn't get kicked out.
Why am I the imposter? I'm not the imposter.
Who's the imposter? Okay, who was the imposter? I need to vote. Just
What?
It was me.
Huh?
It was the neat. Oh my
Okay.
God! See,
Okay, everyone vote. Cruel
I don't.
Step.
I'm gonna start running away from Cruel Step now, just like last time. I think Among Us knows your ID or something, and it just lets you run wild.
Yeah, but just a reminder, since this is hide and seek mode, do not report bodies. That we're just doing this to reset. The goal is just to finish tasks before the imposter kills everyone.
That's not.
Wait,
that's
can you
not
say that
hard
again?
for-
Yeah,
Just
so
let me know
if
when you guys are ready
yeah.
for me to try again.
Okay, we'll be ready in like 10
Two
seconds.
Yeah, 10 seconds.
Okay, play again.
Nice.
Okay, cool. We're ready.
Okay.
So just basically, if you see a body, do not report it.
Yes!
Oh my god!
So the goal of the imposter. So first off, the imposter needs to wait 5 to 10 seconds at the very beginning to let the crewmates run away. The imposter has very little vision, so it's basically just spam the kill button. What's the kill button on the keyboard, Denise?
I don't know. I just use my mouse.
Wait, how do you set that? How do you set that
So
then?
basically, you're just gonna be spamming kill, running around hoping you find people. And the goal for the crew is to finish their tasks before the wildly swinging then I started blasting imposter gets them. So don't report bodies, just do your tasks, and
code is
if you finish your
showing.
tasks,
Thank
just
you.
find
Code
somewhere
is
to
showing.
hide.
Oh no. Well, don't
Showing
try.
the code.
Good
Oh
luck,
no!
everyone.
Oh god.
I'm
Just
wearing
start
a
the game,
knife
just
on
start
my
the game.
head since Cruel
Good
Step
luck
killed me
entering
first.
the lobby. It took us like half an hour,
Yeah.
guys.
Listen,
There
like,
is a trick to it though. You can figure out
listen,
the
the
trick.
fact that nobody actually joined when we had the code showing,
True.
that's really good on our community. Everyone,
Wait, I
run
forgot what it
away.
was. What was I? Oh no.
I can move.
If you're the
Oh, God.
imposter, you'll know.
You'll know.
I've
No.
never done this map.
Me
What's
neither.
the map button? Okay,
New
there's
to
the map
me.
button.
How do you see your tasks?
Yeah, I don't remember. How do you see
It
it?
should be in the
tasks.
top left corner.
Oh. Okay, wait.
This.
I kind of remember how to do this.
That was it.
Okay.
No.
Can I just test something with you guys? I just want to make sure that when I hit a button, you guys can't hear me. So let me know if the next thing I say after this, if you can hear it. Oh no! Jeez.
We heard the
you
oh
guys-
no, we didn't hear whatever was before that.
Okay,
But
perfect.
I guess it worked.
Yes. I think it worked.
No. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun. This is so slow. Doo-ding. Okay.
Who is this guy slacking on the job? Look at him. Taking
Oh.
forever.
No
Did not mean
reporting
to do
dead
that.
bodies though. Right?
Right.
Yeah,
Didn't even mean to click on that.
it's all good.
It happens.
I'll give you a little head start.
Oh, it's just
So stressful.
what am I supposed to do?
Just skip
Skip
vote
vote.
at the bottom left.
Yeah, skip it. Here we go.
Yep, I'm the imposter, by the way.
I kind of like knew that when you just laughed after someone was killed.
Okay, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. That's enough. Y'all are far enough away.
How do I
There's
get
no
there?
escape. There's no escape, Carlo.
You want to bet? Oh no.
Oh.
Oh god.
I did my
Goodbye.
best.
Yes.
That's
You
scary.
know, it's funny because I don't
Wait, the
remember
code.
ever
Oh,
putting on
no.
this mask, but I like it.
Nice.
I'm rolling with it.
It matches and then the blue skin matches the blue lighting in your entire setup. Perfect.
Of course.
Okay, imposter, let us run away.
It's Denise. I heard the joy.
Oh god, I gotta go to storage. God.
I'm still
I have a
not
pet, and
familiar.
my pet is adorable.
Nice. I also have a pet. It's my son.
My
Wait.
pet too is my son. My
This is
pets,
rigged.
my daughter, and my son.
This is rigged.
Rigged.
All I'm gonna say.
Rigged.
Yeah.
Why did I just get frame stutters in Among Us?
Wow.
Are you kidding
That's
me?
crazy.
This game's insane.
I know who the imposter is, by the way. I know Carlo is dead.
What? Oh.
Where am I going?
God. So scared.
Do I have to keep doing my tasks?
Yeah, you have to finish your tasks even after you die.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh no. What does that mean? Oh no. No. No.
Oh dear God.
There I am. Or there I was. Yes!
Success!
Yay!
Yes. The stress was setting in.
This is rigged.
Nice.
That's all I have to say.
Oh.
It's rigged. Play again, play again.
Yeah, it's rigged.
Yeah.
Change my hat.
So fun though.
I'm.
Hopefully it's not me or Denise killing people again. Denise, you have to let us know if you're the imposter again right now.
Which is
Absolutely, I'm not.
I don't
Are you sure about that?
Can you stream
I'm
that?
sure. I'm sure.
Wait, I thought it was a ghost for some reason. I tend to
the
get
heck?
killed really fast.
Oh no. I just saw Denise and I was like, I need to run away. But
Yeah,
in fact,
exactly.
I don't. Not this time.
Um,
I
I'm
hope.
I'm,
I
I'm
take
not saying
offense to
anything.
that. I take offense to that.
No. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Okay, so I will say, I feel like you guys can tell what's happening with me just by my reactions because you can see my camera. Every time I played before, people couldn't see my face. It was just voice chat. This is different in the best way. It's cool because I can see your faces too. My pet is so sad.
No.
It makes me sad.
Hmm. Andy. Andy.
No.
I'm coming for you.
Nice.
I'm gonna get you. Oh. Oh. Oh my guys, stand next to some vents.
Oh no.
What's going on?
Oh no.
God. It's so hard because I see a glimpse of you guys and then you're just gone.
Yeah.
Who did I pop out of the vent next to? Was that you?
Who knows?
I heard you go. I heard you go. What the?
I am a stealth.
He is a stealth. That is very interesting. Very.
Okay.
I'm missing tasks?
I keep checking on that too, but I'm okay.
Me too.
And we don't need comms, or do we?
Do we need to fix that though?
No, it won't affect our ability to finish the game.
Oh, okay.
I'm Momo.
I'm sorry, I wasn't doing tasks. I was distracted by a cat.
Yes.
Here we go. Also, I was stuck. I was stuck on that puzzle task where you have to. It's like Simon Says, and I kept getting distracted, so I kept not being able to finish it because I missed the thing that it was. I'm just bad. Okay, I'm sorry. I have no excuse. I'm just terrible.
Hiding is
Our
good.
pets are the imposters. Sabotaging us.
Oh God. Okay. No. Why do I keep having tasks in the same location, and then I just die there?
Oh
It's just
God.
like some of these places are just like, yeah, there's no escape. All I have left to do is die. Oh, there's little spooky candles in the reactor. I just gave away my location. Oh no.
Confused. What am I supposed to do here?
I in fact did die because I gave away my location.
But I did. Oh, okay.
Not in the reactor. What are you talking about?
Okay. Wait, how do I get?
Oh, I hate being here.
Oh, okay.
Oh no! Don't make me go
Oh
up there.
my
What are you
God.
doing?
Should have done this thing last. Okay, is there someone to speed it up? Nope. Okay.
I feel like we're already going kind of fast, like faster than the way. I don't know.
I mean, we can run faster if we want to go
Yeah.
even faster. We're at 2.5. The fastest is 3.
Yeah, I thought we were at a faster speed. Oh no.
Oh my God.
Although with that task, you don't need to sit there and wait. You can set it and leave, and then come back when it's done.
Oh, really? Thank you.
Yeah.
I was like, this is gonna take too long if I have to wait for it.
Oh, why?
Oh no.
Oh God, there's so many dead bodies.
Oh no.
What?
Did I go the right way?
No.
No.
Oh God.
Never mind.
being a ghost watching everything happening is just like, oh my god, there's so many moments where they come so close to each other and like it could all be over in a moment. Just like life. Live in the moment,
That's
cherish the
kind
good
of
things.
deep.
Yeah, dude. Like
I
Among Us
respect.
taught me to like value life and cherish the moment. Bruh. Ever
It's a
since
deep life
I
lesson.
realized that it's one click away from killing someone when you're the imposter. I have realized that I should apply these same lessons to my own life and not treat it life as though I'm one click away from not existing. So live life to the fullest. So we will do 1 or 2 more rounds, and then we'll be doing the event wrap up.
Nice.
Cool.
Thank you guys for bearing with the technical difficulties between the windstorm, the Among Us servers not working, and all that. I
Probably they
appreciate your
also had a power
perseverance.
shutdown.
Where?
Among Us, their server.
Oh.
Probably that's
It
why.
must
Maybe
have
that's
been
why I
under
couldn't get
maintenance or
in.
something.
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna go with.
What? This. What? Was that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Go, go.
Oh my god.
Go. Go.
Oh my god, there's dead bodies everywhere.
Oh, this guy shot in the head. It's fine.
I got shot in the head.
I know who it was.
You're to blame. That's
I
I don't
can
want to
go
get
through
DMCA'd.
Oh no.
Carla, run.
I know.
Run like the bad runner you are.
I can't do
Live up to your namesake.
No. Oh no. Dun dun dun.
I love being a ghost and just watch everything go down. Oh my
Yes.
goodness.
Success.
It wasn't fast
That was
enough.
glorious.
I'm gonna reshare
Hey,
the
I'm
giveaway
playing with
post
the
on
track
Twitter
ball. You
real
guys
quick.
definitely have an advantage.
Rub it in her face, why don't you? Waiting for host. Wait, click exit again? Oh no, there you go.
Yeah. I'm just resharing the giveaway post.
Oh, cool.
Oh no, the code.
I got my suit for this one.
Kitty. Oh god.
Oh man. Oh.
Okay.
Wow, what if you just look equally similar to someone else?
Everyone wear the exact same outfit.
Oh god.
Who
Oh
did
no, that's
it?
eerily similar. If like one of you is the imposter, it's over.
Run.
Like, who do I trust?
It's Denise. It's you again.
What?
I'm just saying no.
I mean, it's a fair assumption at this point.
That's all I'm saying. It wasn't me.
That's so effed, guys. I almost actually said the word.
Oh my
We're
god.
just going
breaking
off
our
of
PG
past experiences. That's all.
Everybody
Oh
gets
my
one.
god.
I could be
she
wrong.
was the imposter.
I could be wrong.
No, she killed me
What
right
are
now.
you seeing? Oh my god.
I could be wrong, but
always
I'm
been
not sure.
I don't know.
This is
I
how it is
literally
in the
watched her kill
workplace too,
me.
you guys.
You never know.
Wait,
Did I
did I
report that to HR or what?
Confused.
Run away from
Oh.
Shu.
I don't believe
I
this.
don't get how Denise.
I'm saying
always
this
gets
is rigged.
imposter when we're playing.
That's
Among
what I'm
Us.
saying.
I am not trusting this.
Cheater. There's no, it's not cheater. There's like, it's an IP. It knows. Oh no.
It's her destiny.
Mm. We understand you're under a lot of stress.
What the heck?
What else?
Tez.
Oh my god. See, y'all were having a meeting.
Tess scares me.
Why?
I
I
don't-
didn't do anything. Oh god.
You're just standing there like I was like,
It's because it's hard for me to press buttons.
You're standing.
It's really hard.
You're standing next to the wall, and I went,
Better
I
not
swear,
stay
it's
here.
really hard for me to press buttons.
Carlo, I will be your guardian angel. I lost you. Never mind. I'll just follow
That
you
was
around
short-lived.
and then. Okay, I found you again. I will be your guardian angel, protecting you from the imposter. I will give you an extended radius of view. Unless I get bored, which I probably will. With that task that you're at, you can just start it at the beginning and then walk away.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Cool. Now let's
Nice.
just go hide. I think I know I'm gonna hide. If I still. Oh no. Oh no.
no, I'm stuck.
It's.
I didn't think it's the best.
I just saw. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. Ah, run! God!
Oh no.
I tried. I knew this.
I like how you just stood there menacingly for a little bit, Denise.
Yes. I'm telling you. How many times have you played this,
Oh
Denise?
god.
Is there like a
Oh,
code? Do you
God.
press like up, down, ABA? Or something
Never
like
find
that?
me. Never find me. Ha.
Action replay for Among Us.
You can't for 17 seconds. That's not right.
Oh, this is a very stressful
God,
moment
that's
right here.
unreal.
Protect him.
You have Mad Runner and I watching over you, White Shadow.
Yes.
You have no idea.
I
was
hid appropriately.
All right, we'll do one last round. Has everyone gotten a chance to be imposter?
No,
And it was
No,
glorious.
I don't think Carlo has.
I never get it, but it's okay.
Well, the thing is, let's hope Carlo gets imposter this round.
It's probably gonna be Shu again.
I would not be
No, I don't
surprised.
want it. I don't want it.
You say
We're
that,
skipping
yet
this
you're so
round.
effective in your role. I'm the imposter.
Oh no.
I switched back to my angry eyebrows so I don't look suspicious. See?
I'm giving you all a
Hello?
head start.
Andy and his
Guys?
family of green men. It's a family ordeal up there.
Oh no. What?
Always gives me like the longest.
Beep.
Oh,
And just never tasted so sweet. That's to say that I killed Chew.
I was just trying to do my tasks. Like a good crewmate.
That's what they all say.
Oh, it hurts.
Oh my god.
Oh no. So many dead bodies. Don't do this to me.
Oh no.
Oh, don't do this to
Did
me.
I go in here? Where's Andy?
I
Andy,
have
you're
no
really
idea.
quiet.
I don't know. Where am I?
Andy,
He's
you're
like
really
a
quiet.
silent assassin.
Yes.
Oh, you can go so far away from the ship once you're dead.
Red Runner, you gave me a heart attack.
Just up in the clouds,
I was like, oh no, it's him.
and then the clouds disappear after a while when you keep going up.
Yay!
I saw you running away. I saw somebody running away.
That was me.
Nice. All right. Okay. I'm down for one more round if y'all have the time. I don't want to push past the allotted time slot. I feel bad that Carlos not had a chance to kill, or Denise has not maximized her potential as a cold-blooded killer.
Oh,
The shade.
so thoughtful.
Yeah, got to give Denise every opportunity to murder us in cold blood.
This is revenge
so
for
fun.
all the assets we asked for her.
Yeah, honestly,
She's like, yes.
it's completely justified.
I mean, murder is a highly enjoyable activity in video games.
Yeah, I'm glad. I was about to like, wait a
Video
second,
games.
should I be worried?
Well, how do you do this?
I always have to put the in video games part because I talk about murder and stabbing and shooting and various activities like that a lot. It's a thing. Oh god, somebody's gonna wreck me.
I BM'd the one person I shouldn't have BM'd.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Wait, Shu, are you the killer again?
No, I promise.
She's like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I literally.
I barely
was
even know her.
trolling
She always
around
says that
and
all the
then-
time.
Oh my god.
Every
like,
time
what are
she's
my
like, no, it's
chances?
not me. And then
What are my
Those
chances? And then
horrible
I was,
sneaking feeling.
it ends up.
Listen, I'm
Hey,
used
I'm
to
already
statistical
dead.
improbabilities.
it can't be me. I'm already dead. You can see me floating around with my cool red beanie.
Oh no.
I
Definitely
can't see you
her.
floating
It
around
has
with
to
your
be
cool
her.
red beanie.
What am I supposed to? What is this? What? Oh.
No, there's someone there.
Now I can do my tasks in peace.
Oh.
I don't think the imposter will ever find me. Oh, I can. Okay, I feel bad, but I can just look at the stream to see where the imposter is. But I need to not. I need to not.
It will haunt you everywhere you
Mhm.
go.
No. Nice.
Oh my god.
I was really
Well-
concerned because somebody came up to me in my hiding spot right at the end. I was like, ah, okay.
All right. That was Among Us, everybody. I'm
Condensed
glad we had
Among
one
Us.
successful gaming session with partners, despite given the technical difficulties, I can't say this was objectively successful to start, but it turned out great. So thank you all for joining. Well, thank you to White Shadow and Tessa Chika. What's the cadence? I think I've gotten it wrong every time.
You're really, really close. Tessichka is the actual
Tessichka.
way, but you can totally just call me Tess.
I've been
Okay,
saying it
Tess.
wrong
Thank you
my
to Tess
entire
and White Shadow
life.
for
Thank you, guys.
joining on the stream today. It's been an absolute blast. This has been a great way to wrap up the partner participation on Create and Connect. This event has gone far better than I could have possibly imagined, despite the technical difficulties, despite the universe deciding I'm not going to have power briefly a couple times. It's gone amazingly. So thank you all to every partner who's participated for making this event go as amazingly as it could. To wrap up, we're going to do some final reviews of the giveaway, the deals, the event as a whole, and then we're going to select the winner of the giveaway at 5:30 p.m. Western time. So hope to see you guys in the chat in a minute. We're going to take a quick break for the staff to attend to personal matters for a few minutes, but then otherwise we'll be back in just a few minutes.
All right. Thank you guys. Bye.
Thank you guys. See y'all later.
Yes.
Hi, friends.
Bye.
The Nexus cam is so smooth though.
Hello.
And we're back. This event has been far better than I possibly could have hoped for. Like on one hand, it's like this is our baby. We're all like seeing that this is something like the three of us all put together, from planning to assets to technology, and it's just so feels so nice to see everything come to fruition between all the partners making amazing panels and their participation. But we couldn't have done it without the partners, and we could not have done it without you, the viewer, because if you guys weren't watching the event, there would be no point for this event to happen. This event, the whole purpose of it is to celebrate and highlight the amazing creators of AVerMedia and share our awesome community with the world. And whether or not you're new to the community, like if you found us via one of our partners or via the giveaway, or if you've been here for a long time, we are so happy to have you here. So all I can really say is thank you. And we hope that you've enjoyed the free educational content, fun gaming, and I hope you're ready for the huge giveaway, which you can put in entries until 5:30 p.m. West Coast time. So if you don't have all your entries in, you got 15 minutes. Get them in, baby. Until then, we'll do some unless Shu, Mad Runner, or anybody else has any points to add, we might be taking some Ocarina requests.
Where's the link where they can go?
Oh, I'll post it
in there.
there.
They have about 16, 15 more minutes.
Yep. You got until 5:30 West Coast time. So last minute, you got it. Wait, it says the promotion has ended? Huh? Weird.
What?
Let me fix that real quick. Let me reopen it.
Oh no.
I can change it. I can fix it. I can fix you.
Powers.
So open settings. Okay, 5. God, I thought I left it at 5:30, but apparently I changed it to 5. Okay, it's open again. It's open again.
It's open.
I fixed it. Okay, try again. It'll be open. It'll be open. Don't worry.
Let's see.
Okay.
I still have it. It's ended. Wait, hold on. Let me click on it again.
Let me just make sure I saved. I didn't. Huh? I let me try again.
Breathe, Andy. It'll be okay.
And save. Okay. I had to hit save. I did not hit save, but now it's working. Yeah, it's back open.
Okay, 14 minutes
apologies,
left.
everyone.
14 minutes left. There you go.
Okay, Miss Moxie Rose has an off-topic question. What is your off-topic question, Miss Moxie Rose?
Oh dear.
Have you tried the expanded free trial of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? You can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 for free with no restrictions on playtime. Is this the Rickroll of 2021?
That's a great question.
It is. It is.
This is the Rickroll of 2021. But yeah, get those entries in. If you get the prizes, you'll have a great stream setup. That's all I can really say. We have so just to go over the hardware that you could win. On the top of the image is the PW513 4K webcam, the webcam that both myself and Shu are using and have been using for this entire event.
Let me pull that
works
up
like
here.
A champ and looks completely
There
amazing.
we go.
Let me add some reverb. It looks completely amazing. The PW513 is personally the piece of hardware that I use the most, alongside of course my Nexus and mic. I use my webcam way more than I use any capture card. So webcam's good. Webcam's powerful. This webcam in particular might be the best one you can possibly get without using a capture card and a DSLR.
Yeah.
So
as long as you have correct lighting,
capture
just
cards,
a little asterisk there.
Yeah.
You have to
You
have
do
enough
need lighting.
that just it'll make the image much better.
Yeah, so like if I, for example, were to turn off my 2 key lights, where's my
Hold on,
control for that?
Where's the Andy cam? Here we
If I
go.
turned off my key lights like this, it would be rather noisy. A lot of the noise is alleviated because it's being compressed, and I have RTX background blur. But when you add the light, the noise pretty much completely goes away. And honestly, if you have a like background blur from RTX Broadcast, which is built into Cam Engine, our camera software, if you have an RTX card, it legitimately looks like a DSLR. I mean, of course, if you look closely, you can tell the difference. But for the purpose of streaming, it completely rivals a DSLR. And I have a DSLR set up on a mount like right behind it, and I just hardly ever use it anymore because the PW513 plus RTX, like, it doesn't overheat. It works for long streams, and it's super wide angle, so it's a great webcam. We also have the Live Gamer Ultra. This guy right here. Is that upside down? That is upside down. No, that
It was.
Yeah, that was upside down. This capture card can take in the maximum for 4K for HDMI 2.0 for pass-through, so up to 4K 60 HDR, 1440p 144, 1080p 240, as well as several other lower resolutions. But it captures half the frame rate for each of those, so 4K 30, 1440p 60, and 1080p 120. And that is to say that this is perfect for your streaming needs, because if you're capturing something for streaming, you'll still get the 4K 60 input, 4K 60 HDR input, and then you can do 1080p 60 HDR while you're streaming. So it works like a charm. It's a really tiny card. As I've shown previously, it is smaller than my iPhone, and not by thickness, but by width and height. So it's an incredible card. It works on just about any device, even M1 Max, though it is limited in its capabilities on M1 Max. But yeah, it is a fantastic card. And then we have the Nexus and AM330 dynamic XLR mic, which the Nexus, if you don't know, because it is probably all of our favorite product, it is a 6-track audio mixer, an XLR interface, and a complete control center for your stream. It's on the camera right there. It has RGB too. RGB! RGB gets you better FPS, more frames, more lighting, better person. So the Nexus is an incredible piece of hardware, and I use it for my productivity at work. I use it to control my stream. I use it to control my audio. It is such a great device. And then also, alongside the AVerMedia products, the mic, the Nexus, the Live Gamer Ultra, and the PW513 4K webcam, we're also including an Astro A40 headset, because why have an audio mixer if you can't listen to the audio? So this is a complete streaming setup. If you have a PC, just plug all of this in and you are ready to create amazing high quality content from a technical standpoint. Yeah, Splitfire says RGB makes people like you and helps you be cooler, which is 100% true. It's not like anyone thinks, oh my god, he has a gaming keyboard, that's a red flag. No, it is a green flag. RGB means really good boy, or really good person.
That's the one.
Yeah.
So I'm turning this entire thing into just a big old shit post talking about our products. But this is really to say that even if I weren't an employee for the company, I would think that these are all amazing products. And if sometime in the future, like, oh, I part ways with AVerMedia or whatever, I'm not going to stop using this hardware. I think this is amazing hardware. And it can, whether or not you already have like similarly spec'd things, or you have nothing, or you're upgrading for entry level stuff, this will surely level up your creative capabilities. All right, less than 10 minutes on those giveaway entries.
9 more minutes,
It
guys.
kind of does suck that we are limited to North America only for this giveaway, and in fact, for I want to say a majority of our giveaways. That is definitely something that we're trying to work on for the future. Hopefully, not like a soon TM future, but like within the next year or so, to have that available for everybody else who's also interested in our products and wants to just have a chance to test it out if they're the lucky ones. So we'll definitely keep you guys posted if there's anything that is available and open to everywhere apart from North America as well. So sorry we couldn't do it this time around.
And thank you for pointing out that the giveaway was closed as I was promoting it, because that would have been really awkward if we were like,
Yeah.
giveaway, join the giveaway. You
And
have
everyone
20 minutes
going in
left.
there.
And then it was like, we can't.
Yeah. Always check the links. Triple check the links. And then one more time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I just with the service we use, I forget that like you have to hit save and it doesn't automatically do that when I make changes. And I'm like, oh no. Because you don't have to click save when I'm like adding a way to enter the giveaway. But like if I'm adding, for example, what's it called? Like if I'm changing the time frame, it's like, oh, you have to save, but it doesn't tell you that. And I'm like, oh, I fixed it, but I didn't. It's a hard knocked life. Do we have any ocarina requests for the minutes leading up to the finale of the giveaway? I got this gigantic boy right here.
Oh my
This is
god.
a triple bass ocarina.
What is a triple bass ocarina, Andy?
It's 3 ocarinas in one. So if you
What?
look here, so these holes that I'm covering with my fingers are the first ocarina.
Okay.
And then if I move over to the holes that I'm showing you, this you blow into this hole to do those holes, and then the holes on the end are controlled by here. So it's like 1, 2,
Okay.
3. So you can play multiple notes at the same time as well. Okay, we have several requests that might be not TOS, but copyright. I don't want to get a DMCA takedown, so I'll just play
Will they do that though?
something from. I don't think so.
Because you're playing it yourself, right?
Covers are weird on Twitch.
Okay.
I will play Zelda's Lullaby to start. Let me just turn on my reverb, turn off my EQ. Pog.
Next one. You want to keep going?
Oh, we're doing more. Okay. Let's do a Megalovania from Megalovania Undertale from the Sans Undertale fight.
How long did it
That
take
song
you
is
to learn how
hard.
to play the ocarina, Andy?
Couple hours.
What?
No, legitimately, you can learn the basics of the ocarina within like 2 hours.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to say like, oh, it's an easy instrument, because while it is a short learning curve, like going from like 0% to being able to play notes and do so confidently doesn't take very long. But
Mhm.
going from that to like playing really well does take a long time. So the ocarina is actually an incredible instrument. Very like, it is a serious instrument. People like think like, oh, it's just from Zelda, it's a toy, yada yada yada. But what it in fact does take a long time to get really good at the ocarina. I've been playing for over a decade now. I play in an ocarina ensemble called Okabanda. And fun fact, just to do a quick self-ish promo, a bunch of ocarina ensembles are posting videos every single day in the month of October for an event called Okatober. So look up hashtag Oktober on YouTube if you want to see some cool ocarina performances. Anyways, back to Create and Connect. We have less than 2 minutes until the giveaway closes and we announce the winner. I'm hoping that whoever we announce first will be in the chat, because then it would be awkward if we announce the name, we wait 3 minutes and be like, okay, next.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that you fair viewers in the chat, you loyal folks who have been here through thick and thin, watching plenty of amazing panels, fun gameplay, and more. Hope that you folks are in fact the first winners. So thank you all for stopping by. Thank you all for coming through for the entire event.
Definitely.
And I'm stalling for time so then I can hopefully make this spiel last until 5:30.
Yeah, I mean, we do keep seeing, well, I keep seeing or noticing the same few names coming, chatting, stopping by, you know, telling us, you know, how it's going, how they're enjoying the event, and what kind of panels you guys are interested in. So it's really great hearing feedback from you guys as well. And, you know, like Andy said, it would be great if one of you frequent lurkers or chatters happen to win something. But, you know, on the off chance that it's somebody who's not in chat right now, then we just get to clip it for them and be like, here's what you missed. So that's also kind of funny in its own way, right?
Mhm.
We got less than 30 seconds. If you have any last minute entries, get them in now. Oh my God. Carla, play sound effects. We got to keep the hype building.
This is okay.
I don't want to get DM.
Hello.
I don't think that's DMCable.
I don't think so either. I hope it's not. I counted it. It's 30 seconds.
Spot
Okay, perfect.
Who's 07 in our chat right now?
What?
I
Oh my
see
God,
you.
Who's 07?
Hey, how's it going?
Yo, the founder of Create and Connect himself, Husto7. He was the one who basically pulled all the strings for the event last year before he moved on to his current role at Ubisoft. So we miss you, Christopher. This event has gone amazingly this year, and we miss you. Anyways, on that sentimental note, giveaway winner time! It is 5:30 and 30 seconds, so you know what that means.
It's already
The giveaway
5:30.
is closed. You missed your chance if you didn't put any entries in, so too bad. But for the people who did get their entries in, this is great news. Very good. In fact, amazing, you might say. So we're gonna pick our winner right now. How many winners do I want to pick? One. Limit, but okay, don't need a limit by country, and pick winners. I will announce the name, or not the name. I'll find the Twitter account used alongside it, because okay. Let me just do a quick check. Okay, so it's twitch.tv/I'mArinella. I'mArinella.
Type that in the chat there. Is that I or L?
I.
Okay.
I think, is that a L or an I? Let me just see if it's L Marinella.
You spelled my name wrong.
Oh, I spelled it extra wrong the second time. Okay, this person has until 5:33.
Wait, she's there. Or
accept.
he. Or
Oh wait, where?
He or she. Or they.
They're there. They're there.
Yeah, I just
Wait,
saw
where?
it. They
I
typed.
saw the yo.
Okay, I see them. I see them. I see
Yeah.
them. Yep.
What the? What the?
You
beep?
are the winner of this huge giveaway. Congratulations!
Yo.
Woo! It wasn't awkward. We didn't have to wait for 3 minutes. But you know what? While you might not have won that giveaway, we might have a couple more products to give away. Do we want to throw one or two little, like maybe a webcam, maybe a capture card into the mix, maybe even a mic?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. Do we?
How are you feeling about a
do
giveaway?
we have the budget?
Do we have the budget? We do have the budget.
Oh yeah, we definitely do have the budget. Our manager was like, give things away in a flash sense. So the giveaway is not over. We will actually pick another winner using the sign up form here. If you don't get it, then sorry, too bad. But I'm Marinella or El Marinella, whatever. You are the winner. Congratulations for the big prize. So next up, we will be giving away. How about
a this?
microphone? As we talked about,
An
how about
Ultra.
what? An Ultra, yeah.
Yeah.
So you
Let me
might not
clean
get
it.
the whole set, but if you're in need of a capture card upgrade, the next person who we draw right now will be winning a Live Gamer Ultra. As we described, is 4K capture. It's a beast of a card, compatible with just about everything. It is UVC for lower level capture, but it does require drivers for 4K. So it is compatible with M1 Max, which I'm very excited about because I'm planning to get an M1 MacBook Pro soon. So yeah, I'm gonna pick another winner right now. Pick winners. Pick one. Okay. Hold on. Let me.
Take your time.
I
You need the
to
timer song
figure this
again?
out. Okay.
Okay, I'll do
two.
that again. Wait until Andy figures this out.
Yeah.
The suspense.
Okay. So the winner of, let me just see if we have their Twitch username. I do not have their Twitch username on here. Oh no. The name is Amanda W.
Amanda W.
I don't want to dox your entire name just in case. I will just. Your email starts with includes the word wish in it. Amanda W with the word wish in it in the email. If you are here, please tag at Ocarina of Andy in the chat.
When do we start the timer?
Yeah, I will check and see if their email is the same as their Twitter. Okay. So to repeat, it is someone named Amanda, and their email includes the word wish in it. I don't want to do a full docs because I don't want to give somebody's full name or full email. But the name is Amanda. The word and the one word in the email includes wish. Hoost, I know your name is not Amanda. I really actually appreciate how everyone's actually keeping to the honor system in here. I'm very impressed by the community we have in here. If we don't hear back in a moment, then hold on. I can look up the person's name on Twitter.
Doing some detective work on stream, I see.
I mean, my screen's not showing. Okay, people. Is there anyone who with this name who follows us? No. Oh no.
Oh no. Let's do the timer one more time.
Yeah. So I'm Marinella. Please just DM the AVerMedia page on Twitter, and so at AVerMedia on Twitter, and we'll work it from there. You'll hear back. We'll aim to have the big prize sent within the next week or two. So just DM us on Twitter, and we'll get all the giveaway winners in one big batch. Okay, so
one last timer
with,
song. Let's see if they show up. If not, then we just.
I feel bad because like it's not including the person's username, so I don't want to be like. If I be too specific, like, oh, I'm gonna dox this person.
No.
But if I'm not specific enough, then
I think you're giving them a fair shot. You know, they hear their name, built ears will perk up. So if they're hopefully around,
Okay. So timer song is done, and we're sorry, Amanda. If you ever find out that you actually won, we're gonna have to pick someone else now.
All right. So I'm gonna do a quick repick. Fingers crossed. I'm sorry.
Drum roll.
Drum roll, please. I just need to make sure. I also don't have a Twitch username for this person, but I'm gonna see if I can do a quick detective work for the username before I check. Okay. So this person's name is Paul, and their email includes scuffed in it. If that describes you, first name Paul, email the middle
Something
of
scuff.
the first part is scuffed.
Scuffed. Paul
Spelled
something scuffed.
SKUFFED. I'll do.
It can be a scuffed Paul.
That's the number of digits in there. So the asterisks all count for a digit. I don't want to give any more information than that. It's so everyone who's
Is
typing
that it?
scuffed in the chat is
We
not
have
spelling it
someone.
the same way.
We have someone in the chat. I don't know if
So
they're
that,
using
that
a
is
different.
that is not the right person
Oh, okay.
unless that's a Twitter account. I'm going by emails or. Okay. I will just. It's very fortunate that we got a Twitch username in here, but that's the importance of linking your accounts on Sidekick.
Let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. One more time.
Someone said we should make the wait timer smaller and smaller.
Yes. So this time it's just gonna be one play.
I'm giving the exact number of letters in the email, but I will not give out the email itself because I don't want to. I'm not a doxer. I'm not going to accidentally dox someone. So if this song ends and we don't get the right person, apologies. I'm going to have to repick one more time.
Okay.
Okay.
Next.
Okay. So how about after this we just do a chat challenge rather than
Okay.
picking from.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So if we don't get it after this, we'll just do something in a random selection from chat.
Yeah. I have it here.
Okay. This person's name is Kenny. First letter of the last name is M. Email starts with the word FaceB. So Kenny M. FaceB. If you are this person, message us on Facebook so we can verify it. Because I don't have any other means of verification. I don't. But if that is you, yeah, well, let's just do one Jeopardy, and if not, then we'll just do we'll do chat challenges. Just type a thing in chat, and then
we'll pick from there.
Yeah. Wait, so is that you, Captain Bubbles?
Captain Bubbles?
Yeah, I have AVerMedia's Facebook open. So even though it says away until 9 a.m., I will still see if you message us. Okay, so yeah, okay, we'll give you that quick chance, but then we will have maybe one or two more products to give away. Who knows? But we will do chat challenges so we don't have this awkwardness where I have to like almost dock someone. Yeah, big congrats if that is in fact you. Just quick verification. Just got to see and use your personal account because I do have your first and last name. I just don't want to give that out. And even if you don't care, I'm not going to break any potential boundaries or do anything potentially risky on there. I will actually I will just grab the link to the Facebook page just in case. And when people sign up with their Facebook, I do get their first and last name, so it's all right. I just shoot the message, Captain Bubbles, right there. Under the about section, it's just at the bottom. There's a contact, and I just have send message. Okay. Yep. That's you. We got you.
Nice. Yay.
Woo! Congratulations, Captain Bubbles.
I heard somewhere that you can't say bubbles like in an angry tone, even if you try. It's just a word that
bubbles.
Even if you're angry, it just doesn't sound angry. You see?
All right. So what if we gave away? Do I have it at the ready to grab? No, I don't have it at the ready. What if we gave away our AM310 USB condenser microphone? Because as we discussed on our tech setups with Steve last night, audio is the most important thing for your stream setup. So if you are interested in getting a really solid USB microphone, just put what were you gonna say, Carlo?
No, I was just gonna say that just to let them know that the AVerMedia AM310 is a condenser USB microphone, so you wouldn't need any specific audio interface to make it work with your system.
Yeah, it's just
a regular USB 2.0 connected to your computer, and it works really good. One of the things that actually a lot of our users have been telling us is that the pop filter on the AM330 is or AM310 is really great. The way that we put the mesh and different protections on it, it just helps right away. So being that a condenser microphone, you still want to keep it a little bit closer to you so that it sounds the best that it can, because if you put it far away, it'll still pick up your voice, but it'll just also pick up the whole room itself as well. Yep.
Yeah, and I have one thing to add. I've been taking Spanish lessons every so often, not as much lately because I've been so busy and not had the time for it. But my tutor, she sent me a podcast about a certain country, and the podcaster was using the AM310. I was like, before I saw, I was like, oh, this audio sounds really good. And then at the end, like he showed his face, and I saw the AM310. I was like, whoa, that's a mic that I make content for and sell. So it is a really solid microphone. People might think like, oh, it's only $59.99 right now, so it can't be that good, but that's a steal for the price that for the quality you're getting. So just type AM310.
Let's go with AM310.
Just type AM310 in chat, and we will randomly select people who type that in.
All right.
I see Hoos has put that in. Hoos, do you have an AM310?
Look at all these people popping up.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yes.
I see people I know because I've coerced them to follow AVerMedia so they see that there was a giveaway.
Ah.
I will not, whoever is selected, I will not state whether or not I know them because I'm not the one selecting. There's nothing biased in here. I just want to make that clear. Carlo's the one selecting.
Yes, we're doing
My hands
that.
are up here. I will show my hands this entire time. I don't want to break the trust of the community.
Okay, let's do one timer song and then we stop it there, okay? So AM330, that is a really good microphone actually. I mean, if you're starting out, you don't need, the whole Nexus and a different microphone XLR interface or something like that. Just start with simple things and then work on yourself and your content. And then once you have a good basis off of that, you just start upgrading whatever you need with AVerMedia products.
Yeah. my big view is just start with entry level stuff, because if you realize you don't like streaming, don't like making content, it's much less of a sunk cost if you spend like $200 total on your materials than if you spend 2,000. But now let's select the winner.
Okay, let's see here. Are you guys ready? There we go.
Theogen has won the giveaway.
Theogen. How do you read
Okay,
that?
just DM AVerMedia on Twitter and we'll work from there.
Yay.
So I'm just gonna leave notes for who's won what. GC553 kept and then AM310. That was Theogen.
Yes, Theogen.
I have notes for all the usernames who have won so far, so don't worry. It's written down. Even if there was like suddenly the entirety of Twitch TV's data were lost, we got an analog, baby. And do we want to give one more product away?
Yeah, I think, let's see, we gave out away a capture card. We also gave a microphone. Let's do the PW315.
PW315 sounds good.
Yes, PW315.
I will switch to the PW315 just to show you
All right.
how nice it is.
Let me switch over to your camera then.
PW315.
Let me see. Where's Andy and Cam? Here we go.
Captain Bubbles also asked, how would he go about contacting y'all at Aver? Do you have a preference on where he contacts you, Andy?
Captain Bubbles, since you already contacted us on Facebook, that's fine. I will move it forward from there. Yeah, so you're good. You've contacted us at all, so we can work from there.
That desk clutter. It's a creator desk.
Don't judge me. Yeah,
it's a creator desk.
Clutter
everywhere.
Begets creativity. Okay.
Yes, it's controlled chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the quality that you're going to be getting with the PW315.
And I'm gonna do the ruler check again. I did this last night when we were discussing the PW315, but it is wide angle. It's 95-degree field of view. So I have two rulers here, 1 foot each. I'm gonna stack them next to each other, from my body to the cam, from the tip of my nose to the lens is 2 feet. It looks like I'm much farther away from that. That is to say that this webcam is wide. It is a big boy, and in a small body. It's a very small webcam. It's the same size profile as our PW313. However, it has all the features of the PW513, just in a smaller 1080p only body, 1080p 60. So this has a really smooth frame rate. This isn't going to be great on OBS Ninja that we're using, but the movement on the PW315 is exceptionally smooth. It also is USB 2.0, so you can use extension cables no problem. Like I think you could use up to like 50 feet as an extension cable. So you can get really creative with how you set this thing up, and it works great in low light. So the PW513, it does require great lighting to work, whereas this webcam, it's half of the consumers that we poise it for are like work from home people who don't necessarily have creator level lighting. So this webcam is built to also have almost no noise in the video when low lighting. So that is to say, good webcam, good. If you're interested in winning this giveaway, put a PW315
wait,
in
hold
the
on,
chat,
hold on.
and we'll. Oh wait, never mind. Don't. What did Carlos say?
Hold on. I was just pulling.
Wait a second. Give us a second.
Yeah.
Stop.
Poost. Okay, let's do this. We're gonna do what? PW315, right?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. PW315. Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay. If you already put it in, don't worry. It's not like we're gonna not count those.
Yep, it's picking everyone up.
Yeah, Hoost, you don't have this one because you left us before this one came out. We'll never forgive you.
Oh yeah, so if you get it, then that's gonna be really good. Another angle for your. I remember it was like a sofa setup. Yeah, like a really nice setup there.
But seriously, like 2 feet. I'm only 2 feet away from this, and it looks like I'm like 5 or 6 feet away from it. It's whack. in a good way. Whack in a good way. So shall we do one Jeopardy thing and then select the winner?
Yeah, and you can go ahead and let us know what are the restrictions for this giveaway.
Yeah, so you just simply must be 18 years and older and in Canada or the United States. So that does sadly that does prevent some people from doing it, but everything is fine. Just so Theogen, really quick, Theogen, who won the AM310, you are in the United States or Canada, right? Okay, cool.
Cool.
Nice.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see here. Drum roll again. There we go. It's Izzy C137. Congratulations! You are the proud owner of a PW315 AVerMedia webcam. And aside from being it's a 95 degree angle, it's also paired with our cam engine software, which would allow you to either crop in or zoom in or do all those crazy things that you want to do. So you're not just getting the hardware, you also getting the software that comes with it, and then everything that you can do with that software to make your content even greater.
It's all about boosting that content. So this has been an absolutely amazing event. Thanks to the partners, the viewers injecting so much energy and curiosity into all the panels that we've had and so much interest in our products. I believe the coupon code for the e-store still does work. We are running big sales right now. So if you didn't win anything in the giveaways, now is the time to get the best prices we've ever had on many of our products. So if you go to shop-us.avermedia.com and use code CC2021, you can get 10% off. Most products are not on sale. So
using this code.
Yeah, code CC2021 on shop-us.avermedia.com. Yep, who says now to start planning Create and Connect 2022? At this point, probably this is when we're gonna have to start planning it out, at least on a brainstorming level.
And also start getting ready for TwitchCon next year. I'm really excited for that. Really excited. It's been 2 years. I really missed that whole thing.
Who knows? Maybe it'll be a Create and Connect panel at TwitchCon.
Maybe.
You never know. But thank you all again. We're so happy to give back to the community who has supported this company, our partners, our products, everything for such a long time. We're so happy to support the people who have stumbled upon us, who found us through our partners, found us through the giveaway or whatever. We're really proud of our products. I'm really proud of everyone who's come together to put this event together. And see you next year. Any final thoughts?
Any thoughts? No thoughts?
Final thoughts? I don't know. I'm really personally excited for TwitchCon as well. Hopefully we can do something with TwitchCon and Create and Connect at the same time. You know, it would be even more amazing to see everybody's faces in real life, in person, have a great chat with you guys one-on-one. I don't know, grab snacks, grab drinks, whatever. Just
drinks?
being with you guys in a space that's not
That's not PG-13.
in a space that's not just, you know, through the computer screen or anything like that, I think would be absolutely wonderful. I hope everybody else also had a really fun time or learned a couple things here and there with our guests and on their panels. So if Mad Runner also has anything else to add.
No, I guess that's about it. I have no words of how thankful I am for all of our partners that joined in and shared all of their tips, all their knowledge on how to be a better creator, how to create better communities, and how to become a VTuber, which was still like blown by that. And just come and share what you have learned throughout your creative process and your creative journey. And I'm really thankful for Andy for being able to get all the partners working together. Drew, thank you so much for all the assets that you made for this stream. Everything you saw here was designed by her, and even like maybe like 11:30 at night, I'm like, oh no, this is wrong. Shoot, I need something more. And she's like, okay, I'm gonna get it for you. So I'm really thankful for both of you guys and for all the AVerMedia community for joining us in this 2-day event. Yesterday we had a stream from 12 to like 8:30. Today we had another 8-hour stream, and it's just amazing. It was just really, really, really great.
Oh my gosh,
DJ's rating us.
you just got rated,
DJ Blue.
DJ
Oh
Blue.
no,
Oh my
it's like
gosh.
we
As
are
we're
going.
ending,
What? Are you reading our
hi
minds?
everyone.
Yeah. Let's see which AVerMedia partners are live right now. Is
Huge
I think
thanks
one of
to
our
you,
partners.
DJ Blue, for becoming part of our panels today, stopping by with some really wise words and some really great laughs. Like, your energy really helps. I mean, I just love watching your streams, watching you chill sometimes, and it's just great.
Yes, definitely, definitely. Okay, let's see. So, yeah, I guess that was it on my side. I don't know if you guys want have a specific partner that you want to raid, which
Just who
we're
of our
being
partners
raided
are live
back
right
by
now?
the person we wanted to raid now. It's like
Yeah.
you raid our mind, DJ Blue.
Mhm.
We're actually looking to raid you. Let's yeah.
But
Oh
in any
no.
case, thank you all for the support through this entire event. I prior to this weekend, I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna have to work the entire weekend. I'm gonna be so drained. But I've honestly been energized by this entire experience. So thank you, everyone.
Definitely, definitely.
I mean, I'm gonna be tired as heck tomorrow from not resting, but
That is okay.
it's totally
True.
okay.
Yeah. Okay, so do we have anyone in mind? Just send it over
let's see
to.
who's live, because I don't know who's live right now.
Check it out.
Let's see. Oh,
No.
sorry to hear that you were stuck at work. Yeah,
No.
the grand prize giveaway did happen already, but if you were interested in any of the panels, however, we will still be having VODs of those, and we still do have coupon for 10% off on the e-store for select products that we have been talking about and promoting throughout Creating Connect. So in case you do decide on something that you want to shop around for, definitely stop by. If you also had any other questions, let us know before we send us off onto another party on Twitch.
All right.
Who's asks, does the coupon code work for Nexus?
I believe we do have coupon code for the Nexus, and if you actually get it with the AM330, there's actually a creator bundle where if you get the mic and the Nexus at the same time, then you save a certain amount. So
Yeah, you save
that one's an
50%
automatic
on the mic. So it's instead of being 350 plus 100 being 450, it's 350 plus 50 being 400. So you do save $50. It is an incredible deal. It's better than 10% off.
Yeah,
there's
the
no
creator
code for
bundle
that
has
bundle.
no discount code. Yeah, it's just automatic when you add those two to the cart. So
Basically, you're getting the microphone
Easy
for less than
squeezy.
$50. Sweet.
I don't think any of our partners are actually live right now.
Yes. DJ Blue, do you want to go back stream? We can send all these people back to your awesome beach party that you were having.
So Dated Rhymes asks, is there any plans to reopen the AVerMedia partnership program? The answer is it's complicated. We will have more opportunities to work with creators soon, and which could potentially lead to partnership, but I don't know if we'll do a full scale public entry for a long time until we have more staff to handle that. That's just the sad reality that the entire creator team is basically the three of us. So it's hard to go through hundreds, if not thousands, of applications with just 3 people. That's the sad reality. So, but we will have we might have potential opportunities for creators coming up fairly soon. But the partnership program, it might remain on a referral basis for when we have openings.
Great. Yeah, DJ Blue, you know what? If you're already off, just go rest. No worries about that. We are just gonna end the stream here. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you everyone that joined, all of our viewers, partners, Shu and Andy for making this Creating Connect 2021 a really awesome a new adventure for us. And next year, maybe Create and Connect 2022 can be a real life event that we have at the office after TwitchCon.
Yeah.
Maybe. Why
Maybe.
not? Everything's
Just bring
possible.
sleeping bags to the
2022 is
office.
going to be a new year. Enjoy the rest of Sunday. And yeah, that's going to be it. Thank you so much, guys. Take care.
Yes.
And goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much,
Bye.
everyone.